Chapter 551. After a while, the mobile phone on the living room table also rang. Jiang Peirong rushed over for the first time. When she saw the content on her mobile phone, the whole person was disappointed in thought, and her mouth was saying, "It's impossible, no way." Xia Rushu and Sun Yi are also the first time to see the content of the mobile phone. The beautiful expression appeared a trace of dim and incredible. They even covered their mouths for fear that they would cry out and touch the defense lines of everyone. A minute later, Jiang Peirong snorted coldly and directly deleted the message on her mobile phone. Her eyes became firm. Chinese martial arts circles think her child is dead. She doesn't think so. Blood is thicker than water. Qin'er is the meat from her body. If something goes wrong, she must have intuition. Looking at Xia Ruoxue, Sun Yi and others, she said very seriously, "Everyone need not be pessimistic. I bet that Qin'er can't have an accident. No one can let him have an accident. We all know his strength well. Now we can't mess around. What we have to do is guard the Yi family and wait for Qin'er to come back. Summer if snow light head, that water-like eyes are full of different things. Auntie, I believe Yi Chen. The only thing I can do now is wait for Yi Chen to come back. I am willing to wait for him all the time. Now, I want to start practicing." Sun Yi also said, "I also want to continue to practice, only powerful can help Yi Chen. And me." Juya also came forward. At this moment, the four women of Yi family are incomparably firm. They know Yi Chen better than anyone else. Yi Chen can't have an accident. Kunlun deficiency, blood alliance. Shaili has come to Elder Zheng. Elder Zheng is now wiping a cold sword. "Elder, I've finished what you asked me to do." Sha Li Dao. Elder Zheng's expression coagulated and raised his head. "Oh? That Yi Chen is dead?" Shaili nodded and explained, "This son is really strong, but when I went, he was breaking through. He had to break through the barrier by force and was seriously injured. Then I killed him myself. However, his body fell at the foot of Kunlun Mountain because of his power. In his words, he has been greatly exaggerated. Naturally, he would not tell his own embarrassing experience. In his opinion, as long as the result is the same, nothing matters. The process is naturally described for your own benefit." Elder Zheng's eyes shrunk and said curiously, "Are you sure? If you want to see people alive, you need to see corpses when you die. If Kunlun Mountain falls, will you survive by accident?" Sha Li chuckled, "How can it be?" "Elder Zheng, don't worry, that boy is not only impossible to survive, but also impossible to have a corpse. Because of the influence of Kunlun emptiness, the aura of Kunlun Mountain in China is strange. I went to see it under the cliff, and the aura could not be used at all. Let alone that boy, I may not be able to survive even at the peak." When Elder Zheng heard that Sha Li was so determined, he didn't have any doubts. "I've always been at ease with your work. I wanted to get some secrets out of that boy, but since the secret has disappeared forever, that's okay. Blood alliance has Yi Tianjing, one person is enough. By the way, although Yi Chen is dead, but this time, also exposed a malpractice. What's the problem? It's a wonderful way." Elder Zheng stood up and his eyes were deep. Huaxia has nurtured talents for many times, and even gave birth to such evil spirits as Yi Chen. It seems that our blood alliance has always underestimated Huaxia. Sha Li, I give you a task, you go to China again, use all means to control China. The best way to control China is to control the first family of China. Just in time, I heard that the Chinese Yi family behind Yi Chen has become the first family. What you have to do is kill all the Yi family members, and then use force to suppress everything. From now on, we must control the resource of China. We can't let it give birth to the next Yi Chen." Sha Li immediately understood the meaning of Elder Zheng, and his eyes brightened. Elder Zheng is really preparing for a rainy day. I'm afraid that Zhuge Liang can't compare with Elder Zheng's talent. Elder Zheng sneered, "What is Zhuge Liang? In the eyes of my Blood League, it's vulnerable. The ambition of the Blood League is not only to control China, but also to control the whole Kunlun Void. Now we have finished half of it. When the remaining half is successful, everything you want will be easy to get. Hearing this, Shaili quickly knelt down. Elder Zheng, please rest assured that any obstruction in front of you will be cleared without hesitation. Hua Xiaoye's family, I will take it in 2 days. This day is destined to be a sleepless day. Numerous official forces in China rushed to Kunlun Mountain overnight and even used a satellite to search for Yichen and Beilixian. Even if we use any satellites, it doesn't work. Kunlun Mountain, as the holy mountain of China, is covered by array. It is very difficult to find two people, not only the local police, but search teams are looking for it. The soldiers of the Iron and Blood camp and the strong one of the Dragon Spirits. All of them put down their tasks and things and spontaneously searched for Yichen and Beilixian. I don't even care about eating. For them, the existence of Beilixian and Yichen is stronger than their life. They don't think that the two strong men of China will have an accident. Yingqing is crazy to find. His hands are full of blood. Try your best to break every stone. Don't miss any chance. There is also a woman who is crazy. A woman with a good face and figure. In a few months, it has become the most beautiful flower of the dragon's soul. That's the golden goose. Jin Lingyan enters the dragon's soul under the recommendation of Yichen. After a long period of investigation, I became a member of the dragon spirit just a few days ago. She's excited. She thanks Mr. Yi. But unexpectedly, this joy has not been shared with Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi had an accident. She doesn't believe it. Mr. Yi is so powerful, how could something happen? She will look for Mr. Yi at all costs. After disappointment, she didn't give up. Her whole body was wet, and her combat uniform was wet. Some comrades advised her, she did not listen. Even if the night came, she still took a flashlight crazy search. No one knows her insistence. Chapter 552. Her heart has long been occupied by a young man in Jiangqing. She knew that she was not worthy of that young man, so she could only hide her feelings in her heart. She often thinks of her first meeting at Jiangqing auction. She even thought that if she had taken the initiative at the beginning, she would have had a different ending. The tears in her eyes came down. Now it just feels like the dream is broken. The disappearance of Yichen and Bai Li Xiong shakes the whole world of Chinese martial arts. At the foot of the mountain, nothing happened. All but a few people thought the two were dead. Completely disappeared in the Chinese martial arts world. Fall. At the same time, Kunlun Mountain Cliff, 100 meters away from the foot of a cave. Extremely hidden. There are branches growing out of the mountain, covering everything. It's a natural underground cave that can hold 2 adults. In the dim light, Yichen sits cross-legged and sits on the ground, running 9 days Shenyang Ju. Beilixian gasped violently, took a few pills, and began to drum up the mobile phone. Unfortunately, there is no signal on the phone. He looked at Yichen, who closed his eyes and didn't know what to say. He didn't expect to survive. At the moment of falling, the blood dragon of Yichen's body actually gushed out directly, which turned into substance in a short time. It's just 2 seconds. It's breathtaking. Under the leadership of the blood dragon, they came to the cave. It should be safe. Unfortunately, we can't get outside. Through the small hole, Beilixian looked out, carefully felt the surrounding movement, and after a long time, he breathed out a breath. This cave is still in the middle of Kunlun Mountain, but it is very hidden. Most people can't find it. He even saw countless airplanes and wanted to call for help, but he found that he didn't know whether it was because of the formation and everything was covered. Even if you don't use genuine qi, he's got his breath back. The pursuer wants to find himself. It's not that easy. Of course, what's more, the pursuer never expected that he and Yichen would hide in this cave. I don't know what happened to the soldiers in the iron camp. To be sure of safety, Bai Li Xiong's tight body was finally relaxed and murmured. He has always wanted to say something to Yichen, but since he fell down, he has closed his eyes and sat cross-legged. It's like something is brewing. He even found that Yichen's breath was getting stronger and stronger. The disappearing blood dragon came out. He knows that Yi Chen has a fire in his heart. Invisible anger. Once it breaks out, everyone can't bear it. At the moment, Yi Chen's consciousness is reincarnated in the cemetery. He was really burning with anger. His eyes are on the top of Kunlun Mountain. Even Shirley's appearance is dead in his mind. If it wasn't for Qin Tianli who just left, if it wasn't for him to break through by force, he would have been seriously injured. He would never be in such a mess. Some things, he must take back. He and the Blood League have already been irreconcilable. Either the Blood Alliance dies, or Yi Chen dies. There is no other choice. What he has to do now is to raise his strength to the peak. Then wait for the 3 tombstones to open. This is his biggest card. Reincarnation Cemetery bleak meaning to cover, Yi Chen dead staring at the 3 tombstones. The ability of soul-breaking Yang Stone is about to be completely absorbed. 3 lights flash at the same time. How dazzling the light is. I don't know the origin of the remaining 3. Is it possible that there are more demons than Wandao Sword Zun? What does Yi Chen think of? His current cultivation is the 3rd level of Zhenyuan realm. He should be able to barely practice the most powerful sword formula left by Qin Tianli. 10,000 swords belong to the clan. Originally, he wanted to master it when he broke through the Kunlun mountain top, but who knew that Hun Kong killed a Shali? He was upset. Now the reincarnation graveyard is the best learning opportunity. Yi Chen closed his eyes and felt the flow of information in his mind. I don't know how long, he seems to grasp something, in the mind of constant practice. Even not far from the tomb of Samsara, there appeared a ghost image. That ferocious face, as if in charge of everything. Sha Li's phantom gazed at Yi Chen with interest and said with a sneer, "A waste of real Yuan state, you want to cross the realm and hurt me. You are not qualified. I'm on the 6th floor. You have enough right to speak in the hidden gate. What kind of thing are you?" Suddenly, Yi Chen's eyes open. Let's go. 10,000 swords belong to the clan. Boom. With Yi Chen's roar, the 9 days in his body suddenly burst open. Yi Chen only feels that the whole body's true qi is no longer under control, like a runaway wild horse galloping out. Ah! The majestic energy from the deepest part of Dantian seems to tear Yi Chen's whole body and destroy his veins. That stabbing pain, let Yi Chen can't help but scream out. His face was ferocious, and his eyes were covered with red blood. Just for a moment, Yi Chen seems to turn into a devil. The essence blood and true qi in the body seem to be consumed. However, in exchange for the price, it is the burst of Yi Chen's energy, which makes him feel unprecedented strength. Powerful. That's the feeling of power. At this moment, Yi Chen seems invincible. He felt that he could destroy heaven and earth. Die for me. In the face of Sha Li, Yi Chen roared loudly. Like the roar of wild animals in despair, like the wild animals surging wildly. The wind swept, black casual clothes seemed to burst. Boom. At the moment of Sha Li's killing, Yi Chen cuts out with a sword. The explosive energy, gathering the aura of heaven and earth, assisted by the reincarnation graveyard and the gushing of blood dragon, is definitely the most powerful move. The air waves rolled, the roar exploded, and the fire swept the whole world in an instant. Wow! In the heat wave tumbling, under the roar, that kills to the leaf Chen before the Sha Li body shape suddenly one meal. Among the sword spirit and the fire, it seemed that the evil spirit was invincible before, and finally it sent out a burst of screams. Boom! In the air wave, Sha Li's phantom was lifted by Yi Chen. Chapter 553. Die! Blow fly Sha Li phantom, Yi Chen clenched his teeth, face ferocious roar. Kick! Step out, the fury! The necropolis of Samsara was shaken. The whole body momentum erupts, the air wave billows, the light blooms. At the moment, as if the whole sky can be crossed. Wow! The scenery around me quickly retrogressed, and the reincarnation cemetery in front of me seemed to shrink in an instant. This step almost let Yi Chen directly step out of the kilometer. All the power of Wanjian Guizhong is released. turn it into a sword formula. This is Yi Chen's last hope. The return of 10,000 swords is enough to compare with the full blow of a strong man in the beautiful land. Go! The only trace left in the body is pushed out to activate the sword formula. Brush. The wrist shakes, that sword drew directly toward the Shali that gallops to come to shoot. White light flashed by. Boom. The next moment, in the sword Ju hit the Shali moment, suddenly exploded. Boom. Heaven and earth change color, mountains and rivers crack. The fierce wind and waves caused by the explosion of this sword formula almost destroyed the entire reincarnation cemetery. The whole earth twisted as if it had collapsed. Roar. In the roar, in the extreme light, came the scream. The powerful ghost from the phantom, swept by thunder, by the heaven and earth. Boom. Indistinctly, Yi Chen saw the evil spirit when he was flying out by the air wave. In the Jianju, he was torn apart. The sudden attack, the unprepared evil separation, cannot fight after all. Even Yi Chen can't help gaping at the power of sword formula. He finally understood why Chen Tianli wanted to teach him the final blow. At all costs. It's done. Bang. Full by the air wave volume fly out 100 meters, hit the ground, Yi Chen face flashed a trace of joy. Although in the Samsara cemetery, this move will be strengthened several times, but even if it is reduced several times in the outside world, no one else can carry it. Yi Chen gets up and just wants to leave the Samsara cemetery. At this time, the 3 tombstones in the cemetery were shining with light. That is to say, these 3 buildings can be activated. At this moment, Yi Chen is short of breath. He could feel a force that seemed to lead him. Yi Chen walked towards the 3 tombstones step by step. All of a sudden, there was a thunderclap over the Samsara cemetery. The next second, the first tombstone directly broke open. The whole Samsara cemetery shook violently. An ancient voice suddenly rang through. I want to break through the 9 samsara and swear to compare with heaven. Life and death are up to me, life and death are my destiny. I can travel in all the world. Control the thunder and lightning and transform the supernatural beast. 1,000 robberies are hard for 100 generations. They are in a hurry all the time. The body of thunder can't extinguish the soul. They can shake the past and shine the present. Only I can shake Duan Leiren, the Emperor of Thunder. When the sound from far away falls, a figure appears directly in front of Yi Chen. The whole body is covered by thunder and lightning, and the breath is strong. A single look makes Yi Chen feel afraid. Earthquake Lei Zong Duan Lei Ren. The thunder and lightning on Lei Ren's body seems to have shaken Yi Chen's life rune. It's shaking at the moment. It's like this life rune wants to absorb thunder and lightning from Duan Leiren. Duan Leiren felt something, and his eyes fell on Yi Chen's body. Are you the tomb owner of the Samsara cemetery? The 3rd layer of Zhenyuan realm? It's too weak. His eyes are a little disdainful, but soon, he seems to find something, a 5-finger. The next second, Yi Chen's body that is full of the power of innumerable sky thunders life talisman directly exposed. Duan Leiren saw the life talisman, and his eyes had this deep accident. It's interesting. I underestimated you. If you were in that era, you could become a disciple of Lei Zong with your own life talisman. And I'm still an inner disciple. It seems that there is no wrong person selected for the Samsara cemetery. Duan Leiren came to a trace of interest and looked at Yi Chen with appreciation. Then he said, would you like to accept my supreme inheritance for my apprentice? I will. Good. Duan Leiren is in a good mood. The next second, his hands are full of lightning runes. At the same time, Duan Lei's strength is concentrated in the rune. If you are a teacher for the first time, I will give you a gift. It's 9 days of thunder. With one of my energy, the thunder of 9 days can explode in a short time. The stronger your cultivation is, the stronger his explosive power will be. With you at the 3rd level of Zhenyuan state, this rune can kill at least 1 top strongman of Xinyu state. Even the supernatural can be devastated. Yi Chen received the talisman, and her eyes were deeply excited. It's just a timely help. He now has 10,000 swords to respect the sword formula left by Qin Tianli, plus the thunder 9 days sent by Duan Leiren. What kind of thing is that Shaili? What are the strong members of the Blood League? As long as you dare to step into China, he will let everyone have no return. As for the remaining 2 tombstones, he does not need to be moved at present. Enough. It's been almost 2 days now. Anyway, mother and people who care about him should be worried about themselves. It's time to leave. Disciple, let me ask you, Samsara Cemetery. Duanlei Rengang wants to say something, but he finds that Yi Chen has disappeared. This? Son of a bitch. Is it so impatient? Duan Leiren is so angry that he almost wants to curse people. Yi Chen doesn't have so much time to study the Samsara Cemetery. Going out is the king. Yi Chen in the cave opened his eyes, a flash of light. Beixiang saw Yi Chen finally wake up, and even said, Mr. Yi, you finally wake up. What should we do next? Yi Chen stood up, serious, came to the edge of the cave, looking at the cliff, sneered, nature is to revenge. Mr. Yi, but the Kunlun mountain array is covered, and the aura seems to be out of use. How can we get down? Yi Chen Mao's son a congealing, light way, here cannot trap my Leaf Chen. Language down, Yi Chen hand appeared in the town's soul sword. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Bai Lixiong said curiously. Jump down. Yi Chen's words are amazing. What? Before Bai Lixiong reacts, Yi Chen moves. Fingers pinch, a ray of light in the palm flashing. The next second, the light directly into the soul of the sword. Zhenhuan's sword seems to have been guided by some kind of guidance, shaking wildly. Chapter 554. Yi Chen grabs Bai Lixiong's clothes and jumps down directly. The wind is howling. Bai Lixiong has no fear. He believes in Yi Chen. Yi Chen, holding the soul sword in his hand, fell into the wall of Kunlun Mountain. Then, Zhenhuan's sword bears the weight of 2 people and keeps falling. A huge gully suddenly formed. Bai Lixiong knows Yi Chen is crazy. But I didn't expect to be so crazy. Take the sword as a hindrance. This means is unheard of. He looked at the wall of Kunlun Mountain. 100-meter sword mark was formed directly. Shocking. At the same time, because it was just light, there were not many people searching below. Only a few people insist. After all, there is still rest. But the soldiers of Dragon Soul and Iron Blood Camp did not rest at all and were still searching. The fierce sound of Zizi resounds through the whole Kunlun Mountain. Those dragon spirits and soldiers of Iron and Blood Camp naturally heard that. It's getting louder and louder. They thought it was the sound of the plane, but later found out something was wrong. All of them raised their heads violently. The next second, eyes full of surprise. Some even cheered. Because they see Beixiang and Yi Chen are rapidly sliding down. The general is not dead. The chief instructor of China is not dead. The invincible myth is not broken. Yi Chen is back. Drill master. General. The crowd cheered to the limit. They are full of tears. Yingqing and Jinlenjian's hand, which is full of blood and mud, tightly clenched. Eyes bloom with blazing light. At the moment, Yi Chen and Bai Lixiong Opera are more than 10 meters away from the ground. Yi Chen no longer hesitated, fiercely pulled out the soul sword. At the same time, the sword that was used in the cave was released directly, and the Zhenhuan sword penetrated into Yi Chen's feet. He seems to be with 100 Lixiong-foot flying sword, steady down. At this moment, Yi Chen is a foreign immortal. Yi Chen can't be as leisurely as Qin Tianli's flying sword, but the height of more than 10 meters is still okay. When he and Bai Lixiong landed steadily, the group of Dragon Soul soldiers were half kneeling. Drill master. The sound is so loud. This is their highest respect for Yi Chen. This picture is unforgettable. And those soldiers in the Iron and Blood Camp have a standard military salute. General. Bai Lixiong and Yi Chen light their heads. What did Bai Lixiong think of he stepped out and asked the strong men of the Iron and Blood camp, "How about the dozens of soldiers of Iron and Blood camp on the top of the mountain?" Report, only a dozen people survived. The rest all sacrifice. A soldier of Iron and Blood camp stood up, his voice excited and angry. Yi Chen heard this sentence, anger more uncontrollable. Suddenly, he asked the crowd, "Where is the Kunlun virtual strong man who will appear in the future? Do you know?" Report, 2 days ago, he entered Kunlungsu, but just a few hours ago, there was a change at the entrance of Kunlungsu. It seems that the man has come back again. This time, he seems to have gone to Kunlun Mountain International Airport. The exact whereabouts have not yet been determined. Hearing this, Yi Chen frowned. It's too sensitive to come back at this time. It's not good for him. At this time, Yi Chen's mind came a vibration. The vibration is getting stronger and stronger. His eyes shrink. This shock is the array he set up at Ye's house in Beijing. The strong will break the array. Shayli is going to make trouble for the Yi family. Fuck. At this moment, the evil spirit on Yi Chen seems to burst out. His eyes look at Beixiang, immediately arrange the fastest plane to Beijing for me. Yes, Mr. Yi. Huaxia Jiangjia. Shali looked at the array in front of him with interest, and the corners of his mouth rose. It's interesting that there are such powerful arrays in China. It seems that the dead boy is full of secrets. If you change to other Kunlun Su people, you may not be able to break the array, but for me, it's just a little more complicated. The language falls, the evil spirit breaks out. The sword danced, and the sword idea rushed out directly. Break it for me. The meaning of sword is like burning and turning into a sea of fire. Whoa. In the cold wind, for a moment, the fire covers the sky and the earth boils. Boom bursts of roar followed. Sword light with flame, like a dragon. Go straight to the array. The crash sound, the roar, Liancheng Ye's home boiling. Roar. For the first time, the array didn't respond at all. Sha Li's expression is not quite right. But soon, Sha Li used the second move again. However, this time, the array is no longer invincible, no longer overwhelming. In the roar, Sha Li broke the array and scattered the flames all over the sky. Cracks appeared. But so it is. Sha Li sneered. But soon, the broken array was extremely cold. A killing will come out directly. This is not only a guard array, but also a killing array. A long cry, white light out of the body. Out of the array. The blade swept. Brush. The dazzling sword light, carrying thousands of sword chi, swept towards Sha Li. Boom. The thunder roared and the earth shook. Under the sudden attack of the array, it seems that the Sha Li is locked. Roar. There was a roar. Sha Li can only stop and go. Ding. Under the huge anti-shock force, Shayli's sword made a groan, and the sword light was dim. In the impact of the huge force, he left his body for a meal and retreated to the rear. The killing array formed by condensation has at least 5 levels of strength of Xinyu state. Which master's masterpiece is this? Sha Li naturally doesn't think it's Yi Chen. Enough to withdraw 8 or 9 steps, stabilize the body shape of the Sha Li, this moment, eyebrows locked. His face was ugly as he suppressed the rolling chi and blood in his body. Hum. But there is only one force. Sha Li gives a cold hum and blows out again. The array is broken on the spot. Everything about Ye's family is exposed. At the moment, only Xia Ruoxue and the strong man of the Dark Hall rushed out. The others are breaking through. And it's a critical time. Miss Xia, give it to us. Just go in. Dark Hall's strong cold voice. Because most of the people in the Dark Hall went to Kunlun Mountain to look for the master of the hall. There are only a few elite left. Even Yi Ling Tian and Lu Lingfeng are on their way to Kunlun Mountain. After all, the accident of the temple master had a great impact on them. Summer if snow ice cold, dead staring at the man not far away, beautiful face like frost. I'm also a member of the Yi family. Anyway, I have to do something for the Yi family. But Miss Xia. At this time, Shaili was walking step by step. With a sneer in his mouth, he said, "Interesting, how many waists are there in the first Chinese family?" A strong man in the dark hall stood up directly and said in a cold voice, "Who are you?" "This is the Yi family." Shaili laughed and put away the sword in his hand. He said faintly, "What is Yi family?" "Yi Chen was killed by me. How much do you think it can be blocked? I am here to replace you today." Chapter 555. Dark Hall Strong and Xia Ruoxue heard this sentence, completely scared. The master of the temple was the one who did it. Then they felt wrong and said to Xia Ruoxue, "Miss Xia, you and other people leave quickly. I'll hold this person down. Come on." Finish saying, those Dark Hall Strong person then rushed out. "Knowing that we are invincible. But there is no choice. This is their mission to protect the Yi family." Shaili shook his head helplessly. "A group of waste, really think you can control what things? In my eyes, it's just ants. I can step on you with one foot." Words fall, the breath of Shaili breaks out. "Take it in one hand." Huge palm print directly formed. How can the strong men in the dark hall resist? Dead on the spot. Only Xia Ruoxue is left in Ye's courtyard. Summer like snow want to leave, but found it impossible. An invisible force wrapped her. "You are that boy's woman, but I'm not interested in women." Shaili has come to Xia Ruoxue. He snorted coldly. Cherisherton felt as if he had no right to breathe. The face of Shaili is ferocious. Die. He doesn't procrastinate, he does it directly. The spirit sword in the hand directly cuts towards Xia Ruoxue's head. Killing and ruthless. Summer if snow eyes open, a trace of tears fall. She doesn't regret it. This life can know Yi Chen, enough. Yi Chen, I hope I can be your woman in the next life. In this critical moment, a red figure directly rushed over. The woman who dares to move my Yi Chen. Who gives you the qualification? Cold words ring through. Above the sky is a long sword falling. Very fast. Like a meteorite falling. Release. Bang. The long sword directly hit the sword of Shaili. Hit and fly. Xia Ruoxue's bondage also completely disappeared. The sound. Summer if snow beautiful eyes full of surprise. Because this is Yi Chen's voice. Yi Chen is not dead. Look at the fast-moving figure. Summer if snow Jiao body tremble. She knew. Shaili nature also recognized Yi Chen's figure, his expression some ugly. Who could have thought that a man who must die would be resurrected like this? He failed. If Elder Zheng knew, the consequence would be unimaginable. He snorted coldly, with a cold intention to kill, directly toward Yi Chen. I didn't expect that your boy's life is really hard, but even if you come back, the result is the same, just take your head to Elder Zheng. Yi Chen stares at Shaili. Blood in your eyes. All his anger is released at this moment. Sword. 10,000 swords belong to the clan. Get down. With a long roar, Yi Chen's Zhenhuan sword flies into his hand. At the same time, the sword's spirit soars. In the sharp whistling sound, the white lightsaber blooms with bright light, like the scorching sun in the sky, and goes towards Shaili's suppression. Yi Chen doesn't want to have any nonsense, kill directly. In the face of such a strong man, he dare not have any slack. No. Face Yi Chen burst out of the sword momentum and spirit. Shaili's smile has long disappeared. There was a look of panic in his eyes. How could this happen? It's only 2 days. The boy's strength has reached this level. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. In Shaili's opinion, Yi Chen is no more powerful than his talent. Now, however, Shaili finds himself wrong. He was so wrong. The huge crisis swept across the whole body as if falling into the ice cellar. The cold air pierced into the heart, so that the heart of Shaili stopped. Under the crisis, Shaili began to fear. The world in front of me seems to be getting slow. The sword edge suppressed by Yi Chen is like a star falling. No! Sha Li roared wildly, and he resisted with all his strength. Now Sha Li, where there is a little bit of killing heart. He did not dare to think about how he killed Yi Chen. Sha Li just want to, how to resist the next Leaf Chen this move. As long as you can block the move of Yi Chen, there is still a chance. As long as you block this move, you can fight with Yi Chen. Even, the Blood Alliance has a backhand. As long as there is a chance to push the hair, Yi Chen will still die. However, all that is built on the premise that they can block Yi Chen's kill move. Come on. It's too fast. The blade of Yi Chen is like a bamboo, and cannot resist. Clearly saw the sword front track fall, and it seems to burst away from the eyes. Ding! A melodious voice came. Wow! The sword is full of light and the sword is full of chi. Poop! A burst of penetrating sound came, and the blood rain flew. Ah ah! The cry of the split heart and lung of Sha Li. Even if he tried to resist with all his strength, it can't resist after all. Yi Chen's sword is too fast and fast. Fast to give too much time to think. This sword is too fierce and fierce. It is not a real force that can burst out. 2 days ago, he rolled the leaves Chen. But 2 days later, how did Yi Chen roll him? It's a strange thing. Even if the adventure cannot be so exaggerated. The strength of Yi Chen burst out, already is not inferior to the color god Tura realm. Even this sword rhyme and all the sword tricks he has seen, it is quite different. Under the sword confrontation, the sword, which was separated from his hand, was shocked and flew. His hand and mouth were shattered, blood and flesh were blurred, and the white bone was exposed. The blade of Yi Chen is like a bamboo, carrying Yu Wei and continues to sweep down. The sword chi is horizontal, and the flesh and blood are thrown away. So between the lightning and flint, why can the evil spirit bear dozens of scars? Poof! Finally, a dull voice came. Time, suddenly fixed. Yi Chen's sword front, through the arm of the separation, his arms are divided into two. The scream stopped suddenly, the blood slowly dropped, the whole dim space fell into the dead general silence. Time, the time is at the moment. How could it be? Sha Li looks at his broken arm, that blood is like a fountain. He can't believe it. His arm was cut off with a sword. What a fucking madman this is. Isn't this boy hurt? Isn't this kid really the third floor of Yuanjing? Who the hell can explain this? I said, I will pay back 100 times, now it is just beginning. Don't be surprised, because there will be something else to surprise you in the future. How long does this silence last? It's a century. Or that moment. Until the voice of Yi Chen came, it broke such a stillness. Yi Chen hands sword out, with a blood to shoot. The body of the break is directly shaken. This sword, not only through the key of the evil, cut off the arm. The key is just a move. From the beginning to the end, there is only one move to fight. Yi Chen almost opened the war, and he was away from his eyes, his mole ants. This is the strength of the return of 10,000 swords to the clan. Of course, the true chi in Yi Chen goes crazy. Even the blood essence is burning. So what about it? Worth. The revenge of the killing is just beginning. Now, the death is here. Chapter 556. Sha Li's body smashed on a wall of Ye's house and exploded into pieces on the spot. At present, Sha Li has been unable to take care of the broken arm, forced to support himself to stand up. His proud eyes, now only frightening, is staring at Yi Chen. At this moment, for the first time, he felt the fear of the unknown. Ah, Yi Chen, I'm not finished with you. If I don't tear you into pieces, I will never give up. Eyes covered with red blood, staring at Yi Chen, Sha Li, like a wounded beast, roared loudly. He underestimated Yi Chen, which is the result now. This is not acceptable to Sha Li. Yi Chen, die anyway. Yi Chen, your strength is beyond my imagination. So what? This is where you are buried. Do you think you can kill me by breaking my hand? Impossible. Ha ha ha, I want you dead. I want you to bury my hand with me. Looking at Yi Chen, Sha Li looks ferocious. The bloody evil spirit leaves the sky array, up. Crazy laughter, Sha Li spits out a mouthful of blood, one hand pinches, loudly shouts. Hum. As the blood spurts out, the whole Yi family faintly shakes. Whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, the wind blows and the sword blows. Formation. Yi Chen's face is more dignified. Blood evil spirit from heaven array? He never heard of it. However, at the moment, it is not small. I didn't expect that the evil spirit was so careful that he prepared a killing array in the Yi family. If you break a hand, do you dare to play array in Ye's house? Are you sure? Yi Chen snorted coldly, his heart flashed, and his blood seemed to start boiling. Fingers pinch, a stone directly shot out. Light flow. A sword array left by Chen Tianli will be sacrificed directly. This sword array is called Daozuan Broken Phase Array. It was Chen Tianli who realized by accident when he was 40 years old. It was not a top-level array. But it has the effect of fighting against each other. Sword. Yi Chen shakes his wrist and offers a sword to the soul. Take the Zhenhuan sword as the core, release Daozuan to break the array. The spirit of heaven and earth is changing. Zhenhuan's sword, with the power of Daozuan's breaking phase array, shoots out directly towards the bloody evil spirit from the sky array. This is a battle of formation. The air is filled with the atmosphere of simple years, now is full of fierce killing. Sword array, sword chi overflowing. Just a blow, as well as the blood-sparkling arm, let Sha Li have a new understanding of Yi Chen, but also because of this, hate to the bone. His face is ferocious. Without the help of external forces, he drives the array he has been planning to use with his own strength. Elder Zheng let him control Huaxia. In order to prevent some strong people of Kunlun Void from having opinions, he naturally wants to leave behind for himself. And the bloody evil spirit from the sky array is his backhand. In the sky, Sha Li's eyes are full of red blood. Yi Chen, you die for me. The crazy roar of Sha Li. The fracture of the arm, which makes Sha Li lose his sense. With the madness of Sha Li, between heaven and earth, the wind swept countless sword chi, like a rainstorm, swept toward Yi Chen. Daozuan broke the array. Cut. Looking at the sword spirit sweeping across the sky, Yi Chen's eyes twinkle with cold light. Facing the crazy evil spirit, Yi Chen dare not take it lightly. This man is a madman now. Brush. Zhenhuan's sword broke out suddenly with a terrible evil spirit, and there was no reservation. The red light flashed across the world. In the blink of an eye, it seems that Zhenhuan's sword turns into two, and then suddenly spreads. To the end. There are 9 Zhenhuan swords in the sky of Yi family. The 9 swords were shot from Yi Chen's hand. Daozuan broke the phase array to sacrifice. Sha Li's blood, Sha Li Tian array. So what? Yi Chen wants to see how his Daozuan broken phase array is compared with it. The aura of this life comes out directly, and the meaning of thunder and lightning is sent to the limit. Daozuan broke the array and changed. The moment of red light, Yi Chen hands continue to pinch. The 9 red lights suddenly turned into 18 sword lights. Daozuan broke the phase array, double heaven. In a flash, the 18 sword lights turned into 36 sword lights. The spirit of heaven and earth is moving towards the sword array. 36 sword lights, 36 days of gang power. Boom. The red light is like death's suppression. The continuous red light, where it passed, the sword burst and the wind broke. With the help of Daoyan, Yi Chen's sword array can be said to be a bias, straight to the blood evil spirit away from the weakness of the sky array. The bloody evil spirit from the sky array seems to be very powerful. However, in fact, it is strong outside but weak in the middle. As Yi Chen expected, Sha Li forced his sword array, which he could not, to pay a price, which must be full of flaws. How to compare with the Daozuan broken phase array controlled by Yi Chen? Kunlun Void has powerful array, but any array is a piece of dog excrement in front of a strong player like Qin Tianli. At this moment, the blood evil spirit leaving the sky array is vulnerable in front of Daozuan's broken phase array. 36 red lights, where the earth and the sky change color, unstoppable. Sha Li watched his array destroyed. He couldn't accept it. Who the hell is this kid? Why just 2 days, can grow to this point? Or are you just taking advantage of the injury 2 days ago? Is that the real strength of the other side? No way. Yi Chen is only in his early 20s. Even in Kunlun Su, his age is nothing. Damn it. At this moment, Sha Li felt fear. He has no choice. He quickly took out a jade pendant from his waist. On the jade pendant is a blood gate. At the same time, he forced out a drop of his life essence blood. The moment the blood essence fell on the jade pendant broke. Then, his breath began to climb. This is the secret of Blood Alliance. Only those who have a certain position in the Blood League can master it. Yi Chen, no matter what origin you are or what cultivation you are. Even if I die today, you don't want to live. The whole Yi family will be buried with him. Words fall, Sha Li's array seems to explode suddenly. The whole ground of Ye's house seems to have ushered in an earthquake. Not far away, Xia Ruoshua's body swayed and his face turned pale. Yi Chen can feel the danger of Sha Li at the moment, and he won't let Xia Ruoshua fall into a dangerous situation. At present, the true qi of Dantian is less and less. The array won't last long. What did Yi Chen think of? There is a rune in your hand. It was Duan Laren who left him. But Yi Chen did not release all the power. It's about pulling out a part of the power of 9 days of thunder. Fuwen Dark Hall a little bit. At the same time, Yi Chen holds lightning in his hand. It's like the real king of thunder and lightning on the sky. 9 days of thunder. The thunder and lightning broke out. Sword Array, Thunder and Lightning. Chapter 557. With the improvement of strength, the strength of the breath, and the more understanding and familiarity with thunder and lightning, Yi Chen's control of lightning is not what it used to be. Since the power of thunder and lightning can be integrated into the sword moves, why can't they be integrated into the sword array? As Yi Chen does now. With the thunder and lightning, the whole area of Ye's family becomes dry and violent. Thunder and lightning are trampled on like beasts. This is the amazing Daozuan broken phase array. In this moment, it is more powerful. Boom! Thunder and lightning destroy the whole world. How to fight against the bloody evil spirit from the sky array. With a burst of roar, the sky shakes and the earth moves, and the bloody evil spirit breaks down completely from the sky array. Puff, puff. When the sword array was broken, it was forced to support the evil spirit of the sword array and suffered a huge blow. The blood gushed in his mouth, and his whole body staggered back and forth. His face was pale and bloodless. No, how is that possible? Yi Chen, how did you do it? Your formation. Where did it come from? You've only been here for a few minutes, and you don't have the chance to arrange the sword array. How can you urge such a sword array temporarily with your own strength? Looking at the distant flash of thunder and lightning, looking at the expressionless Yi Chen, one after another spewed out a few mouthfuls of blood, Sha Li roared with horror. He doesn't believe it. His array, his last backhand is so easy to crack by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, how did he do it? Is Yi Chen really just the true Yuan realm? What he saw in front of him overturned the cognition of Sha Li and made him fall into madness. Array? No need to arrange. It's just a low-grade formation. My killing array is caused by my heart, and it will be done. Looking at a face of ferocious evil spirit, Yi Chen sneers. That's right. This is Daozuan breaking phase array. This is also the most powerful place of Daozuan's breaking phase array. If you want to use an ordinary array, you need to prepare it in advance. Unless the strength reaches the peak, it can be a creature out of thin air. Maybe it can gather sword array temporarily. It's a pity that it's not something that can be done by strong people in the real world. And Daozuan broke the array? No need. Where Yi Chen is the eye of array. The 9 flying swords are the sword guides. There are not so many shackles at all. The sword array has been broken. Now you can die too. Then in the eyes of a flash of cold light, Yi Chen face expressionless opening way. Like death, he made the final judgment. Blood evil away from the sky array is broken, Sha Li's last means are no longer available. What's more, he is seriously injured now. How to compete with Yi Chen? Late will change, Yi Chen does not want to have any accident. Kill! Thinking of this, the seal in his hand condenses, and Yi Chen urges Daozuan to break the phase array again. Boom! The thunder and lightning roared, the sword was raging, and the sword light soared to the sky. Daozuan's broken phase array converges in one place, which is like a sword-like beast. It plunges down, with the light of hell, towards the evil spirit. No, Yi Chen, don't think about it. The horror of the opportunity to kill swept, Sha Li the whole person seems to fall into the 9 hell. The cold of death, deep in the bone marrow. Pupils suddenly enlarges, Sha Li despairingly roars. He made every effort to sacrifice the magic weapon in his hand and waved his sword to stop the strangulation of the array. Ding ding ding. The sound of crashing came. The fire broke out with shouts. Blood is flying and blood is flowing. Among the thunder and lightning, the white bone is quickly reduced to ashes. The evil spirit, who was seriously injured, did not even stand firm. How could he compete with Yi Chen? Death is his only end. Until the last scream fell, until the vertical and horizontal sword chi gradually dissipated, the Zhenhuan sword returned to Yi Chen's hand, until the thunder and lightning gradually faded away, the heaven and earth became deep and dark again, and the Yi family fell into a dead silence again. A cold wind is still whistling, and there is a kind of cold silence of death. Shaili? He didn't even leave a piece of flesh and blood. In the thunder and lightning, Sha Li completely turns into ashes. Yi Chen completely crushed Sha Li. A monk in a state of ecstasy? So what? Now in front of Yi Chen, it's just a mole ant. The key is that he holds 10,000 swords and respects Chen Tianli's most powerful sword formula. Not only that, he also has the power to shock Lei Zong Duan Lei Ren. Only these 2 powerful things, enough to make him unstoppable. This is Yi Chen's greatest confidence. Looking at the blood mist, Yi Chen quickly took out a few qi-gathering pills. The pills made his elixirs real qi a few more. 10,000 swords and thunder are good for 9 days. The only drawback is that it consumes qi too much. Although his elixir field has expanded a few points in the realm of Zhenyuan, it is still not enough. After all, the ancient powerful things, even the low ones, were the supreme existence of the Chinese and even the Kunlun void. Yi Chen looked at Xia Ruoxue and hurriedly walked over, caring, "Did that guy hurt you just now?" "Sorry, I'm late." Xia Ruoxue's eyes are red, and the crystal-clear tears fall down. They are happy tears. Even the pain was nothing. As long as Yi Chen comes back safely enough. These days, the whole of China is telling the story of Yi Chen's death in battle. They even sing about the bad Yi family. After all, without Yi Chen, the Yi family is nothing. Fortunately, the old man in China used his strength to protect the Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family would have fallen apart. Xia Ruoxue hugs Yi Chen tightly and wants to take everything from him. There's not even a plan to let go. At this time, Xia Ruoxue found something, staring at the direction of Sha Li's death, where it actually slowly condensed into a black fog. "Yi Chen, look." Yi Chen heard the voice, along the direction of Xia Ruoxue glanced, the next second, the expression completely changed. A part of the spirit of Sha Li has not been destroyed? Once the black fog is allowed to leave, the consequences will be unimaginable. He has to erase everything. No more hesitation, Yi Chen towards the black fog. The black fog has condensed into a shadow. When he saw Yi Chen coming, he gave a strange smile, and then went straight into the ground. "Yi Chen, although I am dead, you have completely offended Elder Zheng. After today, Elder Zheng will come out of the mountain in person. At that time, no matter what means you use, It will be a result, that is death. Chapter 558. Shaili is very clear that he must pass on the information at all costs, otherwise the consequences of Yi Chen's growth will be unimaginable. Seeing that he was about to disappear in the ground, all of a sudden, a pair of big hands carrying this rolling momentum directly impact down. Bang! Yi Chen directly hit the ground with a fist. In an instant, the rocks are flying. A full 2 meters deep pit directly condensed into. The shadow is completely revealed. Well, you want to escape. Have I given you a chance? Yi Chen condenses a drop of blood, at the same time, the life talisman is sacrificed. Countless thunder and lightning condense on the palm of the hand. 5 fingers straight through the black fog. You can't catch me. Haha, evil from the ferocious smile. But he did not notice that Yi Chen's expression was full of confidence. Sorry, you're wrong. My thunder and lightning is not ordinary thunder and lightning, but sky thunder. Enough to shatter the spirit. Language down, Yi Chen 5 fingers suddenly closed. The arms thunder force, as if turned into countless blades, crazy tearing air. The black fog was cut into countless pieces on the spot. The voice of ferocity and pain resounded. Shaili did not expect Yi Chen to have such a move. But now he has no chance. Everything is gone. After all this, Yi Chen took back his hand and looked at the direction of Kunlun Su. His eyes were sorrowful. Blood alliance, revenge has just begun. Also, Elder Zheng, it seems that you are the man behind the scenes. My father should be trapped by you. In this case, you are the next one. Yi Chen's smile is extremely cold, cold bone marrow. At the same time, Kunlun is the place of blood alliance. A house full of aura. Elder Zheng is playing chess with another old man of Blood League. They had been playing for 2 hours. Lao Zheng, it's time for you to settle down. The old man warned. Elder Zheng nodded, 2 fingers clamped. 100 children, just want to fall, his expression completely changed. Shaili is the most valued person around him, so he left a connection in his mind. This connection can perceive all the states of Shaili from thousands of miles away. At first, he felt the connection was weak and didn't care much. But when the connection completely dissipated, he felt something wrong. Shaili is dead. Even the spirit is not there. Who is it? Who has the means? The mission of Shaili this time is to go to China. His realm is 6 levels of mind wandering. Who can stop Huaxia from death? Even if Yi Chen is still alive, no one can shake it. What happened in Huaxia? An invisible anger erupted. No one understood the anger in Jing Changlau's heart at the moment. As the elder of Blood League Purple Robe, he is of noble status. He has never been so oppressed. Beating a dog depends on its owner. He was sure that Shaili had said his identity before he died. But the killer did not give up, even the spirit of the evil spirit also destroyed. This is a declaration of war on him. Declare war on the whole Kunlun Shushue League. Click. The white particles between the 2 fingers are directly powdered. Not only that, but the whole board was broken in 2. The old chess player raised his head, his eyes congealed and asked, Elder Zheng, what happened? Why are you so angry? Elder Zheng did not speak. He stood up and walked quickly toward the dungeon. Blood League dungeon. Elder Zheng met Yi Tianzheng. At the moment, Yi Tianzheng is sitting cross-legged. Although he is not practicing, he is calm as water. Even the appearance of Elder Zheng did not open his eyes. Elder Zheng clasped Yi Tianzheng's neck and lifted the other party up fiercely. Then he thought of something and threw Yi Tianzheng on the stone bed. Yi Tianzheng, I ask you, in addition to Yi Chen, what strong man will protect you? In the eyes of Elder Zheng, there must be someone secretly. And the power is extremely terrible. Yi Tianzheng opened his eyes, glanced at Elder Zheng, and sneered, there are only a few people in my Yi family. Who will help us? It seems that you are so angry. It should be my son's hand. Haha, I have reminded you many times that anyone can be provoked, but not Chinner. Elder Zheng's whole body breath burst out, killing the sky, and an invisible breath suddenly rushed towards Yi Tianzheng. The anger of the strong is not something that ordinary people can bear. This evil spirit is like a sword, mercilessly stabbing at Yi Tianzheng. However, before penetrating Yi Tianzheng's body, a burst of yellow light burst out in Yi Tianzheng's body. Block all light, form a barrier. The evil spirit dissipated completely. Elder Zheng was stunned, which forced him to suppress his anger. This kind of barrier has appeared many times. It seems that there is a force in Yi Tianzheng's body to protect Yi Tianzheng. Even he can't break the key force. It's extremely weird. He is sure that Yi Tianzheng is Fan Zhen, without any blood. But why does this kind of thing appear in such an ordinary person? Elder Zheng felt some headache. During this period of time, the boy's appearance completely disrupted his whole battle. Now that kid's dead, it's still the same. Elder Zheng looked at Yi Tianzheng and said coldly, "One thing may disappoint you. Your son Yi Chen has been suppressed to death by the strong men of my blood league, and even has no body." No way. Chinner has the strength to connect with the sky, so it's impossible to have an accident. Yi Tianzheng roared. Believe it or not, I don't have to lie to you about this kind of thing. Now, I'll give you a chance to live. Who else is there in your Yi family besides the three of you? In other words, who will help you at this time? Yi Tianzheng turned his head. I don't know. No matter how many questions you ask, I still have the answer. If it wasn't for your valuable sake, I would have done it for a long time. I'll give you an hour to think about it. If you don't say it, I'll make you pay a painful price. With that, Elder Zheng waved his sleeve and went directly to the outside. Sha Li's accident made him have to go to China in person. China, which he has always looked down upon, seems to be experiencing some great changes. Even, it may threaten the development of the Blood League. Hua Xiaoye's family. After solving the evil separation, Yi Chen condensed a new array for Yi family. Now he has stepped into the third level of Jinyuan realm, and has got many guidance from Qin Tianli. Naturally, the cohesive array is much better than before. This time, if it was not for the formation to buy time for him, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xia Ruoxu was silently on the side of Yi Chen. Yi Chen asked her to help, she did. By the way, what about my mother and the others? Yi Chen asked. Since the news of your accident came, everyone didn't believe it. They decided to go to the training room to break through. Now they should be at the critical point of breakthrough and haven't come out yet. Chapter 559. If my aunt, Sun Yi, and Zhuya know you are okay, they will be very happy. Xia Ruoxu grabs Yi Chen's hand and explains. Yi Chen glanced at the training room and naturally felt the breakthrough breath of different sizes. The room in the middle is full of breath. If you're right, it should be mother. Unknowingly, my mother has reached the peak of her aerodynamic state. There is no reincarnation graveyard, which is against the heaven. Relying on his talent and the pills he gave, he can break through so quickly. Even if his mother is put in Kunlun Su, he is also a gifted person. Yi Chen and Xia Ruoxu wait outside the training room for a long time, and find that there is no sign of the end of the breakthrough. If it's snowy, why don't you take a rest first? You shouldn't sleep well these days. Summer if Snow shakes his head, although there is a sense of sleepiness, but still silently guard in Yi Chen's side. I am not sleepy. If you are sleepy, I am willing to accompany you to sleep for a while. Yi Chen laughed and said, okay, I'm sleepy. Let's go to have a rest. They should not have succeeded so quickly. Well. Xia Ruoxu and Yi Chen come directly to the room on the third floor. Embrace on the bed. Not long, Xia Ruoxu closed his eyes and fell asleep. Looking at a girl who is so beautiful lying beside her, Yi Chen smiles at the corner of her mouth. It should be his most relaxed state these days. But there are too many hidden dangers in this state. The Blood Alliance will not die for a day, but will be in endless trouble. There is also the Luojian sect. It is estimated that the disciples of the Luojian sect have already had an accident. According to the characteristics of this major sect, he will never let go of himself. It is estimated that before long, the stronger presence of Elder Zheng and Luo Jianzong of Xuemeng will sweep through the storm. The only way to have real peace is to destroy these two clans. He's certainly not strong enough at the moment, but someone can. Yichen takes out the small black stone, Mao Suna congeals, then comes to the reincarnation graveyard again. The Samsara cemetery is very quiet. A figure full of thunder and lightning, so back to Yichen. You finally think of me? It's done. How powerful is my 9-day thunder? Duan Laren turns around and looks at Yichen with interest. Yichen nodded. He only used part of the force of thunder 9 days, so terrible. If all the forces are released, it will be enough to suppress the strong on one side. Master, 9 days of thunder is far beyond my imagination. Duan Laren was satisfied with this answer, and his face softened a little bit. You have that talisman on you. It's relatively easy to learn my skills. The most important thing is that you can absorb the thunder. The sky thunder is the most powerful lightning element in China or Kunlun. It's very difficult for ordinary people to bear it. But here you are, the sky thunder has become the nourishment of your own life talisman. You can learn my things much faster than ordinary people. Are you ready now? He thought Yichen would agree immediately, but he didn't expect that Yichen refused. Master, I have something to deal with right now. I'll learn later. Duan Laren didn't grudgingly nod. It's okay. At this time, he noticed that Yichen was walking towards the direction of the Samsara cemetery. He quickly stopped and picked up 2 broken swords. Cut Dragon's Sword. At the top of Kunlun Mountain, the dragon's sword has been completely broken in order to protect its master. Even the sword spirit is extremely weak. The damage was serious. At that time, Yichen exchanged the broken dragon's sword from Lu Hanshuang's hand, and rebuilt it in Zhu's family. But I didn't expect that the dragon's sword didn't last for half a year. In the past 6 months, without the protection of the dragon's sword, he could not have been so smooth. Yichen and the dragon's sword have long had feelings. Chen Tianli said it was the chance to cut the dragon's sword, but at present, Yichen did not know how to repair it. The spirit of the dragon's sword is going crazy. It is estimated that it will become a pile of scrap iron before long. Duan Laren was naturally aware of Yichen's worries and laughed. Boy, you really care about this sword, but it's very difficult to use it again, unless... Here unless 2 words, Yichen eyes a bright, excited way. Master, can you have a way to repair? Duan Laren shook his head. It's impossible to repair, but you can give the meaning of this sword's existence again. What do you mean? Yichen has a wonderful way. Duan Laren grasped it with 5 fingers. The 2 broken swords were surrounded by thunder and lightning, and they were suspended above the sky. Although the materials and elements for making this sword are good, there is a big gap with some top materials of Kunlungsu. His current state, even if it is repaired, doesn't make much sense, but you can make it nirvana and rebirth. The sword spirit of this sword is stabilized by the spirit of thunder. This sword spirit is the most important existence for you. The sword spirit is the same as the soul of human beings. If you cast the sword again and put it in it, it does not mean that it will be reborn from nirvana. It's only good for you or the sword, but not bad. Yichen nods, but it is impossible for him to make a powerful sword. Although he knows something, he is not so professional. If you make a common sword and put the spirit of the sword into it, it will only be wasted. He thought of something, looked at Duan Laren, arched his hand and said, Master, please show me a famous way. Duan Laren nodded, stretched out his finger, pointed to the remaining 2 tombstones that could be moved. He said faintly, I don't know much about casting swords, but I know that there is a person in the reincarnation cemetery who understands it. If he helps, all problems will become extremely simple. Yichen's eyes fall on one of the tombstones. The tombstone seemed to be burned by fire and turned red all over. Is this a master swordsman? He is not a master of sword casting, but an existence respected by countless sword casting masters. Yichen just want to try to arouse. The outside world suddenly came a vibration meaning, helpless, he can only leave the Samsara cemetery. The cell phone in the pocket rings. It's a strange number. Yichen pressed the answer key. Yi Chen, I have to say that many things about you from Xiangjiang to the capital city are far beyond my expectation. But this time you are lucky to live. Those clans of Kunlun will never let you go. As far as I know, the Luojian sect has come out of the void of Kunlun. This time, it is not a small person. Among them, there is the leader of the Luojian sect, and there is even a more dignified existence. If I were you, I would choose to leave China. It's your only choice. The voice of the old man. Yi Chen frowned and felt familiar, but couldn't say, "Who are you?" "For your grandfather's sake, I'd like to take you to a place away from disputes. Your grandfather's layout at the cost of his life does not want you to die early, nor do I. What you do is out of control. If you don't leave, the consequences will be very serious." Chapter 560. What did Yi Chen guess? Is this old man the friend of my grandfather? Are you the friend of my grandfather Xiangjiang? Yi Chen asked. There was no answer on the other end of the phone. Silent for a long time, he said, I just got the news that Luo Jianzong has stepped into the capital and is coming towards the Yi family. I don't have much time to explain. If you allow me to take you, I'll get to Ye's house in a minute. Yi Chen frowned and said, What about my mother and the rest of the people? The old voice sounded again, Their lives are not valuable, your lives are valuable. I can only take you alone. Yi Chen heard such baffling words, sneered, That doesn't need to, my affairs, I can solve by myself. Then the phone hung up directly. At the same time, on the top floor of Maoyuan building in Beijing, an old man holding a bottle of gourd wine shakes his head helplessly and turns his mobile phone into powder. He picked up the wine pot, took a sip, looked at the direction of Ye's family in the capital city, and murmured, Old man, I've given your grandson a chance. He doesn't cherish it. He has no sense of crisis at all. Your plan will come to an end sooner or later. That's life. The old man took another sip of wine, and then jumped down from the roof and dissipated in the air. After Yi Chen hung up the phone, he took a look at the sleeping summer like snow, pinched his fingers and formed a shielding array. It's time to come. I didn't expect that fast. Then the next thing, let him finish. Luo Jianzong. It's interesting. It's really interesting. There's another noble man. Even if you are more noble, how about coming? He now has Duan Leiren and 2 other tombstones that can be moved. What is he to be afraid of? It's just that Luo Jianzong is always a threat. Since it's coming, wipe it out directly. When the matter of Luo Jianzong is finished, he goes to Kunlun Su in person to look for blood alliance. Yi Chen came to the training room and set up a large shielding array. He didn't want to make his mother and others break through the practice. Then he moved a chair and sat in the middle of Ye's door. He even lit a cigarette, leaned against it and puffed. It seems to be very leisurely. 10 minutes later. Yi Chen's feet more than a few cigarette butts, and the distant footstep sound finally spreads. Luo Jianzong, coming. In 2 days, Luo Jianzong was shaking up and down. Because all the elders and disciples who went to China died. This is a big event for Luo Jianzong. Originally, the patriarch should not have asked in person, but these 2 days, a noble elder of Wanjianzong happened to be in Luo Jianzong. The elder of Wanjianzong once said that if those people were unfair, he would go to China and help Luo Jianzong to settle the matter. How could the lord of Luojian's sect let such a noble person solve such a trivial matter? So I can only accompany myself. Let's take this noble person to visit China. After a while, they came to the door of Ye's house. When a man in casual clothes was sitting at the gate of Ye's house and smoking, everyone frowned. They naturally know that this son is Yi Chen. Yi Chen, whose hands are stained with the blood of Luo Jianzong elders and disciples. The lord of Luojian clan is very angry. This kind of murderous devil is still in the mood to smoke here. Shen Shirshi, the elder of Wanjianzong, glanced at Yi Chen who was smoking. His expression showed a trace of interest. Master son, it seems that the boy knows we are coming and is waiting for us. It's interesting. It's the first time I've seen such a fearless existence. Shen Shirshi doesn't have much hatred for Yi Chen. The main purpose of his coming to China this time is not Yi Chen, but to look for the master of Wandaojin. Through some means, Wang Jianzong finally traced to Huaxia. As for where the most powerful elder is in China, they don't know. The only clue is a jade pendant. Anyway, if you come to China, you can only take a chance. If Luo Jianzong can't solve the boy, he will give a hand and sell a favor. When Sun Zongzhu heard Shen Shixi's words, he couldn't hold his face. He said to one of his disciples, "Xuani, go and try that boy's depth. I'm curious. This boy is just the cultivation of Zenyuanjing. How can I kill so many strong people of Luojian's sect?" Yes. A young man with cold eyes stood out. The youth is called Xuani, one of the genius of Luo Jianzong. At the age of 35, he stepped into the first level of Xinyu. In everyone's opinion, enough to crush. "Lord, I come to kill this little trash to avenge the dead people of Luojian clan." Yi Chen can't be arrogant. Otherwise, how can Luo Jianzong have the face to stand on the virtual earth of Kunlun? Thinking of this, Xian burst out. "Yi Chen, the murderer, today, take your life." 1. Zhou Xuanchang's whole body is full of vitality. Brush. In the long whistling sound, he saw that Xian Yi's body shape turned into a streamer, which was like a sharp sword shooting out. Whoa! A gust of wind swept through. The fist style exploded, and the falling sword Zhongshuan's fists burst out of thin air, shaking the world. Seeing Xian's hand, all the corners of his mouth showed a trace of fun. They can see the gap between Yi Chen and Xuani. It's almost a crush. The results are clear. Yi Chen naturally noticed the other side's killing intention and put out the smoke in his hands. "Look down on me so much? You think you can fight me?" A little fly shakes the tree and seeks his own way to death. Xuani killed the opportunity to show Yi Chen naturally no longer polite. Looking at Xian Yi, Yi Chen's eyes are cold. Xuani's momentum is quite strong, but compared with Shali, it is much worse. So powerful, want to kill yourself? The Luojian clan underestimated himself. In this case, he will pay the price. I'll start with you. Think of this, a burst of roar, Yi Chen breath sword. Push. Push. Long wind and wave step out, Yi Chen straight hanging sea. Facing Xuani, Yi Chen doesn't mean to flinch. The actual combat power of a person who has entered the realm of spiritual excursion with pills is only Zhenyuan realm. Want to be wild in front of Yi Chen? I don't know what to do. There is no gimmick to speak of, facing each other's double fists, Yi Chen is a Sha fist blowout. Boom! The roar broke out like thunder and set off a storm. No, Xuani, go back. Looking at the momentum of Yi Chen's fist, the pupil of the Lord of Luojian clan could not help shrinking, and his face changed greatly. Before that, all the elder disciples who were sent out died. In his opinion, it should be Yi Chen who used some small means. Or, there are experts. Now, as soon as Yi Chen makes a move, it is to make the Lord of Luojian clan feel uneasy. It's not fear, but it's not the power of the 3 layers of Zenyuanjing. What a powerful fist, what a fierce fist style. Chapter 561. Back. It's late. At the same time, Yi Chen's cold laughter has already spread. If you look down on yourself, you have to pay a price. He never thought of provoking Luo Jianzong, but he was aggressive again and again. Today, Yi Chen is going to ask for what he owes himself. Kill. Think of this side, complexion a congealed, Yi Chen cries out. Boom. The style of boxing suddenly soared. A fist blows out yellow light all over the sky, like a fire burning the sky, sweeping across the 8 wastelands. Bang! The next moment came the dull crash. Click. At the same time as the sound of impact, it is the sound of bone fracture. Ah, ah. Before also a face of rampant Xian, suddenly tear heart crack lung hull up. Yi Chen's fist, a confrontation with him, broke his fist style and broke his arms. Die to me. People of Luo Jianzong want to kill themselves today. In this case, why should Yi Chen keep his hand? Direct suppression. Xuanyi wants to kill himself, and Yi Chen kills him first. With a long cry, the power of a punch is not reduced at all. Boom! Yi Chen's blow smashes Xuanyi's arms to pieces. Bang! After that, Yu Wei of a fist hits Xuanyi's chest directly. Click! There was another crack. Visible to the naked eye, Xuanyi's chest collapsed under the terrible destructive force. Puff, puff, puff. Blood gushing, with bits of internal organs. Xuanyi couldn't even scream at this moment. He opened his mouth and eyes, and his eyes were bloodshot. He can't believe looking at everything in front of him, looking at Yi Chen in front of him. How could Zhen Yuanjing be so powerful? Xuanyi can't believe it. Yi Chen, the root bone, is only in his 20s. Is he so powerful? How could this happen? It is no wonder that all the strong people of Luojian's sect who entered China died. I underestimated Yi Chen. Myself, this time, it's over. His eyes gradually become empty, and Xuanyi's heart has only 1,000 regrets. Bang! Until another huge impact burst, Xuanyi's body, like a kite with broken string, was blown out and fell at the feet of the people of Luojianzong, making the world clean. Full Leng for a moment, looking at the flesh and blood, has no breath. Xuanyi, the presence of several Luojianzong people are crazy, all crazy. Everyone can't accept what's going on right now. How could that be? A move to fight, Yi Chen unexpectedly with the power to destroy the withered and decadent, seconds killed the Xuanyi who stepped into the Wonderland? Although Xuanyi has just stepped into this realm, he is also a strong one in Xinyu state, not in the later period of Xingyuan state. How did this kid do it? How strong is he? Yi Chen, you dare to kill my disciple Deng Badian. I want your blood to pay for it. Among the grief and indignation, Luo Jianzong is a middle-aged man with a long roar and a body burst out. He is Xuanyi's master. Fall sword Zong Deng Badian. Seeing this burst out of a figure, Yi Chen did not respond, but sat back to the position. Another cigarette was lit. Although seemingly relaxed, but feel Deng Badian momentum, Yi Chen pupil cannot help but shrink. The later stage of Xinyu state. Yi Chen was surprised. As for the specific state, Yi Chen cannot detect. But you want to kill me? It depends on your ability. Although in the heart is surprised, but Yi Chen facial expression actually has not had the slightest change. A man in the late stage of ecstasy wants to kill himself. We have to see if we can answer. One Xuanyi is far from enough to make Luo Jianzong pay enough price. Deng Boshan's life, Yi Chen also wanted. Kill. Thinking of this, Yi Chen is not afraid at all and kills Deng Badian. At the same time, the blood dragon and his life talisman are sacrificed. Not only that, part of the power of the 9 days of thunder is also absorbed. This is equivalent to his control of Duan Laren's strength. Enough to match the beauty of the strong. Since we want to kill, we'll have a good time. One Xuanyi is not enough to make Luo Jianzong hurt his muscles and bones. What if we add a Deng Badian? What will happen to Luo Jianzong? The smile on the corner of Yi Chen's mouth is very cold. Yi Chen, you have a big voice. Yi Chen makes a bad remark, which makes Deng Badian more furious. That if Yi Chen is not killed today, how can Deng Badian get a foothold here? How did he succeed the elder of Luo Jianzong? Chuanyun palm. In the roar, I saw Deng Boshan's 2 palms superimposed and burst out. In the blink of an eye, Yi Chen is full of palm shadow. And a star, like a star. Chuanyun palm. Ha ha ha, today I wear your cloud palm. This cloud-piercing palm has an amazing momentum. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful. It looks like a shadow in the sky, but it is full of flaws. At least, Deng Badian didn't practice at home. Sha Quan Zong Luo Yuntian taught him the skills of fist and palm. Any one of them is enough to break the Chuanyun palm. Do you want to block yourself? Yi Chen sneers. This Deng Badian is just looking for death. Since he wants to die, Yi Chen makes him perfect. Break it for me. Body shot out, a roar, Yi Chen's fists burst out. And the crack of the hand. Boom! The muffled sound exploded and the wind swept the shadow of the palm all over the sky. In this blow, Xingxing was torn out by Yi Chen. Songlong's magic body is determined. Foot Songlong magic body decision did not pay attention to a face of surprise Deng Badian, Yi Chen body shape flashing. No, Elder Deng, get out of the way. The voice of the Lord of Luojian sect came again. Obviously, he sensed something bad. Unfortunately, far water can't save near fire. When Deng Badian realizes that something is wrong, is there still time? Yi Chen's body shape is like a ghost, but it has already appeared in Deng Boshan's side. Stick to the mountain. Walk like the wind, move like a tiger. One record is close to the mountain and frightens all sides. Bang! Twist your waist and work hard. A dull crash sound such as thunder burst, Yi Chen's body and Deng Badian collided together. For a moment, the sound of bone fracture can be clearly heard. Ah! In the scream of heartrending, Deng Boshan's whole person is like a sandbag, and is flying out by Yi Chenjin. The whole back of Deng Badian collapsed. This hit is close to the mountain, but Yi Chen is really on Deng Boshan's body. Can Deng Badian, who was caught off guard, be able to withstand the attack with all his strength? At the moment, although still hanging a breath, but I'm afraid that his whole body skeleton has been in the Yi Chen this blow, broken 7,788? Even if he can't be rescued in time, Deng Badian will surely die. Do you want to kill me? Deng Badian was hit hard by one blow, and Yi Chen was as powerful as a rainbow. Looking at Deng Badian flying backward, he roared and ran after him. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. Yi Chen at this moment intends to end Deng Boshan's life directly. Asshole! Yi Chen, don't be presumptuous. Yi Chen, you don't want to succeed. Yi Chen, stop it. Yi Chen's fierce pursuit of this opportunity makes all the people of Luojianzong terrified. Xuani is dead. Does Yi Chen really want to kill Deng Badian? No way. If Deng Badian died, what kind of blow would it be to Luojianzong? At this moment, Luojianzong was in a complete mess. Chapter 562. At the time when everyone is panic, Yi Chen has appeared in front of Deng Badian. 5 fingers tear the air, hard buckle in the neck of the other side. Even because of the force, Deng Boshan's neck has appeared a line of blood. It's shocking. Now, those strong people of Luojian clan who are ready to start fighting dare not move. The atmosphere was repressed to the extreme. An elder of Luojian sect, who had a good relationship with Deng Badian, stepped forward and threatened, Yi Chen, if you dare to kill Deng Badian, the consequences will be very serious. This is a warning to you. If you move him, not only the Yi family will be buried with you today, but the whole China will be buried with you. Sun Zongzhu did not continue to speak at the moment. He held a dagger in his hand. The dagger is full of aura. In his eyes, Yi Chen is strong, but there is no way back. If he does, the son will die. It's just that he doesn't want Deng Badian to have an accident. This boy's life is not worth Deng Boshan's life. Shen Shirshi, the elder of Wanjianzong, took a look at Sun Zongzhu and said with interest, this boy is interesting. He is clearly in the Yuan state, but he can fight against the strong people in the Xinyu area. Kunlun is not short of such leapfrog killing, but this boy is from China. I'm curious about the rarity of Chinese aura. How did he do it? Sun Zongzhu was stunned and took a look at Shen Shirshi and said, my lord, do you want to protect this son? Shen Shirshi shook his head, why protect him? No matter how talented he is nothing to me. Kill and kill. By the way, your people don't seem to be able to do it. Do you need me to suppress it? On hearing this sentence, Sun Zongzhu shook his head like a rattle drum, my lord, you are breaking the evil spirit of me. I can kill this boy. You don't have to worry about it. Those people just tried the depth of the boy just now. Shen Shirshi's eyes slightly narrowed, hands in front of his chest, without any fluctuations. No problem. In fact, Shenshirshi still has a puzzle in his mind, that is, Yi Chen's boxing techniques and methods seem simple, but they are not like the products of Huaxia and Kunlun. It even means returning to nature. For a moment, he even felt that every move of Yi Chen came from ancient times. But soon, he shook his head and denied, I think too much, but I don't know how this boy's sword technique is. If this son has a talent in swordsmanship, Wang Jianzong can consider taking people from Luo Jianzong. At the moment, the atmosphere in the arena was extremely strange. Sun Zongzhu doesn't want to drag on any longer. If Luo Jianzong can't deal with a boy in the real Yuan state of China, what do the elders of Wanjianzong think? Maybe the good impression accumulated in these days will collapse. Thinking of this, Sun Zongzhu's eyes indicated a little bit. The strong man or elder of Luo Jianzong around him naturally understood something. His figure surged and wrapped Yi Chen in an instant. 10 people who are in a good mood. Deal with a real youth. Enough. Those strong people of Luo Jianzong even pinched their fingers, and then the long sword danced. Countless sword lights crisscrossed in the sky. As if formed a big net, covering everything. Yi Chen, there is no escape. Sun Zongzhu seemed to eat Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, you have no way to escape now. If I were you, I would release Deng Badian. According to our investigation, your mother should be at Ye's house. Besides, you seem to have several confidants. Even if you don't consider it for you, you should also consider it for your mother. Do you want these people to pay for your mistakes? I'll give you a chance to let go of my people of Luo Jianzong. I'll only investigate you for this matter, not anyone. With that, Sun Zongzhu's hands were behind him, waiting for Yi Chen's answer. The 10 fallen sword clan's Shinyu strongmen killed and released. Be ready to do it. This son can't be left. Deng Badian saw such a situation, gloomy smile. Chen, you dare not kill me. Although Luo Jianzong is not a major sect in Kunlun Mountain, it's not something that a lowly person like you can provoke. If you dare to hurt me again, believe it or not, your mother and woman will be fooled by me in the end. Maybe I'll do something interesting with them in front of your body. At the time when everyone is determined that Yi Chen will choose to let go, Yi Chen raises his head, and his cold eyes scan everyone. Then, the light words sounded, you are threatening me? One of the things I hate most is that people threaten my family. Anyone who threatens me is dead. Words fall. It's calm. Finally, the eyes stay on Deng Boshan's face. It was extremely cold. The dragon will die if it touches the scales. The next second, in the eyes of all people, Yi Chen's 5 fingers of violent power burst out. Bang! A big bang. Deng Boshan's head was picked off by Yi Chen. Blood splashes. That Deng Badian to death did not expect his own accident. The boy even killed him in this situation. Once he's dead, the boy will have nothing to rely on. How can he bear the anger of Luo Jianzong? Deng Boshan's head was thrown on the ground by Yi Chen and rolled at the feet of Sun Zongzhu. I killed him, so what? Sun Zongzhu has not spoken yet. One of the 10 people surrounded by him can't sit still. Go ahead. Not even the Lord's orders. A lowly man kills people in front of so many people in Luo Jianzong. If he doesn't do it, what is Luo Jianzong? Boy, since you like to break your head so much, I'll let you taste it today. A long cry, regardless of people's eyes, the person's body flash, toward Yi Chen straight away. I see a straight to kill the opportunity. Yi Chen pupil shrink, eyes full of cold light. How can he let the other side succeed? 10,000 swordsmanship. A shake of wrist, soul sword in hand. In the face of Ma Daoxian, Yi Chen directly swept out with a sword. Brush, brush. With the exertion of 10,000 swordsmanship, the sword chi is sweeping towards the opponent. This kind of sword chi made Ma Daoxuan's body pause for a moment. Kill. For Yi Chen, the kung fu between body shape and meal is enough for him to kill each other. The edge of the sword has turned, and the opportunity to kill shoots in his eyes. Without waiting for the other party's reaction, Yi Chen's long sword cuts horizontally. No! There was a roar of despair. The man let out a final hiss. He knows Yi Chen's boxing is very strong, but he doesn't know how terrible his sword is. Pooh! Just, at this moment, yelling can stop Yi Chen's killing move. With the dull sound of penetration, with the burst of blood, as the body of the man was divided into two sections and fell on the ground, the whole field was silent. Dead silence. Heaven and earth seemed to stop spinning at this moment. Chapter 563. The cold wind whistling, can clearly hear everyone's breathing sound. All people's eyes are focused on the blood all over the ground. And Yi Chen, who stands up with his sword in the pool of blood, is like a mountain peak. How long did Yi Chen kill so many powerful people in front of so many people? This boy is crazy. The silence lasted for an unknown period of time. Finally, the fallen sword sect people who came back to God took a cold breath. Yi Chen. The lord of Luojian clan roared with red eyes. Good. Good. You really have a little guts. The lord of Luojian's sect had no calmness before. He was so angry that he glared at Yi Chen fiercely. His murderous intention on his face was no longer covered up. Yi family, don't leave alive. Yes, Lord. 9 figures shot out at the same time, facing Yi Chen. The sword is shining, and the momentum is soaring. The air was filled with a sense of coolness. Facing Yi Chen, they are obviously fearless. With the momentum of the 9 people, they try their best to show the strength of Shen Yijing. Compared with the several people killed by Yi Chen, they have to be stronger. Rao as Yi Chen, aware of the momentum of 9 people, cannot help but look changed. It is impossible for him to deal with 9 people at present. 9 days of thunder. Yi Chen can only release that power. Zhenhuan's sword is full of thunder and lightning. There are even thunderclouds over the capital. It's strange. The people of Luojianzong looked strange when they saw this scene. No one would have thought that this boy would cause such a vision. Sun Zhongzhu's eyes were gloomy, no longer hesitated, completely disappeared. At the moment, the expression of Shenshirshi of Wanjianzong is somewhat strange. Just now, when Yi Chen was using his sword technique, he saw the shadow of the sword skill of Wanjianzong. Is this a coincidence? His brows were wrinkled. At the moment, Yi Chen, naturally regardless of those people's psychological thinking, deep complexion, a cold hum, to urge the soul of the sword in his hands. The light of the sword is towering and the spirit of the sword is dense. Yi Chenru carries the momentum of storm and covers it away. Why is the boy's breath getting stronger and stronger? Finally, when Yi Chen's momentum shows, the 9 people of Luojianzong can't help but change their looks. Zenyuanjing. Yi Chen shows the strength is true Yuan state, but that burst out of the breath, let people fear. Seeing is believing and hearing is deceiving. What the eyes see is not necessarily true. Is this the breath of a true Yuan warrior? It's no weaker than some of their martial arts players in the Wonderland. Especially the long sword in Yi Chen's hand, the thunder arc burst out all over the sky, which was absolutely astonishing. It's a magic weapon, and it's a powerful magic weapon. Is this the dependence of Yi Chen? 9 people's heart suddenly sink down. Do it. If you delay, you will change. Although the heart is shocked, but think of their own side, but there are enough 9 strong team, their heart, finally is a little better. A long cry, 9 people and Yi Chen hard resistance. Boom! The wind and rain collide, the light engulfs, the roar explodes. Countless thunder and lightning seem to burst out. In an instant, the wind blew into the sky, and the light bloomed like a volcano burst. Under the huge force collision, swept away the leaf family dozens of meters scope, the vegetation all breaks. The yard is directly destroyed. Whoa! The balance of power makes the space seem to start to twist. Zizizi! The friction and collision between weapons made Yi Chen and the 9 middle-aged men deadlocked together, making the atmosphere solidified. Get out of here! A drop of sweat on his forehead slipped and fell. Facing the obstruction of 9 middle-aged men, Yi Chen drank in a deep voice. The energy in the body does not want to explode. Boom! Thunder 9 days by the release of Soul Sword, this energy reached the limit. Thunder burst, a few dull hum, Yi Chen and 9 middle-aged men have toward the rear explosive retreat. A move to fight, with one enemy 9, win or lose. Enough to withdraw more than 10 steps, Yi Chen's steady body shape, big mouth gasp. If there are outsiders to see such a situation at the moment, it will certainly be extremely appalled. A boy in the real Yuan state, with one enemy 9, was born to fight with 9 martial artists in Xinyu? How could that be possible? There are different levels of cultivation. Xinyu state, crush the real Yuan state, can be said to be easy. What's more, they are the strong ones in the 9 Wonderland. How can we not win a man from the real Yuan state? And now this is really happening. If someone had told the Luo Jianzong that there would be such a rebellious Xinyuan environment warrior before this, they would have thought it was a big joke. However, at the moment, the 9 can't laugh at all. Because Yi Chen stood in front of them. A wonderland? But so it is. Looking at the cold day, the 9 leaves are not determined. Although a fight did not occupy the upper hand, but also did not fall behind, right? The other person may not have tried his best. However, I didn't try my best. Yi Chen, don't be arrogant. Hearing Yi Chen's cold hum god full of sarcasm, 9 people's faces twisted. It's a shame. Arrogant? Ha ha ha, I am arrogant, so what? You 9, you can't stop me. If I want to go, who can stop me? If you don't believe it, try it. I'll let you blood 1,000 feet. As soon as the wrist shakes, the blade of the sword is facing, and Yi Chen's murder is revealed. His face was colder than ever. He has to kill everyone before the power of thunder is exhausted for 9 days. Brush. When the wrist shakes, the sword moves. The chi that has been accumulated in the body is like a torrent. 10,000 ways to burn the sky. Even, Yi Chen directly displayed 10,000 ways to burn the sky. This is one of the sword techniques that Qin Tianli taught him. This set of swordsmanship may not be the most powerful, but the speed is definitely the fastest. What's more, the 10,000 burning sky sword technique is elegant and changeable, saving chi. It is the best choice to face such a situation. Under Yi Chen's urging, a burst of light chanting sound came, and the true chi and thunder and lightning broke out together, and the Zhenhuan sword soared to the sky. Blood Dragon comes out. The thunder of this life talisman explodes. Chapter 564. Oh! At this moment, the Blood Dragon is full of thunder and lightning, unprecedented in history, rushing into the sky and blocking out the sun. Sanglong's illusory body is definitely displayed to the extreme, and Yi Chen's figure instantly turns into several virtual shadows, everywhere. A sword blows out, and the world changes color. The counterattack that belongs to Yi Chen begins. Yi Chen wanders around these strong people of Luojian sect. The casual clothes on my body have been broken. He even had a few sword marks on his body. How difficult it is to deal with these 9 people. But he also found the disadvantages of these people. Although they are all in a state of ecstasy, they are not as stable as themselves. In other words, these people are made of pills. And he is in the realm of cohesion between life and death again and again. Although there are many differences in the realm, there is no big gap in terms of real strength. The sword rises and the sword falls. Yi Chen seems to bloom in the killing. At this moment, he understood Qin Tianli more and more. 1 down, 2 down. At the end of the day, all 9 fell down. There is no power of World War I. And Yi Chen is also panting, his casual clothes have been dyed red with blood. His eyes are full of blood, ferocious to the extreme. It seems to be his limit. But it's a great feeling. He even had a sense of breakthrough. After this time, he will be able to step into the 4th level of Zhenyuan realm. All of a sudden, a cold feeling came. Yi Chen Mao's sun shrinks, subconsciously dodges. But it's too late. A short sword broke through Yi Chen's body. Fortunately, it's not the point. Yi Chen looked down at the wound and found a trace of black. Poisonous. He no longer hesitated, from the Samsara cemetery to take a pill, the pill entrance, the black wound stopped spreading. He swept in the direction of the short sword, and he was the Sun Zong lord of Luojian clan. At the moment, the whole body of Sun Zongzhu was killed, covering the ground all over the sky, and the terror was incomparable. Who could have thought that all the people he brought out would have fallen to the ground when dealing with a suckling boy? Luo Jianzong is almost a heavy blow. The price is too high. He's angry. I underestimated you, but now you must die. His pair of eyes, as if to see the dead, looking at Yi Chen. Don't talk nonsense. If you want to fight, you can fight. Yi Chen doesn't want to talk nonsense with the Grandmaster. Although he knew that he was defeated, he still wanted to feel the strength of the leader of the Shuzong clan in Kunlun. He wants to know how much he has left. Even if he is defeated, he still has the final card. But this card can only be used at the most critical time. Yi Chen doesn't want to depend on him. Die! Sun Zongzhu's eyes congealed and cried out. Brush! With a long cry, Sun Zongzhu suddenly disappeared in his place. How fast! A huge crisis spread to Yi Chen in an instant. Bad! In a flash, a breath of death came over, and Yi Chen's face changed greatly. Get out of here! Regardless of everything, Yi Chen held a long sword on his face and swept toward the front. Ding! But in an instant, a crisp crash came. Boom! The roar of terror exploded. Pooh! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Yi Chen's face was pale. His whole body was like a boulder, which was blown out. On the soul sword, the thunder light scattered, suddenly gloomy. The power of 9 days of thunder has disappeared. Bang! Yi Chen smashed and fell on the ground 7 or 8 meters away, only feeling that his body seemed to be shaken apart in general. Just a move to fight, even if you have not seen clearly how Sun Zongzhu made his move, is it a heavy blow? Is this the strength of Lord Sun? In his heart, Yi Chen struggles to get up and looks at the Sun Zongzhu who appears in the place where he stands before. Yi Chen looks suspicious. I'm the peak of mind-wandering state, even half-step extraordinary state, you still want to struggle. Sun Zongzhu sneered. If it was not for the elder of Wanjianzong, he didn't want to bully the small, otherwise he would have done it earlier. Now, he doesn't care so much. Down the sword, suppress. When the voice dropped, he saw a seal in the hand of Sun Zongzhu. His wrist trembled, and a sharp sword seemed to break through the sky, turning into a flying rainbow and shooting at Yi Chen. Phew! How fast does this sword shoot? Such as tearing the space, bringing a deep and sharp voice, such as the sickle of death, with the breath of judgment. With this sharp sword shot out, it was only for a moment that the whole world seemed to solidify, and the whole time and space seemed to freeze down. Yi Chen only feels as if he has fallen into the mire and is hard to extricate himself. The long sword completely locks his breath, and Yi Chen can't avoid it. A great crisis has come. What a terrible sword spirit! Is this the strength of a man who is half step ahead of the world? This sword is like a flying sword. Rao is Yi Chen. Seeing the light of the sword, he can't help but take a breath of cold air. Sword killing. It's true that the Grandmaster is half-step transcendent. However, not all people who have stepped into the extraordinary world have such means. This requires a deep understanding of Kendo, but also a strong strength as a support. What's more, the gap between this method and Qin Tianli's is too much. Maybe ordinary people can cheat, but they can't cheat him. This sword looks like a royal sword to kill people, but there are tricks in it. Sun Zongzhu has a cold smile on his mouth. He's in charge. In fact, he did it on purpose. He wants to show it to the elder of Wanjianzong. Yi Chen, you can't stop it. And Yi Chen at the moment is Duan Leiren, who communicates the Samsara cemetery. Master, can you give me a strength to deal with the current situation? Yi Chen Dao. Duan Leiren stood with a negative hand and nodded. It's not bad for you to block so many people with Jinyuan state. Since these people are crushed by the realm, I'll teach you a move to break thunder. The next second, the true chi consumed by Yi Chen's elixir field seems to condense again. At the same time, a message appeared in my mind. When he saw the content of the flow, he outlined it. "Break it for me." Yi Chen roared, and the soul sword burst out again. Breaking thunder. No more hesitation. Although Sun Zhongzhu's move is not a real sword-killing skill, its power is also amazing. Only Duan Laren's thunder-breaking chop can be resisted. Brush. With a long cry, Yi Chen's sword in his hand is cut horizontally. In the meantime, the 9 days Xianyang decided to move to the extreme, and the qi in the body's 36 acupoints and the elixir field was roaring like a torrent. Endless genuine qi is injected into the Zhenhuan sword. In an instant, the Zhenhuan sword makes a concussion sound, and bursts out a dazzling light, like the sun and the moon rising into the sky. At the same time, the thunder cloud over Ye's house suddenly broke out. More than 10 thunder and lightning hit the soul's sword. Yi Chen seems to be wrapped by lightning. Zhenhuan's sword is even more connected to the sky. Hoo 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 hoo. The wind blows and the wind changes color. Chapter 565. Breaking thunder and chopping, inducing thunder and lightning, integrating the power of heaven and earth. Yi Chen wants to use the power of thunder and lightning to counter Master Sun's moves. Stab! With that yellow light across the sky, breaking thunder, rolling the wind and cloud, with the potential of thunder suddenly fell. For a time, the thunder was shining brightly, and the sword light that Sun Zhongzhu shot out competed. Under the extreme light of the sword, the onlookers are constantly retrogressive and even dare not look directly at them. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of roar exploded, and the two swords collided fiercely together. As mountains collide, stars collide. This roar made the earth shake and the mountain shake. The whole periphery of Ye's house is in ruins. Crash! A stream of extreme sword chi diffuses around. The trees on both sides of the road were smashed. Ah! Back! The onlookers, who had gathered around, looked greatly changed, and San Huang retreated to the rear. Zizizi! Thunder light and white light stalemate, the collision of two huge forces, issued bursts of sharp sound. Yi Chen, I didn't expect your strength was good. Can you resist my sword? But you think you're safe? His face was gloomy. Seeing the light of his sword, Xingxing was blocked by Yi Chen's sword, and he could no longer inch in. Sun Zhongzhu was very embarrassed on his cold face. His half-step extraordinary strength has been fully demonstrated. This sword-killing skill has also been used. It can be said that Sun Zhongzhu showed his strength to the extreme. Originally, in his opinion, such a move is as simple as crushing a mole ant. But now it's resisted. This sun can't stay. Sun Zhongzhu's thoughts became more and more firm. In the real Yuan state, Yi Chen is so rebellious. If you let him step into the ranks of the extraordinary, what kind of storm will he set off? Kunlun Shudu will change the sky. If you don't kill this sun today, in the future, Luo Jianzong will surely fall into the land of eternal disaster. I see how you can stop it. When he thought of this, he did not dare to hesitate. A cold hum, the hand is to squeeze out a few runes. Even forced out a drop of blood essence. Every seal and blood essence sacrifice, Sun Zhongzhu's face is pale. He no longer had the calm he had before. Obviously, what he is doing now, to his level, is extremely reluctant. In order to kill Yi Chen, Sun Zhongzhu will not hesitate to kill Yi Chen. Buzz! As the seal was made, the sword light, which competed with Yi Chen's soul sword, made a sharp roar. As if between, that sword light once again withstood the infusion of endless energy. Boom! At last, after the glory reached its peak, a roar exploded. The sword light, which was originally in a standoff with Yi Chen's breaking thunder, was like the burning sun flying into the sky, and suddenly cut the broken thunder. Whoa! The terror of the air wave opened, with the breaking thunder cut was broken, Yi Chen body shape severely shocked. Pooh! In the sweeping sword spirit, Yi Chen was lifted out. Stab! A sharp pain came. Yi Chen's chest clothes were born to tear a hole. If Yi Chen didn't dodge, he would be killed on the spot. Breaking Thunder Chop is just a sword that Duan Laren taught him on the spot, not Duan Laren's great power. Breaking Thunder is powerful, but the gap is too obvious. At this time, Duan Laren another voice in Yi Chen's mind. Voice down, Yi Chen mouth outline a smile. Sun Zongzhu did not notice, now his expression ferocious to the extreme, step by step toward Yi Chen. In his eyes, Yi Chen's strength, so far. Ha ha! Yi Chen, I see how you can be presumptuous. Although he paid a lot of cost, but under this blow, Yi Chen was severely damaged, and Sun Zongzhu was able to breathe out a breath. Slightly gasping, looking at Yi Chen struggling to get up in the distance, Sun Zongzhu sneered. Although this move cannot directly take Yi Chen's life, so that Sun Zongzhu is very sorry. But what about that? Yi Chen is seriously injured. Next, kill him by himself. It must be as simple as crushing a mole ant. You think you won? Forced to endure the pain all over the body, Yi Chen opened his mouth. His eyes were sharp and his eyes were cold. Sun Zongzhu laughed wildly, but Yi Chen also laughed. He looked at Sun Zongzhu coldly, wiped away the bloodstain on the edge of his mouth, and showed a wolf-like look in his eyes. Lord Sun. He thought he won. Unfortunately, Yi Chen is doomed to let him down. Since Yi Chen is standing here, he naturally has his own means. I dare to be arrogant when I die. Hearing Yi Chen's words, Sun Zongzhu was disdainful. In the eyes of Sun Zongzhu, Yi Chen is just a dying struggle, a dead duck with a stiff mouth. How can he continue to fight against himself? Arrogant? Yi Chen burst out laughing. Smile makes countless people do not know why. In that case, let me show you my arrogant capital. See Yi Chen wrist a shake, a fu is to appear in Yi Chen's hand. This is from Duan Laren. With Fu Ju in hand, Yi Chen is full of heroic spirit, and his momentum changes dramatically. Go! Not waiting for Sun Zongzhu to return to God, Yi Chen suddenly urges Fu Ju. With the injection of genuine qi, Fu Ju immediately makes a sound of agitation, and the whole body is shining. The black light, strange and incomparable, even in the scorching sun, still gives people a cold and piercing feeling. Woo-hoo-hoo! In a flash, dozens of virtual shadows shot out. Brush, brush! Between heaven and earth, ghosts cry and howl. This is... Sun Zongzhu's face changed as he watched the shadow shot out. Not good. All of a sudden, it seemed to notice something. Sun Zongzhu's body quickly retreated towards the rear. Jia 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 jia. At the same time, a burst of cold laughter came. Brush. A dark shadow flashed by. Stab. A sharp tear came in an instant. Ah! Sun Zongzhu sent out a burst of screams and staggered backward. This is the puppet symbol of the disappearance of Kunlun. How could you have? Who the hell are you? Who is behind you? Sun Zongzhu looked at the empty shadow floating in front of him in panic and exclaimed. Chapter 566. Seeing this puppet symbol, Master Sun can't calm down. Puppet rune is an extremely rare existence of spirit rune. Even in Kunlun, Su had disappeared for many years. The last time it appeared was at an auction in Kunlungsu. The price is skyrocketing. Finally, the master of Wanjianzong got it. Shinshirshi around him should be the most clear. Sun Zongzhu looked at Shinshirshi. My lord, is this a puppet symbol? Shinshirshi's eyes were extremely complicated and even greedy. He nodded heavily. It's exactly the same as the puppet rune of the patriarch, and this boy's puppet rune seems to be stronger. You may not be his opponent. I'll do it. Sun Zongzhu was stunned and hesitated for a few seconds, but he said, My lord, this kind of small person is not worth your hand. Although this son has a puppet rune, it is not so easy to kill me. In this case, I will take the puppet rune and give it to the lord by myself. Sun Zongzhu had no choice. Today, the strong men of Luojianzong have fallen or injured. If he can't win Yi Chen. That really let Shen Shixi see the joke. From then on, what will Wang Jianzong think of Luo Jianzong? In this war, he must bet on his future and the fate of Luo Jianzong. Without waiting for Shen Shixi to reply, Sun Zongzhu's figure rushed out. This time, he burned his accomplishments as a price. Suddenly strengthen. Breath is rising. Seeing Chairman Sun Zong rolling in, Yi Chen was disdainful. Kill. Voice down, no longer nonsense, a cold hum, Yi Chen holding Fu Ju, deep voice drink. Jia jia. Under the urge of Yi Chen, the shadow sends out a burst of sharp laughter, and the body shape schemes out. For a time, the sky and the earth were dark, the sun and the moon were dark, the wind was howling, and the cold was pressing. Brush, brush. The shadows crisscross. Every time the shadow flashed by, Sun Zongzhu was in great distress. The strong in the early stage of half-step transcendence. So what? This is the Fu when refined by Duan Laren himself. This is quite different from the power of Thunder 9 days. What's more, Sun Zongzhu's breaking the thunder chopping of Yi Chen, I think, has paid some price. In this case, in the face of the siege of the shadow, the situation can be imagined. For a moment, the scene turned around, and Sun Zongzhu roared. No one would have thought it would be such a result. Yi Chen, who was on the verge of death just now, has turned over again. Sun Zongzhu, who was favored by all people, fell into a desperate situation. Looking at Yi Chen, those people who are looking around 100 miles away, have a trace of horror in their eyes and a look of panic. Those who wish Yi Chen to die, this moment is dripping with cold sweat. It's hard to imagine what the result would be if they dealt with Yi Chen and Yi Chen released such means just now. They will die in one move. All the people in China thought that Yi Chen and Bai Li Xiong were dead, and Yi family was no longer. But no one would have thought that at this moment, Yi Chen came back strong. Even the sect of Kunlun can't be obstructed. Ah! In the dead silence, a sudden burst of heartrending screams came. In the face of the siege, Sun Zongzhu, who was in a hurry, was hit hard again. With a burst of sharp tearing sound, the spirit of Sun Zongzhu was severely torn by the puppet symbol. His mouth vomited blood and his face was pale. Sun Zongzhu looked like a madman. Help me, my lord. At this moment, Sun Zongzhu could no longer care about his face and asked for help from Shen Shixi. At present, only Shen Shixi can save him. No one can save you. Sword. Yi Chen Mao's son One congeals, holds the soul sword in hand, directly toward the injured Sun Zongzhu and goes. Yi Chen, don't be presumptuous. However, just when everyone thought that Sun Zongzhu would die, he was about to die under Yi Chen's sword, and a burst of anger came. Boom! On the street in the distance, an air wave exploded, and a figure came madly empty. The sword light in the hand soars to the sky, which is incomparable. Shen Shixi has done it. My God, what is this man's cultivation? The momentum of this man is stronger than that of the former patriarch's son. Because the movement is too big, there are more and more powerful martial arts circles around Yi family. Since Yi Chen's accident, many families have been paying close attention to the Yi family. Now I hear some news, and they come out one after another. However, they only dare to watch in the distance, dare not close a step. Attracted by the roar in the past, looking at the figure coming from the sky, those people who hold their breath and breath, exclaimed. Yi Chen, who also noticed the scene, only felt that his breath was completely locked in, as if he was about to fall into the land of doom. Super strong. This is the real super strong. I don't care who you are. Today, no one can save Lord Sun. At the same time, Yi Chen made a choice between electric light and flint. A sharp flash in the eyes, Yi Chen's whole body killing opportunity is no doubt. No matter who the strong man is, Yi Chen can never let this person succeed. If you don't kill the Grandmaster today, it will not be so easy to kill him in the future. I don't know how long it will take to wait. Mother and Rishu, they must be in danger. Don't care. Kill Lord Sun first. In the heart makes up one's mind, Yi Chen's eyes are no longer shaken, in the eyes that a bright light crazy incomparable. My lord! Help me! In the face of this moment of crazy Yi Chen, Sun Zhongzhu is completely flustered. Kill! A long cry, Yi Chen's sword light killed. Pooh! In Sun Zhongzhu's frightened eyes, the sword undoubtedly stabbed him in the chest. At the moment of piercing, Shen Shirshi arrived. But a little late. 5 fingers clasped Sun Zhongzhu's shoulder and threw it out directly. Time freeze, space freeze. The world is quiet. Sun Zhongzhu couldn't believe it. Yi Chen, a boy of Zenyuanjing, Luo Jianzong didn't crush him to death. Instead, his life was passing and his body was freezing. The world began to become empty and dark. Lord Sun opened his mouth and tried hard to say what he wanted to say, but he could not say it in the end. Not reconciled. I tried my best to step into the transcendental realm, but I was not powerful. How could I go to hell? Yi Chen is a god killer. If I had known that, Sun Zhongzhu would not fight with Yi Chen when he died. Not to find Yi Chen's trouble. Who could have thought that Yi Chen's means were endless? Boom! He could not make a sound anymore. After strenuous efforts, he raised his finger and pointed to Yi Chen. Sun Zhongzhu spit blood in his mouth, and his body suddenly fell towards the rear. At this moment, Shen Shirshi's eyes are cold. Luo Jian's sect is a sect under Wanjianzong. For thousands of years, he has been under the protection of Wanjianzong. Who could have thought that the patriarch was killed like this? He took a look at Sun Zhongzhu, no longer hesitated. He took a pill from his waist and put it directly into his mouth. Fortunately, I just pulled Sun Zhongzhu a little bit and avoided the most important part of his heart, otherwise he would die completely. Chapter 567. Take the pills. Qi sink into the elixir field, heal. The cold voice of Shen Shirshi rang out. Sun Zhongzhu nodded. The moment the pills were taken, the life passed slowly. But even if he survived, his accomplishments would fall down. Luo Jianzong is no longer. Thinking of all this, Sun Zhongzhu's cold eyes shot at Yi Chen. I would like to swallow Yi Chen's meat piece by piece. All this is destroyed by Yi Chen. Why? My lord, I have a request. Please satisfy me. Sun Zhongzhu's cold voice rang out. Shen Shirshi glanced at each other and said, Say it. My lord, I want this boy's arm to be torn. I want him to be a cripple, his soul burned. The pain is unbearable. I want him to live rather than die. Sun Zhongzhu gnawed his teeth. How painful it would be to destroy the effort. Shen Shirshi sighed, looked at Yi Chen, and nodded, Okay, I promise you, one person suffering for so many people's lives, or Luo Jianzong lost. Shen Shirshi's eyes twinkled with cold light. Brush! With his voice falling and his body flashing, Shen Shirshi killed Yi Chen. Boy, take your life. A long cry, a red light passing, covering the sky. Shen Shirshi made a move. This is definitely not an ordinary person. In between, it is to set off a storm. Even too late to see what the red light is, Yi Chen has been creepy. Bang! In a hurry, Yi Chen can only turn the blade and resist it. Puppet Rune has only one chance to use. This time, his dependence is gone. He just wanted to communicate with the reincarnation cemetery, and the killing opportunity has fallen. A dull roar exploded, Yi Chen's body like a shell was blown out. Shen Shirshi's attack is more than a powerful force. In Shen Shirshi's eyes, Yi Chen is extremely weak. He is like a mountain, crushing ants. Yi Chen turns over in mid-air, barely holding her figure. His blood was surging up. If he hadn't suppressed him, he would have vomited out a mouthful of blood. Is this the strong one of Kunlun Su? Yi Chen can almost conclude that Shen Shirshi is the strong man in the middle of the transcendental realm. Compared with Sun Zhongzhu, one day is a land. Now, in front of Shen Shirshi, I'm just a mole ant. A deep crisis grows from the bottom of Yi Chen's heart. Little mole ants, dare to be presumptuous. You can't touch Luo Jianzong. One move flies Yi Chen, Shenshurshi hums coldly. Until then, people can see clearly what the red light was before. Isn't that a blood-red crescent moon? Machete? No. However, on the periphery of that crescent moon, the cold light flickered and was extremely sharp. The curved moon is covered with cloth patterns, which is extremely mysterious. On the other side, it is a handle. At the moment, Shenshurshi holds the moon in his hand and looks coldly at Yi Chen in the distance. The moon in his hand is like a sword, like a shield. This is a magic weapon. The master of Wanjianzong gave it to him personally. Looking at the scene in front of them, many people took a breath. I really want to lose this time. The gap between realm and breath is too big. Yi Chen and Shenshurshi have promised Lord's son that I will make you suffer. Don't blame me for being merciless. This is the rule of Kunlun Su. Finally, Shenshurshi took a deep breath and turned his attention to Yi Chen. He said coldly. What he said was plain, but it was like a trial with incomparable dignity. Go! When the voice falls, Shenshurshi doesn't even give Yi Chen a chance to speak. When his wrist shakes, the crescent moon in his hand flies out again. Hum! A burst of sound of concussion, with the moon swept out, in an instant, the Yi family, as if covered by red light. A breath of terror emanates and opens, the red light directly towards Yi Chen swallows away. In the face of the shrouded red light, Yi Chen's look suddenly changed. Immediately trigger the blood dragon and the life talisman. Shenshurshi in the middle of transcendence? Such a strong person appears, let Yi Chen heart fall to the bottom. However, in the face of Shenshurshi's killing moves, how can Yi Chen wait to die? Urge to send Jinhuan's sword, which is rampant. The whole body thunder and lightning blood dragon with the sword idea impact and go. Do you want to do it again? Cut. Without hesitation, Shenshurshi moved, and the red light seemed to turn into a torrent and swallow it down, woo-hoo-hoo. After the red light, although the blood dragon resisted, it soon dissipated. The blood dragon is affected by Yi Chen's true qi and strength. He is a little weak. How to resist the attack of Shenshurshi? Damn it! In the face of the red light that continues to kill, Yi Chen can't help roaring. The whole body is full of genuine qi. Yi Chen holds the soul sword and displays the sword formula of 10,000 swords. The sword spirit soared to the sky. In a flash, the sword light rose from the ground and flew into the sky, colliding with the red light. Volcanic eruption, red light, as if the sky flame, is burning. Boom! The path, which roars and roars, is almost roaring over the trees. Ah! Some of the onlookers, who had no time to avoid them, screamed in the air. Those with weaker strength will be killed on the spot. Even if it is a powerful generation, but also with a scar, this just reluctantly get out. Gods fight, little devils suffer. The contest between Yi Chen and Shenshurshi is already earth-shaking. But of course, the two people's realm is too big, Yi Chen's loss is too big, soon, the red light over everything. Yi Chen's body flies out. Hit the ground hard. It's a mess. Sun Zongzhu, who was seriously injured, was very happy to see this scene. Your Majesty! My lord, cut off this son's arms. I want him to torture to death. Sun Zongzhu grinned ferociously. Shenshurshi snorted coldly and walked towards Yi Chen step by step. When he stopped 5 meters away from Yi Chen. You and I realize that it's too big to kill you. It's a shame to kill you, but of course, you still deserve to die. Today I'll break your arms first. The weapon in Shenshurshi's hands is raised high, and the intention to kill is released. And Yi Chen at the moment is a strange expression. He wanted to communicate with Samsara Cemetery, but he heard a familiar word. Wanjianzong. Isn't this the ancestral gate mentioned by Qin Tianli? Isn't it? The next second, Yi Chen stood up and laughed coldly. Are you from Wanjianzong? Don't talk nonsense. Red light will touch Yi Chen's arm. When Shenshurshi's expression was ferocious, a jade pendant appeared in Yi Chen's palm. The moment the jade pendant appeared, Shenshurshi's expression changed. The red light stopped. Because this jade pendant is the shadow left by Wandao Jianzun. As like as two peas. And the youth in front of us are the people who want them to protect. Plop. At the time when all people think Yi Chen will die, Shen Shirshi makes a move that makes everyone startled. He's on his knees. Chapter 568. Shen Shirshi left Kunlun Su this time and stepped into China for one person. Wandao Jianzun. The opponent's moves in Wanjianzong before are enough to crush everyone. One of the key words left by the other party. Falling sword shape is my useless apprentice. Today I come to you Wanjianzong for another person. The ancestors are all the disciples of this sun, so this kind of existence is absolutely ancient power. Who dares not obey the explanation of ancient great power? You can decide the life and death of Wanjianzong by waving your hand. Even the master of swordsmen should be careful to serve him. Shen Shirshi subconsciously looks at Yi Chen. The explanation of 10,000 swords is constantly ringing in my ears. If you see this jade pendant, you will see your master. And the youth in front of me are the people who are told by Wandao Jianzun. It's equivalent to master being here in person. Even the patriarch must kneel down. Can he not kneel down? At the moment, the Grand Master of Luo Jianzong and the onlookers are completely confused. What's going on in front of you? Shen Shirshi is in control of everything, and even killing Yi Chen is effortless. But at the moment, it is kneeling to a mole ant. This is a noble elder of Wanjianzong. His status in Kunlun Su is not the existence that ordinary people can contend with. Even in front of the master of Wanjianzong, you may not kneel down. But now, what is the situation? The onlookers also opened their mouths, as if petrified. No one would have thought that under a knife, it was not Yi Chen who died. But let a strong man kneel down and submit directly. Yi Chen is just taking out a jade pendant from the beginning to the end. Is this jade pendant a national seal? Yi Chen looks down at Shen Shirshi, but he is the most muddled. He never thought that the jade pendant left by Chen Tianli had such an effect. He knew Shen Shirshi's strength. He thought the jade pendant could only make the other party stop, but he didn't expect that the other party would kneel down directly. What did Chen Tianli do when he went to Kunlun? Can the people of Wanjianzong be so scared? Now he no longer think much, wait to solve the matter in front of him, and then ask each other. Just as he was about to speak, the Grand Master of Luo Jian's sect said, "My lord, what are you doing? Why don't you abolish Yi Chen instead?" Sun Zongzhu did not dare to say death, and looked at Shen Shirshi in surprise. Unexpectedly, after hearing this sentence, Shen Shirshi's expression changed completely and his intention of killing was vertical and horizontal. "Master, a mole ant dares to shout so loudly, it's just looking for death." In Shen Shirshi's eyes, holding a jade pendant is a master. Judging from Wandao Jianzun's attitude and Yi Chen's sword skills, Yi Chen is likely to be his apprentice. In terms of seniority, it is the same position as the founder of Wanjianzong. Maybe even higher. In this way, all the people of Wanjianzong and even the patriarch should be called Master Yi Chen. Not waiting for Yi Chen's reply, Shen Shirshi stood up fiercely, turned into a strong wind, and went towards Chairman Sun Zong. The cold killing intention made Sun Zongzhu pale. He didn't expect that Shen Shirshi would attack him inexplicably. Master? Master Yi Chen is the elder of Wanjianzong? How could that be possible? How can a young man in his 20s be the master of Wanjianzong? Countless doubts entangled in Sun Zongzhu's mind. But he couldn't help thinking. The idea of killing comes like a storm. Shen Shirshi has appeared in front of Sun Zongzhu. "My lord." Before Sun Zongzhu's words were finished, Shen Shirshi's 5 fingers caught each other like this. It is to lift the other side directly. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to feel the change of Shen Shixi, and change accordingly. The air was frozen, the atmosphere was oppressive, and the world was suddenly quiet. The dead silence, suffocating. Shen Shirshi's eyes seemed to be able to see through the world, looking at Sun Zongzhu. The fierce look in his eyes made him feel that his throat was stuck and hard to breathe. At this moment, he seems to be facing a ferocious beast. Master's son, if you should not, you have offended your master. Not only you, but the whole Luo Jianzong will be destroyed from today on. No one can bear the anger of master. This is the original words of Shen Shirshi. The power of the 5 fingers broke through the neck of Lord Sun. Blood flowing, the method is extremely cruel. Sun Zongzhu's expression changed completely, and he was even a little frightened. Adult, why? How could he be the master of Wanjianzong? You must have mistaken him. I didn't admit it. Don't say it's you. Even if the patriarch and the founder of this sect see him, they must kneel down and submit. What are you doing in Luo Jianzong? Die. Sun Zongzhu's eyes stare big, dead, looking at the distant Yi Chen. At this moment, he felt fear. The existence of a Kunlun Shi Wanjianzong respected by thousands of people was offended by himself. Who the hell would think the master of Wanjianzong was a little boy? Click. His neck was broken directly. It was crazy and cruel. No life. Sun Zong's sword fell down. After all this, Shen Shirshi's arm shook, and all the blood on his hand dissipated. Then he walked towards Yi Chen step by step. When he came to Yi Chen, Shen Shirshi knelt down again. Master, is it a disciple today? I didn't recognize my master at first. I deserve to die. He even stood on the side of Luo Jianzong and even attacked the master. I'm willing to abandon my accomplishments and take on everything. Words fall, Shen Shirshi a palm toward the chest and go. Once it is lost, it will be taken. Once the Kunlun virtual strong person has no cultivation, then life is worse than death. Those powerful Chinese martial arts experts who were watching couldn't speak at all, and their eyes almost burst out. How could this strong man abandon his cultivation because of a small matter? When did the world get so crazy? Sleeping trough. As for it, even if you want to please Yi Chen, it will not be so. Yi Chen saw this scene, some of which are neither laughing nor laughing. Is Shen Shirshi so afraid of himself? Seeing that Shen Shirshi was about to abandon his cultivation, Yi Chen even said, "Stop it." Shen Shirshi stopped just now, and the wind was blowing. It can be seen that he did kill his hands just now. I don't blame you for this. There are so many people here. Stand up and let's go in and talk about it. Yi Chen Dao. After hearing this, Mr. Shen said, "Thank you very much." Shen Shirshi stood up and suddenly thought of something. Yi Chen, as a matter of honor to Master Wanjian, can't be sent out at present. Only when Yi Chen returns to Wanjianzong can he be exposed to everyone's sight. Now, since some people have noticed it, he has to erase it. Think about everything, Shen Shirshi, towards those who watch. Like a breeze. You can't see the figure at all. Chapter 569. Those onlookers noticed something was wrong, and just wanted to leave. They found a pair of virtual images as if they were drilling into their minds. What did you take out? They don't even have the right to resist. Of course, there are still people struggling. But the final end is turned into blood fog on the spot. Visible power. Where Shen Shirshi went, everyone's memory was directly erased. This is a skill of Wanjianzong. Although it is immature and even makes people faint, he can't care so much about it. For him at the moment, Master's everything is higher than heaven. Yi Chen in the distance saw Shen Shirshi's action, without any expression, and went directly to the Yi family. I thought that Kunlun Su had to rely on the reincarnation cemetery. Now it seems that with Wanjianzong, it will be much easier. I don't know what Chen Tianli did during that time. Luo Jianzong is one of his moves. What is the next move? Anyway, he must go to Kunlun Su in the near future. No, it's better to start now. Father is still suffering in the Blood League. Even at a great price, he will save his father. Ye's central villa. Shen Shirshi finished everything and came to the living room. When he saw Yi Chen, he just wanted to kneel down. Yi Chen said, "Kneel down, you don't need to kneel down. What's more, why do you call me master?" This is Yi Chen's most confused place. It's not too much to call yourself, but the biggest problem is actually the word master. He spent 5 years in Kunlun and knew the meaning of these 2 words to a clan. Above the Lord. Hearing this question, Shen Shirshi guessed that Wan Dao Jianzun did not tell Yi Chen everything. He did not hesitate to tell Yi Chen what had happened before, including the meaning of jade pendant. 5 minutes later, Yi Chen suddenly realized. It turns out that Chen Tianli is willing to expend energy and turn into substance and step into Kunlun Void. This is one of them. Chen Tianli must have thought that his current cultivation is not good enough. After all, he started too late. It's only 5 years of practice. Many people in Kunlungsu began to practice at the age of 3, and there are countless resources piled up. The gap is not a little bit. Fortunately, he has a reincarnation graveyard and other adverse phenomena. This move of Wanjianzong can at least protect itself at the critical moment. This power is extremely powerful. Once used, it can solve 90% of the problems faced by Kunlun. Although Wanjianzong is not the top sect of Kunlun Su, it is not weak at least. He vaguely remembered that 5 years ago, the old man took him to Wanjianzong, but he was blown out before he stepped into the gate. But I didn't expect 5 years later. He changed his identity and became the master of Wanjianzong. The world is a little more interesting. Master, would you like to come with me to Wanjianzong in Kunlungsu? The patriarch and the elder Taishang all want to see you. They will be very excited to see you. Shen Shixi rode. His palms are covered with sweat. It was wise of him to come to China. He approached Yi Chen earlier than anyone else. With the protection of Master Yi Chen, his status in Wanjianzong will continue to rise. He would like Yi Chen to go to Wanjianzong immediately. Yi Chen shook his head and thought of something. He said, "It's not urgent to go to Wanjianzong. At present, I have another important thing. My father was taken away by Xuemeng. I want to go to Xuemeng first. Do you know the specific address of Xuemeng and how to enter it? The Blood Alliance has a strong array guard, and it's hard to break it with his ability. Even if he has a reincarnation graveyard and the 3 great powers, sometimes they will be restricted." It was as if he had just learned that Duan Laren could not control his body, let alone leave the Samsara cemetery. The further back, the more restricted the Samsara cemetery is. This is one of the reasons why Duan Laren only gave himself runes. Shen Shirshi heard that the Blood Alliance had imprisoned Yi Tianzheng, and his eyes were full of anger. Bold Blood Alliance! How dare you spy on the Master's family? Looking for death. After being angry, Shen Shirshi responded, "Master, the Blood Alliance has always been a tumor-like existence in Kunlun Void. It is very difficult to find and break the array. The best way is to lead the way with a Blood Alliance." Yi Chen brows a frown. He only knows a few Blood Alliance strong person, was killed by him. How to lead the way? Do you want to wait for the other party to come? What if the other side doesn't do it for a long time? At this time, Shen Shirshi said, "But Master, when I came out of Kunlun Su, I found that a Yibao Pavilion, the branch pavilion of Kunlun Mountain in China, outside Kunlun Su was preparing to hold an auction. This Yibao Pavilion has a long history, and Wanjianzong should also be afraid of it. Even on the day of the auction, there will be Yibao training room open, and countless people will rush into it. Even if they don't want to auction the baby, they will go to the training room to practice a little bit, which is good for cultivation. I'm not interested in auctions and Yiboj." Yi Chen Dao. Shen Shirshi said again, "Master, listen to me. When I came out with Luo Jianzong, I found that several strong Blood Alliance tattoos also entered into it. Maybe these Blood Alliance strongmen are away." When Yi Chen heard this sentence, his eyes brightened. When will the auction of Yibao Pavilion begin? Shen Shirshi Mao Suna congealing, is today, 4 hours later. Yi Chen thought for a few seconds, no longer hesitated, "Take me now." "Yes." Before leaving, Yi Chen and Xia Ruoxue say that although Xia Ruoxue doesn't want Yi Chen to leave, she still acquiesces to hear that Yi Chen is just going to the Kunlun Mountains and will be back in a day. Yiboj, the largest auction house in Kunlun. This is similar to that of Chow Tai Fook and other jewelry companies in China. It's just that the other party is doing something high-level. This time, it happened that an auction was held in Kunlun Mountain, Huaxia. It seems that Yibao Pavilion is held in China every 20 years, Shen said. After all, there are also some strong Kunlun practitioners in China. Even there are many strong people near Kunlun Mountain. Looking at Kunlun Su, Yibao Pavilion is famous. Because this Yibao Pavilion can be said to be all over the whole Kunlun Su, controlling the largest treasure trading market in Kunlun. Since then, Yibao Pavilion has gone through countless years. No matter the dynasty changes, Yibao Pavilion is still standing. No one knows who is standing behind Yibao Pavilion. However, everyone knows that even the Blood Alliance and other sects do not dare to make mischief in the Yibao Pavilion. 100 years ago, there was the second largest gate in Kunlun. Because it offended Yibao Pavilion, it was washed with blood overnight and no grass was born. From that day on, Yibao Pavilion became a myth of Kunlun Su. Standing in front of Yibao Pavilion, looking at the magnificent building, Yi Chen is filled with emotion. In 5 years, I don't know how many times he passed through various Yibao Pavilions. As a result, he was expelled. At that time, he was determined to seek revenge from Lin Juelong, but he didn't stay too long. This time he really stepped into this place. Only hope that the strong blood league is here. Chapter 570. The once-in-a-decade Yibao conference is about to start. Before the gate of Yibao Pavilion, people come and go, in and out, which is particularly lively and makes people boil with it. Mr. Yi, let's go in quickly. Looking at Yi Chen standing in a daze over there, Shen Shirshi is very careful. Yi Chen and he discussed, in the outside had to have to, never call him the master. Only Mr. Yi. Even the two of them changed a little. After all, Xuemeng still knows what it looks like. Right now, he can't be exposed. Well, it's time to get in. We should not be recognized if we do this. Return to God, touched his face, Yi Chen inquired. Yi Chen is not clear, so weather can hide from the sky and the sea. Haha, don't worry. Mr. Yi, this technique of transfiguration was recorded in an ancient volume I got in my early years. I can't hide it. Whether it's the Blood Alliance or who wants to recognize us. No way. Shen Shirshi is very confident about his art of transfiguration. That's good. Hearing Shen Shirshi's words, Yi Chen exhaled a breath. He and Shen Shirshi around a circle, did not find the Blood League of people. Are you sure the Blood Alliance people will be here? Yi Chen said again. Shen Shirshi nodded, I'm sure, it hasn't started yet. The people of Blood League haven't come out yet. Wait a moment. Good. Yi Chen nods, he just wants to say what, reincarnation graveyard suddenly vibrates. Then, Duan Laren's voice suddenly rang out. Disciple, I feel the breath of Taiga Shusher Dan here. Although it is a remnant, it is extremely important to me. Anyway, I must take it. I must take it. As for the reason, I'll tell you later. Yi Chen Mao's son a congealing, nod ahead. What can make Duan Laren so urgent must be extremely important. He looked at Shen Shirshi and said curiously, if I want to auction, should I trade here in RMB or the Lingshire currency of Kunlun Su? Mr. Yi, are you going to auction? Only spirit stone can be traded here, and everything is worth a lot. Shen Shirshi didn't bring too many spirit stones when he came out this time. Even so, he still took out the only spirit stone in his body. Mr. Yi, I didn't bring too many things in this hurry, please forgive me. Come with me. I'll do something about the money. Yi Chen didn't receive it. Instead, he glanced around and found something. He went straight to the treasure room on the second floor of Yibao Pavilion with Shen Shirshi. Auction your own baby, can't you exchange it for a spirit stone? His reincarnation cemetery happens to have some of the black explosive python. From Chen Tianli's mouth, we know that anything of black explosive python is of great value. Even for Kunlun Su, it is the same. Taiga Shusher pill is very precious. If you want to win this pill, you need to make more preparations. Are you from Yibao? Treasure room, looking at Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi coming, an old man asked with a smile. I have a few treasures to attend today's Yibao conference. Please make an estimate. Hearing the old man's words, Shen Shirshi lowered his voice and said. He guessed Yi Chen's intention, and without nonsense, took out some of his own things. The dignity of your teacher. He can only please. It's a pity that some of his treasures are not of great value. They are all gifts given to him by the Grandmaster of Luojian's sect. Well? Looking at the three things Shinshirshi took out, the old man sitting there had a flash of light in his eyes. Good. Not bad. Looking at the three things in front of him, the old man nodded with satisfaction. Sword stone wood is really a good thing to refine magic weapons. It is worth a lot. Besides, if I read this crystal correctly, I'm afraid it's the inner elixir of monsters. It's a pity that time has passed and the energy loss is not small. But it's a treasure. As for the last bottle, this is burning soul, from the essence of the magma core under 10,000 meters under the ground, with high temperature, can melt everything. It's something that some alchemists and craftsmen have been searching for. It's of extraordinary value. After carefully distinguishing the three things, the old man was smiling, and his attitude was obviously more respectful than before. Today is the Yibao conference. It's really good for these three things to participate in Yibao. I think you know the rules of Yibao Pavilion. Within Yibao Pavilion, Lingshire is used as a unit for trading. The price of sword stone wood is 50 spirit stone, and the price of this internal elixir is 80 spirit stone. As for the burning soul, I'd like to set a price of 300 spirit stone to start shooting. What do you think? As you say. Hearing the old man's words, Shinshirshi frowned, but quickly accepted. The price offered by the elderly is not high. If it is sold directly, it will definitely lose money. However, today's Yibao conference is an auction. To qualify for Yibao is to conduct an auction. The price offered by the old man is just the starting price. So it's okay to be lower. Now the most important thing is to raise funds for Yi Chen. Haha, good. Let's do it. This is the number to enter the Yibao hall. Keep it. Hearing Shinshirshi's words, the old man laughed with satisfaction. As the voice dropped, he carefully put away the three things. Do you have any items that you need to change treasure? If not, you can stroll around at will. In another hour, Yibao conference will start soon. Today, there are countless treasures in the Yibao conference. You can have a look at these two lists. If you are interested, you can make some preparations. I have no more. Hearing the old man's words, Shinshirshi shook his head and said, There are two things I need from Yibao. However, when Shinshirshi was ready to leave, Yi Chen on one side said suddenly. Looking at the two lists handed over by the old man, Yi Chen's eyes slightly coagulate, and the pupil shrinks faintly. Yibao conference, countless treasures. How can Yi Chen give up such an opportunity? It's a pity that Yi Chen's bag is shy now. If you want to get what you need in Yibao, you need to be well prepared. Even for the sake of Taiga Shusher Dan, Yi Chen also needs some actions. Think of this, Yi Chen wrist a time, instantly a touch of silver light flash. The whole treasure room, accompanied by this silver light, the temperature dropped rapidly. Hiss, this is. Looking at the huge silver scale armor that Yi Chen took out, the old man who was originally indifferent could not calm down. His eyes widened. Step by step, around the long table, the old man can't wait to come to Yi Chen's body. Good thing. This is really a good thing. It is extremely hard, and the ice is as cold as iron. This is beast skin armor. And it's the skin armor of a black explosive python that is about to turn into a dragon. Are you sure this thing is going to the Yibao conference? Looking at Yi Chen, his eyes have changed. Chapter 571. Please give me an estimate. Yi Chen said directly. Good. Haha, it is infinitely close to the dragon's skin armor. It is extremely precious. It's just that the leather armor doesn't seem to be complete. Only half. I don't know you. The old man's eyes flashed, and he inquired with a little deep meaning. Only these. Yi Chen said without expression. In that case, that's all. Even if it is incomplete, it is worth as much as the first three things. As far as I can see, how about ordering 500 spirit stones at the starting price? The old man asked softly. 500 spirit stones? That's it. The old man's words let Yi Chen quite surprised. This is not a small fortune. After giving the leather armor to the old man, Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi withdrew from the treasure room. Now, everything is ready, only the east wind. Yi Chen is waiting for the Yibao conference to officially begin. Yibao Hall, located on the third floor of Yibao Pavilion, covers thousands of square meters. The magnificence of this place is amazing. In addition to the usual seats in the lobby, the whole hall is also divided into elegant seats and private rooms according to the level. Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi went straight to a private room at the end of the high-rise building with the purple door plate because they had mortgaged nearly 1,000 spirit stones in the treasure room. Sitting in a high-rise private room, Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi quietly enjoy the scene in the Yibao Hall. The whole Yibao Hall is full of people at the moment. Today, in addition to the clans of the hidden world in China and the forces around Kunlun Mountain, even some forces of Kunlun Su have sent people to come. Every Yibao meeting is an opportunity for these forces to seek treasures. It can be said that the Yibao Hall is a crouching tiger, a hidden dragon. The Blood Alliance's people are coming as expected. But for a moment, looking at a few figures coming from the distance, Yi Chen can't help but shrink her pupils. Among these people, the head of the people's neck with a cut blood door. This is the symbol of Blood Alliance. The key is that these people smell terrible. They headed for a luxurious private room not far away. Mr. Yi, I said that the members of the Blood League will surely come. There are countless treasures in the Yibao conference. The Blood Alliance will naturally look at a lot of things. This time, they will surely come prepared. There are a lot of strong people here. We'd better wait for the end of this side to start. After surprise, Yi Chen murmured thoughtfully. Shen Shirshi's eyes narrowed slightly and nodded. He didn't dare to do it in this place. The cost was too high. Yibao Pavilion has been standing in Kunlun Void for so many years. Whoever dares to do it in their territory is undoubtedly looking for death. Even if this is the Kunlun Mountain in China, it is the same. Mr. Yi, look, it's from the Ji family. Between Yi Chen's meditation, Shen Shirshi, beside him, suddenly said. Along with Shen Shirshi's eyes, Yi Chen can't help but feel complicated. Ji family is one of the top families in Kunlun. Speaking of this Ji family, he has a lot to do with Yi Chen. Because, Ji Jia Tianjiao, Ji Xiqing and even Ji Lin are from Ji Jia. 5 years ago, he had just stepped into Kunlun Su, and he did not know how much pressure he was under. Just stepped into him, no strength, can only be trampled under the feet. Bone rubbish, humble root. Any one of them is better than him. He missed the best training time. Countless people laugh. Only let him feel warm, only 3 people. The first one was the old man who brought him to Kunlun Su and taught him how to practice Dharma. The second one is Ji Lin, an ancient spirit. The last one is to help Ji Xiqing, who did not know how many times, regardless of all obstacles. Give him no pills. When he was in a desperate situation, he was desperate. Even at the expense of a force. Although he worked hard and practiced hard, he might have died in Kunlun without Ji Xiqing. In his memory, there has always been a sentence of Ji Xiqing. Yi Chen, you can't die. Even if all the people in the world are dead, you can't die. He didn't know why Ji Xiqing, a beautiful girl of heaven, was so optimistic about himself. He even felt that Ji Xiqing knew the existence of Samsara Cemetery. But now think about it, it's impossible. At that time, even he did not know the reincarnation cemetery. How could outsiders know? Looking at those figures walking into the venue, Yi Chen's look gradually gloomy. I didn't expect that they came too. Just, never see those 2 girls come. Take a deep breath, Yi Chen murmured softly. Mr. Yi, are you talking about Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin? I heard in Wanjianzong that Ji Xiqing seems to be favored by a strong man. In the past 2 years, Ji Xiqing's strength has risen extremely fast. It's a monster. It seems to know who Yi Chen said she was, Shen Shirshi said softly. Favored by the strong? Hearing Shen Shirshi's words, Yi Chen is stunned and smiles faintly. He is not favored by the strong. It's just him. It's the favor of 100 strong people. 5 years later, if anyone dares to move them, they will surely kill all the people in the world. Just pay back the love of those 5 years. Now, no matter what they are. Today, that thing must be taken down. Reincarnation Cemetery, once again came the urgent voice of Duan Leiren. I see. I'll take it. Take back the mood, Yichen said directly. Hearing Yichen talking to himself, Shenshirshi said, Mr. Yi is interested in something. Yichen takes out the snake skin armor for auction. Where does Shenshirshi not know what this represents? There are many good things in this Ibao conference. The snake skin armor, though precious, is useless to me today. What's more, I'll leave part of it for use. The rest is better to make a spirit stone to see if it is easy to get some practical things. Yichen did not deny it. Yes. Mr. Yi, the auction is on. While speaking, Shenshirshi's eyes suddenly brightened and looked at the top of the most central platform of Ibao Hall. Under the light, a woman in a red dress slowly stepped onto the high platform and introduced the rules of this Ibao meeting with her charming voice. This woman is charming and moving, and her long red dress outlines her devil-like figure. With her smile and twinkle, in that enchanting voice, Ibao will open the curtain, and soon, the mood of all the people present has been mobilized. Chapter 572. With the gradual appearance of auction products, the atmosphere of the crowd became more and more high under the mobilization of the women. Especially with the progress of the auction, the items displayed are more and more precious, and the competition in Ibao Hall is becoming more and more popular. Since no one has raised the price, the sword stone wood will be sold with 180 lower-grade spirit stones. Congratulations! At the Ibao Fair, the 13th piece of treasure, the sword stone wood taken out by Shenshirshi, started at 50 spirit stones and was finally sold with 180 spirit stones. Seeing the final transaction price, Shenshirshi was overjoyed. In terms of the ratio of Yiboj Lingshire to silver, a lower-grade spirit stone is worth hundreds of taels of silver. 180 spirit stones are 18,000 taels of silver. In terms of the ordinary expenses of a family of 4, this 18,002 silver is enough to make 600 families of 4 live a comfortable life for a year. This is a huge sum of money. Even beyond the expected value of Shenshirshi. See, Mr. Yi. Hey sword stone wood, all sold at such a price. The next thing must be more valuable. With these capitals, we will surely be able to take what you want. Shenshirshi said with a smile. I hope so. Hearing Shenshirshi's words, Yichen frowned and said in a deep voice. Not long after the auction started, the auction items soared to this value. This makes Yichen can't help but gape. As expected, the road of martial arts is not something that ordinary people can rashly enter. Stepping into this road, the consumption of resources is enough to make countless people collapse. No wonder there are countless predators in the road of martial arts. If you rely on yourself to collect resources and practice, how many people can go to the end? Few families have such strength to support. Now sword stone wood is the value of 180 spirit stone. What about next? The last Tiger Shusher pill, I'm afraid it will far exceed Yi Chen's expected value, right? Yi Chen is a little worried. In fact, as Yi Chen was worried about, as the auction went on, people became more and more crazy. Demon Beast Naiden, with 230 pieces of lower-grade spirit stone, deal. After the sword stone wood, the 16th auction item, Shenshirshi's third-order monster Naiden, finally reached 230 pieces of spirit stone. Burning Soul, with 560 pieces of spirit stone, deal. The 29th auction item, Burning Soul, was finally purchased by a mysterious force with 560 lower-grade spirit stones. It's almost twice as much as the appraisal office gave. Seeing such a scene, Yichen couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Teacher Mr. Yi, things seem to be out of control. Until this time, Shenshirshi also looked ugly. He was not overjoyed to get a lot of spirit stones. Shenshirshi also noticed that it was wrong. They think that the Ibao conference is too simple. Only now did they realize. Valuation, just valuation. But what is the real value of the treasure? It's different from person to person. Some of the treasures have no market value, so they are of great value. Some treasures, though precious, may not be able to achieve the ideal price. This is eBao conference. Good. Now, ladies and gentlemen, our 30th auction is on the stage. As the burning soul is photographed by mysterious forces, the charming woman on the high platform, with a charming smile on her mouth, continues to say. While talking, her hands, but there is a little white jade bottle, think to come, many people have guessed. Yes, now, what we are going to auction is this Tiger Shusher pill. Swept a circle of the crowd, the woman said slowly. Wow. Hearing the woman's words, before she could continue to speak, the crowd had begun to stir. In the private room, looking at the jade bottle on stage, Yichen can't help leaning forward, showing a nervous look. Tiger Shusher Dan has finally come. Looking at the white jade bottle on the high platform and Yichen's reaction, Shen Shirshi looks solemn. This is what Mr. Yi really wants to take down. In this case, in any case, we can't leave it alone. Think of it, you have already understood the function of Tiger Shusher pill. This pill can be refined after 77 to 49 days. The pill contains the ultimate power of spirit and soul. For the martial arts, if taking this pill, washing the tendons and cutting the veins, breaking through the blockage of the whole body, and filling the body with the power of spirit and soul, it will help the martial arts step into a higher level. In addition, Tiger Shusher pill has another effect. That is to condense the spirit. Even the rumor can let the spirit and the remnant mind essence. But in front of me, the pill is damaged a little, and its efficacy should be a little worse, otherwise it will not be put up for auction. There is no alchemist who can repair the Kunlun void. If someone has a way and means, he can take it back and try it. Among all the noise, on the high platform, the charming and mature woman is still not slow to introduce. A smile will bring the atmosphere into full play. Listening to the woman's introduction, countless people's eyes were hot and they were short of breath. Even if it was not a complete pill, it was of great value. If it is complete, how can it be auctioned? By the way, I would like to remind you that this Tiger Shusher pill can't be fake after being identified by eBao Pavilion. You can rest assured. This pill, starting price, 480 spirit stone. Start now. Looking at the reaction of the crowd, the woman said with a smile. Listen to the woman's introduction, the atmosphere of the field, instant boiling, reached the climax. I give 500 spirit stones. Not waiting for the woman's voice to fall completely, a middle-aged man in the hall can't wait to call out the price. What are the 500 spirit stones? I have produced 550 spirit stones. Another voice followed. Damaged Tiger Shusher Dan, at the beginning of the auction, the price soared, amazing. This Mr. Yi. In eBao Hall, the price of Tiger Shusher pills soared to 650 spirit stones. Shen Shirshi couldn't help being worried. There is something wrong with the situation. Chapter 573. How many spirit stones do you have? Facing Shen Shirshi's anxiety, Yichen looks dignified and asks in a hurry. The spirit stone on my body, together with the sword stone wood, the demon beast Niden and the burning soul, 3 treasures produce 940 lower quality spirit stones. After deducting the service charge of 5%, we can get 893 spirit stones. In this way, the most we can bring out is less than 1,700 spirit stones. Shen Shirshi said in a deep voice. 1,007. Not bad. Hearing Shen Shirshi's words, Yichen squinted, have a look again. Now, almost all the people who increase the price are sitting on the hall and elegant seats. The real crocodile, not yet. This ancient virtual and real pill, although not complete, can also attract many people's covet. In particular, Tiger Shusher pill is good for spirits, which can make people crazy. Now, what Yichen can do is to observe the change. 700 spirit stones. 720. 750 spirit stones. 800. Prices are still soaring. However, in a short time, the price of Tiger Shusher pills reached 800. Only then did the sound in the hall fade away. 800 spirit stones are astronomical figures for many small families. More and more people withdrew from the competition. 1,000. However, when the sound of the hall gradually disappeared, suddenly, a private room above the high-rise, came the familiar voice of Yi Chen. The Blood Alliance's people have made a move. Hearing the sound, Shen Shirshi's face suddenly changed. It seems that the Blood Alliance is also eyeing this Taiga Shusher pill. Yi Chen brows locked. When did Xuemeng become interested in pills? Blood Fenghua, it seems that you also like this pill? It's a pity that my Ji family is also interested in it. 1,050 spirit stones. The other voice of Ji Jian is not waiting for the voice of a strong alliance. Obviously, the strong man led by the Blood League is called Zhifenghua. And also know the people of Ji family. Ji Jia. So what? 1003. Bloodwind Hualeng hums away. At one breath, the price of 250 spirit stones was increased, which made many people dumbfounded. 1,305. In Ji Jia's private room, the sound became ugly. 1,005. The voice of blood is still bright. Wow. With the words of Blood Fenghua said, the scene fried pot. 1,500 spirit stones? This price is too high. Even exaggerated. This is not a complete pill. Looking at the box where Shui Fenghua is located, people look different and marvel. This finished. What to do, Mr. Yi? Originally, I thought that 1,500 Lingshur Tua could win the Taiga Shusher pill. Now, however, in a flash, the price reached 1,500. What should I do? It seems that the Blood Alliance is determined to win. Looking at the anxious Shen Shirshi, Yi Chen took a deep breath. 1,500 spirit stones, Ji family will not follow crazy. The rest? I'm afraid I've died. Taiga Shusher pill. It's precious. However, if there are 1,500 spirit stones, there are many things that can replace Taiga Shusher pills. You bid directly, 17. Looking at the white jade bottle on the high platform, Yi Chen looks cold. Now it's a last ditch. Yi Chen wants to see how crazy Blood Alliance can be. 1,500 spirit stones. Is there any offer? If not, this Taiga Shusher pill will be owned by Xuemeng. In the middle of the audience, she continued to laugh. Facing the woman's inquiry, the scene gradually quieted down. Haha, this Taiga Shusher pill is mine. In the private room where the Blood Alliance is located, looking at such a scene, the eyes of Blood Fenghua flashed hot eyes. 1,500 lower spirit stones. This is a huge fortune. Blood Alliance is determined to win. Who can compete with them? Ordinary families, ordinary forces, have been unable to continue, those really high people hiding in the dark. How could they spend so much for a broken Taiga Shusher pill? Blood Fenghua waiting to sit and collect Taiga Shusher pill. 1,700 spirit stones. However, just as Shui Fenghua thought that she was sure, just as the woman was ready to announce the result, a sudden voice came. 1,700 spirit stones. With this sentence said, Yibao Pavilion Hall once again set off a huge storm. 1,700 spirit stones. At the last moment, the voice from the hall set off a storm. What? In the Blood Alliance private room, people's looks changed greatly. Who is it that the buy it now price has increased 200 spirit stones? What a big voice, what a strong determination. In the face of such a scene, Zhifenghua's face became extremely gloomy. Who is that private room? Shui Fenghua asked in a deep voice. I don't know. At the scene, the Blood League people looked at each other. Are they some hermit families or strong ones in China? If Kunlun Su people, how can because of Taiga Shusher Dan and so price? Everyone looked confused. What's going on here? My lord, let's raise the price. This Taiga Shusher pill can't be left behind. Elder Jing needs it. Watching the silence of the Blood Fenghua, a strong Blood League said anxiously. My lord. Elder Zheng is ready to come to China to deal with Yi Chen. Although he has no time to come here, we have heard the premise. Listening to the woman's final inquiry on the high platform, she saw no reaction at all. The man was more and more anxious. Let him. However, to his disappointment, Xue Fenghua's face changed for a while, but he said such a sentence. Blood League give up. Brush. In an instant, the man was pale. I will try my best to deal with Elder Zheng. Besides, this incomplete thing may not be useful to Elder Zheng. 17 is far beyond the value of the incomplete Taiga Shusher pill. Don't forget what we are here for today. 1700 spirit stones, I can get them by blood alliance. However, it can't be taken out because of a Taiga Shusher pill. Blood Fenghua looks at each other and says coldly. I see. Hear the words of Blood Fenghua, that person figure Emil, powerless say. Well, since no one has raised the price. This Taiga Shusher pill was sold with 1,700 spirit stones. Congratulations to Private Room number 9 on winning this item. Enough after a moment to see the Blood League also give up the fight. The charming woman on the platform, looking at the private room where Yi Chen is, said with a smile. Taiga Shusher Dan competition, down the curtain. In the face of such a result, people cannot help but fall into bursts of exclamation. And at the moment, Yi Chen's mind is a voice of excitement. Disciple, I beg you one more thing. Open the second tombstone. Only he can repair the Taiga Shusher pill. Once restored, it's critical for the Samsara cemetery and for you. Duan Laren speaks. Chapter 574. Yi Chen hears Duan Laren's words and her eyes coagulate. It seems that Duan Laren has a reason to let him take this incomplete Taiga virtual reality. No one in Huaxia or Kunlungsu can repair it, but the other tombstone can be restored. This is what Duan Laren relies on. But I'm not in a hurry. I'll follow my instructions later. Good. And Yi Chen's eyes fall on the stage, because the brand new auction products come out. This piece of leather armor was taken from the black explosive python who was about to turn into a dragon. It was the only choice for refining protective gear and treasure. Its value, I think you should be clear. This is also the last treasure of elixir and resources in Ibao conference today. It's a good opportunity. Don't miss it. Pointing to the piece of leather armor that was sent to the stage, the woman said playfully. How many people are captivated by the expression of eyes? The cold light flickers and the cold air rises. Looking back on the leather armor on the stage, countless people were stunned. The black explosive python skin armor that is about to turn into a dragon? You can feel extraordinary just by looking at it. This time, the eyes of countless people are burning up. Starting price, 500 spirit stone. Start now. With the fall of the woman's hammer, the bidding begins. 800 spirit stone. 900. 1,000. Let all people have never thought of is that this piece of leather armor with the beginning of the auction, show the atmosphere, second kill incomplete Taiga Shusher Dan. Only 3 calls, the price has broken through 1,000 spirit stone, which makes countless people surprised. Moreover, before this, has kept silent several box, also had the movement. 1003. Blood League box inside the voice of Blood Fenghua. Haha blood style. You haven't won Taiga Shusher pill. Do you want to fight for this treasure now? Unfortunately, this time I won't let you. 1005. G family box, a middle-aged man said with a smile. 1008. Blood Fenghua has no expression. 2000. Ji Jia is biting. 2002. Kill Qing Yao Jin on the way out, number 3 private room, mysterious people join in the fight. 2005. Blood Fenghua gnaws his teeth. 2,500 spirit stones. This price has already made ordinary people in the hall feel dreamy. 2,500 spirit stones? What is the concept? In order to support several small families in Kunlun. Haha Mr. Yi, we've made a lot of money. In the box, Shin Shirshi, who took the Taiga Shusher pill, was stunned by Gao Gu of the Black Explosive Python's leather armor. "Mr. Yi, the members of the Blood League are going crazy. They don't know if they want to go crazy if they know that the Black Explosive Python leather armor is yours." Looking at the Blood Alliance is still constantly bidding, Shenshurshi said with a smile. "Keep looking." Listening to Shenshurshi's words, Yi Chen is also smiling. He knows the value of Black Explosive Python is remarkable. After all, this is the treasure certified by Qin Tianli. But what is the value now? There was such a moment that Yi Chen was frightened. It's really extraordinary. This treasure now attracted the attention of all parties in the box. The price must be more than 2,500 spirit stone. In fact, as Yi Chen expected, in the end, his half-piece of Black Explosive Python skin armor, which was not even complete, was captured by the mysterious man in box 3 with 3,500 spirit stones. Such a price is like a cloud in the clouds, unbelievable. Until the dust settled, many people even looked at a loss. Good. Now, the first stage of today's Yibao conference, Yibao of Panacea and Resources, is over. Congratulations on the top prize of Black Explosive Python skin armor with 3,500 spirit stones. Next, we will enter the next stage, the Yibao Conference of Secret Scripts, Martial Arts, and Treasures. The first thing that will appear next is... Wait for a moment, until the atmosphere gradually subsided, the woman continued. The next stage of Yibao Conference, start. Mr. Yi. 3,500 spirit stones. The Blood Alliance is afraid to be angry this time. But who is that mysterious man? Take out 3,500 spirit stones in one breath. It's amazing. Although Shenshurshi is an elder of Wanjianzong, he is naturally dignified in the eyes of Luojian sect, but his status in the clan can only be said to be ordinary. He took out the 3,500 spirit stones. Fortunately, Mr. Yi has such a treasure. In his opinion, this thing must be given to him by Wandao Jianzun. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Mr. Yi to win the Black Explosive Python. The following auction is still in progress, but Shenshurshi and Yi Chen have no mind to continue to pay attention. For them, the Yibao conference is over. Taiga Shusher Dan got it as desired. Yi Chen's auction is to get sky-high returns. What's more exciting than that? Box 3. I'm afraid it's a large number of people, but it has nothing to do with us. Go ahead and see, the next auction is the real climax. Shenshurshi said with a smile. The second Yibao conference is mainly about martial arts, secret scripts and magic weapons. The value of these things is terror. The real crocodile, this is the beginning of activity. Yi Chen's eyes are slightly narrowed. The next auction, as Yi Chen expected, was brilliant. Skills, secrets, martial arts, magic weapons, these things are not easily available to ordinary people. The price of the auction goes up, and the forces of all sides begin to compete. Even if it is the Blood Alliance, such forces in the next auction will not take the slightest advantage. 5,000 spirit stone, 6,000 spirit stone, not to mention. Finally, a copy of Luoshu Jianjue was sold with 13,000 spirit stones, and the auction ended. Really crazy. 13,000 spirit stones. Even if today's Blood Alliance has poured out all his family property, I'm afraid it will be difficult to produce so many spirit stones. Looking at number 1 private room in the distance, Shenshurshi was surprised. Today's Yibao conference has really opened his eyes. In fact, he was a bit puzzled. After all, there was no such precious thing in the several Yibao conferences held by Kunlun Su. Is there anything special about Kunlun Mountain in China? In fact, Shenshurshi is more than an eye-opener. Rao as Yi Chen also benefited a lot. An auction of Kunlun Mountain in China makes Yi Chen feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. What will be the biggest Yibao meeting in Kunlun? How wonderful the world will be. Yi Chen's eyes twinkle with brilliance. For the road ahead, Yi Chen is more and more eager. For the unknown world, Yi Chen is full of longing. However, to find the Blood Alliance of the people, save the father is the key. Let's go. Enough. After a moment, looking at the crowd began to disperse, Yi-Chen took a deep breath and said, "Yes. At present, the Blood League should still have action, we might as well follow up to have a look." Shinshirashi's eyes were slightly narrowed, and his way was light. Chapter 575. Looking out of the window, I saw two people leaving with blood. Today's blood alliance is almost nothing. In addition to getting a few fairly good elixir and an ordinary magic weapon, the blood alliance has no harvest. What do they like? At the last moment, Yi-Chen and Shinshirashi cut Hu halfway. The precious leather armor they like. What's more, Yi-Chen's superfluous things, Rao is so, and finally Xueming still hasn't bought it. As for later, a good martial arts book. The Blood Alliance can be said to be hard work. The price reached 7,000 spirit stone, however, it was still forcibly taken away with 8,000 spirit stone in the end. It can be imagined that the Blood Alliance of people is now a what mood. Until Zhifengua and his party disappeared in the sight, Yi-Chen took Shinshirashi and walked outside the box. Out of the Ibao Hall, Yi-Chen and Shinshirashi go straight to the treasure room on the second floor. Soon, Yi-Chen and Shinshirashi met again the old man who had identified treasure for them. "Master, here we are." Looking at the old Yi-Chen salutes slightly. "Well. Good, haha, it seems that you have gained a lot. This is what you bid for and the spirit stone you get from auction." Looking at Yi-Chen, the old man asked with a smile. Under the leadership of the old man, the transaction was soon completed. At the Ibao conference, Shinshirashi auctioned 3 items and obtained 893 spirit stones after deducting the handling charges. Buy a Taiga Shusher pill, cost 1,700 spirit stone. As for Yi-Chen's side, he auctioned the black explosive python skin armor and got 3,500 spirit stones. After deducting the service fees, he finally got more than 3,000 spirit stones. This is a huge fortune. However, Yi-Chen finally got only 25 spirit stones. The reason is that Yi-Chen won a medicine tripod and a spirit sword in the auction after. A miraculous medicine, these 3 things, of great value. Baichao tripod has been damaged. Now he needs a more powerful medicine tripod. The medicine tripod was named Nanling Ding. It is said that it was used by Nanling Taoist priests thousands of years ago. Yi-Chen doesn't know any Nanling Taoist, but the smell and grade of the medicine tripod are very good, far better than the Baichao Ding. After the delivery is completed and confirmed to be correct, Yi-Chen takes all the things in his arms. Turnaround is ready to leave. "Just a moment, you too." However, before Yi-Chen and Shinshirashi walked out of the room, the old man suddenly began to shout. "What do you want me to do?" Hearing the old man's words, Yi-Chen inquired. "I don't know how to say it." The old man has a red face. "I'll leave without saying so." Yi-Chen lightway. The person in charge of Ibao Pavilion here once owed a favor to the Ji family. Now, there is a young lady in the Ji family who is very interested in them. I wonder if they can appreciate them and go to the back hall to have a talk. As long as you can go, Ibao Pavilion owes you one favor. In the future, we are willing to fight for anything you want from Ibao Pavilion. The old man said, embarrassed. "Miss Ji Jia." Hearing the old man's words, Yi-Chen and Shinshirashi looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise from each other's eyes. Yi-Chen is even more prosperous. "Miss Ji family? Is it Ji Siqing? Or Ji Lin? Have you ever been found that you've changed your face?" "No, these 2 people should practice in the sect. They can't come out at this time." "Is it the rest of the Ji family?" After all, the Shuji family of Kunlun is a top family with many branches. Now, she's meeting herself. I'm afraid nothing good will happen. Yi-Chen is more in the heart of Deng. A strong intuition tells Yi-Chen that the so-called Miss Ji Jia may have come for her own auction of snake skin armor. I don't think so. The end of Ibao, we have no more treasures. Miss Ji's meeting with us, I'm afraid we won't get anything. Today, we still have something important to do, so let's go first. After a moment of silence, Yi-Chen said directly. The voice drops, he takes Shinshirashi is to plan to leave directly. You are very anxious. Yes. Are you afraid I'll eat you? Or are you worried about me killing people and stealing goods in Ibao Pavilion? This point you can rest assured that Ibao Pavilion is honest and trustworthy, and the old and the young are not cheated. Otherwise, how to inherit it for thousands of years? Don't talk about Huaxia. Even in Kunlun, there is no safer place than Ibao Pavilion. It's a pity that Yi Chen's idea of leaving immediately is doomed to fail. As Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi turn around, the door of the treasure room opens again. From the outside came a beautiful girl. The girl looks like she is only in her 20s, her skin is as thick as fat, her eyes are like the moon, and her body is slim. A long black hair knot, servant girl in the top of the shawl and down, light clothes slowly twist in the cloud temples, exquisite and elegant, but not eye-catching hair accessories. At the moment, she is wearing a beautiful silk dress with a long string of silver. Entering the house, the girl stares at Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi curiously and looks at them carefully. Her vivid eyes seem to be observing something, which gives people a vivid and lively feeling. It has to be said that at first sight of the girl, Yi Chen couldn't help being bright. Unfortunately, it's not Ji Lin, let alone Ji Xiqing. However, looking at the appearance, it is somewhat similar to Ji Xiqing. Compared with his appearance, although he is beautiful, he is not a little bit different from Ji Xiqing. You are Miss Ji Jia. Come back to God, Yi Chen inquired. What do you say? The girl asked with a playful wink. In every move, you can see the splendor. Vaguely, even a trace of her age does not match the enchanting posture. I don't know if you're looking for me. What can I do for you? Yi Chen frowned and asked. You are really can't I come to you if I'm okay? The girl said with a smile. If it's okay, I'll go first. Yi Chen said coldly. This woman must have a plot to stay here. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. I don't know why, the girl clearly seems harmless, but Yi Chen feels uneasy. This girl, it's not easy to think of it. Ji family relationship is complex, he will not take care of each other's feelings because he has a good impression on Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin. Yi Chen plans to leave here as soon as possible. You are so boring. Well, I'm not going around the bush. Is that black boar's fur armor yours? I don't know if you still have the muscles and veins of black explosive python. I know that the dragon spirit snake, which is about to turn into a dragon, has a more precious muscle besides its leather armor. If you have, I am willing to pay a high price for it. You can open the price as you like. Seeing that Yi Chen did not have a big plan to talk to himself, the girl curled her mouth and revealed a lazy breath. She turned to one side of the chair and sat down. Looking at Yi Chen, she asked directly. Chapter 576. Black explosive python muscles and veins. Yi Chen jumped in his heart. As expected, as he guessed, it was because of the black explosion that the girl would find herself. No. The leather armor I got by accident, but nothing else. Yi Chen said directly. If you are innocent, you are guilty. Black explosion crazy python skin armor out, is Yi Chen has no other way. Now black explosion crazy python's veins, Yi Chen is not easy to take out. The value of this thing is second only to snake gall. Let you down. Thinking of this, Yi Chen sighed. Later, he did not hesitate anymore, nor did he give the young girl and the old man a chance. He took Shen Shirshi and walked quickly outside the treasure room. You are. Until Yi Chen came out of the treasure room, the girl's small mouth pouted and snorted discontentedly. Two interesting guys. The level of transfiguration is good. Fubber, help me find out his identity. He must have a snake in his body. Until Yi Chen's figure disappeared in the girl's sight, her mouth showed a trace of interesting smile, looking at the side of the old man with the tone of command. She would like to see, who is the first to ignore himself. Miss, it's out of order. Do as I say. Although the old man is from Ibao Pavilion, he is from the Ji family. She can command. Yes, I'll try. If the people on the Ibao Pavilion find out, it will be troublesome. First floor of Ibao Pavilion. Mr. Yi, do you think that woman is really Miss Ji? You really don't have the muscles and veins of the black explosive python, she said. Looking at Yi Chen, Shen Shirshi inquires curiously. I don't care if she is Miss Ji Jia. This Yi Bao pavilion is extremely mysterious. Who knows what strong man is standing behind her? Yi Chen looks dignified. Just now, facing the seemingly harmless girl, Yi Chen felt the crisis very real. This is what Yi Chen has never felt before. Facing such a woman, how dare Yi Chen be careless? As for the black explosive python, it's really a good thing. It's on me now, but I won't give it to her. Half a piece of snake skin armor is worth 3,500 spirit stone. What is the value of this muscle? It's hard to say what will happen then. Yi Chen sneered. Yes. Better be careful. Shen Shirshi nodded. He even looked up at Yi Chen. Most people think that Ji Jia wants to flatter him a little bit, but Mr. Yi has no intention of bribing, and he refuses directly. If the outsider knows, he will be shocked. However, Yi Chen's status is incomparably noble, and he is also the master of Wanjianzong. What is the Ji family's role? As long as you give him time, maybe Kunlun Su will become a Yi family just like China. By the way, Mr. Yi, you just bought the medicine tripod and took the pills. You don't want to refine pills, do you? Kunlun Su, although the status of alchemist is high. However, every alchemist is the core figure of various forces. They are all supported by various forces. No one has ever been able to become an alchemist on his own. Do you want to? Suddenly thought of what, Shen Shirshi looked at Yi Chen and asked. Thousands of worlds, 3,000 roads, countless paths. The road of martial arts has been a long way. After thousands of years, several special groups have gradually emerged. Alchemists who refine pills, spirit runes who draw runes, and array mages who refine arrays. This is undoubtedly the most representative and the largest three groups of people. These people, the strength is superior, the status of these people is aloof, these people are respected. It's the kind of crowd that countless people want to be. Unfortunately, what is the cost of becoming such a group? By no means can ordinary people do it. They need a huge force behind them. Now Yi Chen. It's true that he has 10,000 swords behind him. But Wandao Jianzun has strong sword skills and fighting strength. Those big men usually only do one thing seriously. There is no omnipotent character in Kunlun Su. If you don't concentrate on cultivating one, you'll only be incompetent. In the end, it also has a great influence on cultivation. He didn't want Yi Chen to go this way. It's enough to benefit Yi Chen for life. If you refine alchemy again, you will only be distracted and waste your talent. I'm just interested in alchemy. Yi Chen had a flash of essence in his eyes, and then he went on to say, that medicine tripod, though simple and shabby, is very suitable for me. And ordinary things don't show up at Yibao. The spirit sword, however, was prepared for my mother. No matter how high the price is, I will take it. Speaking of this, Yi Chen is quite moved. In this world, the strong are respected, and a large number of resources are concentrated in the hands of a very few people. Ordinary people want resources. How difficult. As for the fact that no one has ever been able to become an alchemist on his own, I really want to break the shackles. Speaking of alchemy, Yi Chen's eyes are burning with exuberant fighting spirit. He's ready to open another tombstone. On the one hand, for Duan Laren, on the other hand, it is for his own alchemy. His alchemy and the medical skills of the living dead are top in China, but if you look at the Kunlun Void, it will be a little bit small. Even now his own refined pills can hardly keep up with his breakthrough. The more experienced Yi Chen can feel the importance of pills. Now there is an opportunity, and Yi Chen hopes to seize it. Mr. Yi this. Hearing Yi Chen's words, I didn't expect that he really wanted to become an alchemist. Shen Shirshi didn't know what to say. Especially feeling Yi Chen's firm determination, Shen Shirshi can only sigh at last. The identity of the other party is his master. Naturally, he can't refute his decision. Otherwise, if the master was angry, he would not be able to secure his position as the elder of Wanjianzong. At the end of their chatting, several figures appeared in their sight again. It's the Blood Alliance. The first is Blood Style. It's just that Xue Fenghua didn't leave at the first time after she got the auction. Instead, she came to Yi Chen and Shen Haihua, who are easy to face. There is something wrong between the eyebrows. Shen Shirshi felt something was wrong and said in a low voice, Mr. Yi, it seems that these Blood Alliance people should know that we took Taiga Shusher pills. After all, we just came out from there. If you think about it carefully, you can still guess it. But Mr. Yi, don't worry, it's impossible for these people to realize your identity. Yi Chen does not have the slightest fluster. The light looks at the person of the Blood Alliance that comes face to face. Even with a trace of killing in his eyes. He and the Blood League have long been immortal. No matter whether there is any contradiction between the Blood Alliance people and him, he will certainly kill them when they get out of here. Chapter 577. With Shen Shirshi at my side and Duan Laren's help, it won't be too difficult. Blood Fenghua stopped, cold eyes staring at Yi Chen, opened his mouth. But you shot Taiga Shusher Dan? Xue Fenghua's words have an unquestionable tone. Although I don't know the origin of Yi Chen, there is only one old man beside Yi Chen, and the box position is also general. This kind of person has no big background in Kunlun. Here, of course, he would not take Yi Chen's Taiga Shusher pill. He asked Yi Chen to offer Taiga Shusher pills. This is the power of Blood Alliance. If not, don't step out of here. Or life or death. When Yi Chen would offer Taiga Shusher Dan, a cool voice suddenly fell down, what's the matter with you? Get out of the way. As soon as this word comes out, Blood Fenghua's face changes greatly. Those Blood Alliance strong men behind him one by one show the opportunity to kill. I'm looking for death. Xue Fenghua smiles, and the smile is rather ferocious. Little brother, I don't know what to call. You are the first one who can treat me with this attitude. Maybe you will be the last one to leave Yibao Pavilion. Threats. The naked threat. The strong Blood Alliance behind him is surrounded. At the moment, Shen Shirshi gave a cold hum and stepped out. The breath was released, and the cold voice resounded, Mr. Yi, can you know your name at will? If you want to do it, it depends on my answer or not. Shen Shirshi's realm is not weak. In an instant, those Blood Alliance people changed their faces. Even if the Blood Fenghua is also slightly meaningful to see Yi Chen. Mr. Yi. There are super strong guard around, can't you look away? Of course, he still stretched out his hand and said faintly, what is so nervous about? My Blood Fenghua likes to make friends. You should know the status of Blood League in Kunlun Su. Who expected? Yi Chen directly patted the Blood Fenghua's hand. Handshake is unnecessary, I'm afraid to dirty my hand. Shake hands with the Blood League? For Yi Chen, it's impossible all his life. Looking for death. Zhu Fenghua was completely infuriated. He has a high position in the Blood League. Kunlun Mountain in China or the strong man in Kunlun Mountain, not to mention 100%, at least 70% of the people should carefully serve him. But what the hell is a suckling kid right now? Dare to refuse him? Mr. Yi. Yi, this surname besides that family member, he has nothing to fear. This boy appears again in Kunlun Mountain of Huaxia. Surely he can't be a member of that family. What qualifications do you have for this attitude? Proud? Do you really think you're a character? If it wasn't for the strong guard here, he would have taken off the head of the boy. Just as the sword was drawing, a golden light lit up the hall. Everyone in the hall changed their faces. Even if it's blood, it's the same. He did not care to deal with Yi Chen and snorted, boy, I remember you. Give you a few more hours to live. I hope you can get out of here alive. Language down, he and Blood Alliance strong together toward the source of light. Not only Blood, but all the people present were plundering in that direction. Only Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi are left in the hall. Yi Chen glanced at that direction and said curiously, what are these people going to do? Shen Shirshi's face was a little excited, with a little hasty words, Mr. Yi, I mentioned it to you when I was at Ye's house in the capital city. With this auction, there is also a mysterious training room. This light is the opening of Ibao Pavilion's training room, which is also the gift of Ibao Pavilion to all participants, but this training room is not accessible to ordinary people. Only those who have a good chance have a chance. This training room is also called Ning Hun Tai. In fact, the master of Ibao Pavilion got a treasure. Although there is a big gap between Kunlun Mountain and the main Ning's Soul platform, it is a great opportunity for any cultivator. That's why they run so fast. Yichen suddenly took a look at the direction of Blood Fenghua, and Shenshi followed him. They walked through the hall and the long corridor and came to the soul-setting platform. Shock! This is Yichen standing in front of the soul platform, the biggest feeling. This soul-setting platform is 10 zhang high. It stands like a mountain. Standing in front of it, Yichen and others only feel a magnificent atmosphere, paving the way. Any cultivator, in front of this momentum, looks like a mole ant, tiny and unbearable. Rao is Yichen, this moment also can't help but lose consciousness. As if, at this moment, what stands in front of Yichen is not a soul-setting platform, but a majestic giant and a powerful god. For a moment, Yichen's deepest body seemed to have a breath to break out of his body. Is this the movement of the Samsara cemetery? He never thought that the Samsara cemetery would shake at this moment. This kind of feeling is very familiar, just like at the beginning of Jiangdaoshan, the reincarnation graveyard was aware of the town's soul-broken yang stone. Want to own it? Aware of the sudden emergence of the body that a sense of uneasiness, Yichen cannot help but change the look. His elixir field, at this moment, began to run independently, his whole body was full of genuine qi and roared, and he was out of control. Feel this, where does Yichen dare to be careless? Hastily forced the operation of 9 days Xianyang Ju to suppress those violent qi in the body. After a long time, the bad situation gradually came under control. Whoa! Gently exhale a breath, palpitating Yichen, looking around. In front of them, many people have stepped into the soul-setting platform, sitting cross-legged and entering the state of cultivation. The breath is constantly emitting. There was even a breakthrough on the spot. The crowd was immediately envious. This place is so powerful. This allows the continuous operation of 9 days Xianyang Ju to let himself restore calm. Yichen frowned. And what about the Samsara cemetery? Is there any connection between the reincarnation cemetery and the soul-setting platform? Yichen is more and more puzzled. Now, the soul-setting platform is on. Everyone should know the rules. I won't talk nonsense. But I want to emphasize one thing. After 3 days, the soul-setting platform will be closed. If you do not come out ahead of time, you will only be trapped in it and die. When Yichen is confused, an old man's warning voice comes from his ear. This voice let Yichen face color can't help but coagulate, hastily recollect the thought, also dare not think of more things. He and Shenshi no longer hesitated, and walked along the winding steps toward the soul-setting platform. Deep into the soul platform, Yichen is able to feel the vast breath. This breath, and Yichen's Samsara cemetery inside the breath, seems to be quite similar. It gives Yichen a kind and familiar feeling. Chapter 578. And in which, Rao is Yichen's constant suppression, the Samsara cemetery, it seems that no matter how calm. Boom! In the deepest part of the body, it seems that there is a giant beast trying to break out of the cage. In all directions, a strong energy breath has already converged towards Yichen. Such a change, in an instant, attracted the attention of all present. Why did the spirit of the soul platform run there? I know this guy. It seems that he was arguing with Shui Fenghua in the hall just now. The person next to him called him Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi? Is it the Chinese family? I heard that a genius named Yichen was born in Huaxia. I don't know what the relationship between this boy and Yichen is. Some people know Yichen, but Yichen has changed her face at the moment, so they can't find it. Look, he has begun to absorb the energy from the soul-setting stage. How can he be so fast? The ignorant. On the soul platform, the energy is extremely rich. However, just rely on the absorption of energy, want to break through the realm, it is ridiculous. This Ning's soul platform, a greater role is to understand the Tao. Understand the way of heaven. Yes. The soul setting platform conforms to heaven and earth, and contains the profound meaning of heaven and earth. Just absorb energy. It's too wasteful to go to the soul setting stage. Only those who have never entered the realm of ecstasy can be so stupid and ignorant. That boy's cultivation is only the third level of Jinyuan realm. No wonder he looks like a fool. Seeing Yichen start to absorb energy, he can't wait to sit on the soul setting table. The practitioners around him look at each other. Some people satirize, some disdain, some secretly laugh, some gloat. Yichen seems to have become the focus of attention again. Xue Fenghua and those blood allies naturally noticed Yichen. Several people sneered. I thought it was a big guy. It turned out that he was just a trash who didn't know anything. I don't think there is any force behind it. In this case, I will make this boy after the end of soul setting stage. Taiga Shusher Dan is just for our blood league. Haha. You are wise. When the time comes, Mr. Zheng will be happy. Maybe the adult status will rise again. Don't forget us. The other strong members of the Blood League began to boast. When Xue Fenghua heard these words, he was in a good mood. He nodded and said, "That's natural. Now we don't care about that boy. We can understand it at ease." Yes, my lord. At the moment, Shinshin wants to sit down in the corner, but what he wants to do is to persuade him. He shook his head helplessly, and found that he still looked high at Yichen. However, the other party has been living and practicing in China, and some of the rules of Kunlun are naturally unknown. Well, I'll protect the Dharma for Mr. Yi. Shenshurshi Light Road. After all, the soul setting platform is different. Under special circumstances, you can do it. Yichen naturally doesn't care what outsiders think. He feels that Reincarnation Cemetery is crazy in absorbing the ability of this place. If it is not guided and controlled, he is afraid that the energy in his body will burst out of control. And for what Yichen did, all the people present looked at each other and felt incredible. Ask, who comes to the soul-setting platform, can't wait to sink into practice. What's more, it just absorbs the spirit of heaven and earth on the soul-setting stage. Yichen's practice is obviously unimaginable. In the face of the surrounding voices, the woman of Ji family and the Fubo of Yibao Pavilion can't help but look at each other. Then, without any hesitation, the woman went directly to Yichen, looking cold and looking around. Now Yichen, very dangerous. Many people already know that Yichen is the one who made the Taiga Shusher Dan, and even some people have guessed that Yichen is the provider of black explosive python. Not only that, she also noticed the conflict between Yichen and Xuemeng. In this way, about half of the people here have reason to deal with Yichen. How can this reassure her? She is not to protect Yichen, but to black explosion crazy python's muscles and veins. She needs it so much. If this thing is taken by others, her hope will be high. So no matter what, Yichen she must guard. Seeing Miss Ji's eyes full of warning, everyone came to their senses. Shenshurshi and Miss Ji are guarding Yichen from left to right. Ordinary people can't do it here. The situation is changing rapidly. Looking at what happened in front of you, many people look at each other. Who can't feel the smell of gunpowder in the air? Think of here, some people subconsciously toward blood Fenghua and others to see. Aware of the eyes from around, blood Fenghua snorted coldly. As expected, Xue Fenghua did not suppress Yichen, but closed his eyes and meditated. For blood Fenghua and others gave up the great opportunity, many people showed a look of doubt. You know, if you do it now, it is undoubtedly the best chance to deal with that boy. But these people actually gave up the opportunity? Is Yichen the protagonist? The silence is terrible at this time. Hua hua hua. In the elixir field, the true qi is rolling. 9 days Xianyang is definitely in operation. Yichen's consciousness has already sunk into the samsara cemetery. At the first time when he stepped on the soul-setting platform, the 9-day Xianyang Ju and the reincarnation graveyard in Yi Chen's body showed signs of losing control. This makes Yi Chen have to risk sinking into practice. At this moment, within the Samsara cemetery, the storm surged. Yi Chen's consciousness is silent among them, like a drop in the ocean, drifting with the wind. Qi around, seems to feel the call, crazy rush into the reincarnation cemetery. On the tombstone, all the original simplicity, at this moment, faintly twinkled with blue light. The lines of primitive simplicity seemed to bloom with strange brilliance. Originally, the world of Samsara cemeteries, which was full of silence, seemed to be vivid at this moment. What kind of treasure is this soul-setting platform? With the energy injection, aware of the change of the Samsara cemetery, Rao as Yi Chen can't help but be a little stunned. It's been a long time since we got the Samsara cemetery. However, for this reincarnation cemetery, Yi Chen's understanding has never been profound. As if, what he touched was just the outer surface of the Samsara cemetery. What is hidden in the depth of Samsara cemetery? Yi Chen is not sure. Now, the reincarnation cemetery seems to be on the platform of soul setting, feeling the call, and want to present another side of it to Yi Chen. In that case, come on. Finally, when he realized that the change of the reincarnation graveyard was beyond his control, Yi Chen was cruel in his heart. Reincarnation graveyard wants energy. Yi Chen, give it. Does reincarnation want to change? Yi Chen makes it change. Yi Chen wants to see what the Samsara cemetery wants to tell himself. Chapter 579. After reading this, Yi Chen gave up the suppression of the 9-day Xianyang decision and the reincarnation cemetery decisively. He even began to absorb the external energy crazily. At this moment, Yi Chen seems crazy. It has to be said that Yi Chen's action is undoubtedly crazy. To be a practitioner, I'm afraid that in such an uncontrollable situation, I dare not do anything crazy. But Yi Chen did. Hoo. With Yi Chen letting go of his body and mind, he began to help the 9-day Xianyang Ju to speed up its operation. Taking Yi Chen as the center, the whole Ning's soul platform set off a huge wave. Whoa. The air waves are rolling and the energy is overflowing. See Yi Chen at the moment, mouth and nose slightly open, all pores open. He tried his best to absorb energy. Even regardless of their own muscles will be burst. Because just now, Yi Chen has been keenly aware that if he reaches the limit, the absorptive power emanating from the Samsara cemetery will soon absorb all the energy flowing into his body. This let Yi Chen also lost the worries behind. For a moment, the whole Ning's soul platform, with Yi Chen as the center, rolled up a whirlwind of terror. Yi Chen's side, heaven and earth energy, is rich to an abominable point. The inspiration of the breath even shocked all the practitioners on the soul-setting platform. Yi Chen is such a troublemaker. How can they practice? Damn it, is this boy crazy? So absorb energy. Is he not afraid to be carried to death? What does he want to do? Asshole! Our students are interrupted. It is impossible for us to understand the meaning of heaven and earth in such a chaotic atmosphere. Awakened from the practice, everyone looked at Yi Chen in the center of the storm and looked shocked. See crazy people. However, I have never seen such a crazy person as Yi Chen. I've never seen anything so deadly. Yi Chen, this is killing. Asshole! This kid's going to make a mess of it. Among them, especially the Blood Alliance people, look even more ugly at the moment. These people didn't make the first move because they were ready to understand things and practice first. This is a chance in 20 years. But the plan can't keep up with the change. At present, Yi Chen, with the help of Qi, clearly wants to cut off the chance for Zhifenghua and others to impact on cultivation and understand the way of heaven. Is Yi Chen already expected such a thing, this just strange trouble? Think of this, Blood Alliance. Several people look at each other. Blood Fenghua is even more murderous. Originally, I wanted to give this boy more time to live. Now it seems that this boy is determined to die. Mr. Yi. At Yi Chen's side, Shen Shirshi and Ji Jia Miss are also strange at the moment. Shen Shirshi, in particular, has a complex complexion. Looking at Yi Chen, he couldn't laugh or cry. Mr. Yi was worried a little while ago. Who would have thought that he would destroy others' cultivation by such means? This time, you don't have to worry about blood alliance secretly. Because the breath of Ning Hantai is completely confused. Under such breath, it is almost impossible for others to practice except Yi Chen. How to talk about Impact Realm? Just, how did Yi Chen do so crazy? Judging from the aura he has absorbed now, it is enough to support a cultivator. But Yi Chen didn't stop at all. He was forced back several steps by this wave, and Shinshirshi frowned. The whole soul-setting platform, for a time, fell into a strange silence. All the people are staring at Yi Chen. They want to see when Yi Chen can stop such crazy actions. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed, 10 minutes passed, and a quarter of an hour passed. In a flash, an hour has passed. Then half a day passed. He's still absorbing it. Crouch, what kind of monster is that boy? Hasn't he been held up to death? My God! How did you do it? The key, I clearly feel that the breath of soul-setting platform is getting weaker and weaker, and has been deprived by this boy. Lying trough. Not even a mouthful of soup for us. People are finally beginning to get restless. Originally still waiting for Yi Chen to find his way to death, Xue Fenghua and others are also increasingly ugly. Half a day has passed. The boy didn't budge under the raging energy. Is his dantian a bottomless pit? It can't go on like this. If it goes on like this, how can we practice and understand it? My lord, you must stop this boy. However, it's only 3 days to get on the stage. It can be said that for every practitioner, every minute and second is extremely precious. This is a waste of half a day for no reason, and it seems to continue to waste. Where can people calm down? What's more, on the soul platform, if you fight, Abao Pavilion won't fight. Damn it, son of a bitch, you're going to die. Finally, a man in the Blood League couldn't help but scream, and his body suddenly swept out like an eagle and killed in the storm. We can't wait any longer. Yi Chen's situation is very unusual. Don't kill Yi Chen at the moment. When do you have to wait? This Blood League disciple is full of murders. Dare to move Mr. Yi, and seek death. At the same time, Miss Shen and his disciples made a solemn alliance. Just listen to Miss Ji's cold hum, and even wait for Shinshirshi's hand. A long bow appears in her hand. From the beginning to the present, Miss Ji has always maintained a high degree of vigilance, never a bit relaxed. Where can she give people a chance to get close to Yi Chen? This Blood Alliance disciple is too anxious. At this moment, the bow in Miss Ji's hand is purple, carved with simple patterns, and the arrow is gorgeous like a feather. Bow and arrow. Bang! In many people's surprised eyes, a sharp sound came. Phew! The piercing sound of breaking through the sky is deafening. The fire bird is born, the fire burns the sky. Not good. Younger martial brother, back off. Be careful. Fire bird virtual shadow, heaven and earth change. That a red sky of flame, people shudder. The people of Zhifengua and Shuameng changed their looks and exclaimed. Because, everybody feels, a tremendous crisis, already spread out. Bang! However, just before the voice of Xue Fenghua and others had fallen, a dull burst of sound had already come. The Blood Alliance disciple who killed him had a fixed figure. His expression was frozen, and his eyes showed an endless sense of horror. Whoa! The blood mist was all over the sky, and the flesh and blood were flying. Chapter 580. The shadow of the firebird disappears and the fire spreads. Hoo. The cold wind howls, the whole soul platform suddenly fell into the dead. Looking at Miss Ji Jia, everyone subconsciously stepped back 2 or 3 steps. What do they see? Dead! The disciple of the Blood League was killed by seconds without any resistance. Miss Ji's arrow shot out and flashed a brilliant light, like a flaming bird in the sky. It fell into the Blood League disciple's body with lightning speed, and then exploded. Even the cry did not even send out, that I looked at the Blood Alliance disciple who killed Yi Chen in front of him, turned into ashes. He couldn't have died completely. Good fast speed, good domineering momentum, good terror means. Miss Ji Jia's arrow is shocking to the world. The whole Seoul platform is silent. Only the sound of the cold wind can be heard. All that can be seen is the wind sweeping, the flame burning. All eyes were fixed on Miss Ji, who was holding a bow and looking cold. As if just that moment, the deafening sound of breaking the sky is endless. A Blood Alliance disciple on the 4th floor of Xinyu State was killed like this? What means is this? What magic weapon is this? That's horrible. Younger martial brother. Until the god came back, the Blood Alliance of the remaining few people, this just sad cry out. Looking at the fire, their canthus were about to crack. My younger martial brother died like this? No counterattack. Looking at her expressionless face and walking into the fire, Miss Ji, who takes back the sharp arrow that she shot out, has a fierce hatred in their eyes. This guy has what my Ji family wants. If you get closer, you'll die. But what about Miss Ji? Where would she care about the cannibal eyes of the Blood League disciples? How could she care about other people's opinions? She snorted coldly as she stood with the bow. Words, such as thunder, are shocking. Who dares to approach this boy, who dies? This is the voice of Miss Ji Jia, and this is her warning to everyone. Miss Ji obviously wants to protect the boy. At this moment, the strong feather bow and long bow in Miss Ji's hands were particularly dazzling. Mr. Yi is really lucky, but judging from the other side's hand, he is really a member of the Ji family. Feeling the breath that almost suffocates people in the field, looking at the indifferent Miss Ji Jia, Rao is sure she can't help but draw from the corner of his mouth. Just now Miss Ji's hand between the electric light and flint was really shocking. Sure she has deep experience. That long bow is extraordinary. It should be made by Ji Jia. There was a master of weapon refining in the Shuji family of Kunlun. Countless families and clans competed for the weapons. Suddenly, it seems to think of something, Shunshi's look suddenly changed. Shunshi's status is extraordinary, and he knows a lot of things. Until now, he remembered the origin of the long bow in Miss Ji's hand. Strong feather bow. It is said that thousands of years ago, a Ji family woman with a strong feather bow swept 100,000 troops and killed countless strong men, making great contributions to the Ji family. The strong feather bow is also a myth. After that, the woman disappeared, leaving a strong feather bow, guarding the Ji family. It's a pity that no one can use the strong feather bow. Until 1,000 years ago, a woman named Ji Furong in the Ji family once again summoned a strong feather bow to save the Ji family from being in trouble. With one arrow, the strong man was killed thousands of miles away. And that arrow has also consumed all the blood essence of Ji Furong. The strong feather bow was once again named as Kunlun Su. Since Ji Furong, although Liu Bao is in, no one can use it. It is said that she has lost her spirituality. For thousands of years, this magic weapon has been gradually forgotten. Did not expect, today, strong feather bow reappear? This made Shunshi's face change suddenly. Strong feather bow. This is the strong feather bow. Yes. I remember. This is the strong feather bow of Ji family. No way. Will the strong feather bow appear in that woman's hand? It's impossible for her to display her strong feather bow. Shunshi's gentle voice, which clearly reminded many people. In an instant, all the people on the stage came back to their senses and exclaimed. All the people present were members of a large family or clan. Shunshishi reminded them of some things. The more so, the more appalled people looked. Thinking of the legend of the strong feather bow, they looked at each other in awe. This fragmentary treasure of the Ji family has appeared in the hands of Miss Ji family. Isn't it enough to make people crazy? Strong feather bow. In front of the crowd, the pupil of blood Fenghua could not help but shrink up abruptly. He looked changeable and uncertain. But soon, Shui Fenghua noticed something and snorted coldly. Although it's a strong feather bow, its grade is falling badly. Otherwise, the strong feather bow in its heyday may turn everyone into blood mist. This thing is just a broken toy for Ji Jia. What a surprise. Blood Feng Hua's words also awakened people. Indeed. The strong feather bow in Miss Ji's hand is not as powerful as it is in legend. They even lost a lot of grades. It's not too strange to be able to come out. However, the lean camel is bigger than the horse, and many strong people dare not play Yi Chen's idea anymore. Even if it is the blood alliance of people, also can't help but look heavy. Strong feather bow in the hand, although the grade dropped a few points, but at the moment Miss Ji is like a demon, a man in charge, thousands of people cannot open. Who can compete with it? In addition, Yi Chen's side of Shinshirshi, Rao is Blood Feng Hua, also dare not act rashly. The whole Ning's soul platform is as silent as death, only time goes by. Yi Chen's crazy plunder is extremely merciless. And the rest of the people can only barely absorb some aura. Try to understand. But the result is failure. This is like Yi Chen eating a bucket of rice, and the rest of the people can only drink rice soup. This is too overbearing. The key is that they have no way. 2 days. For 2 days, Yi Chen's practice has made people crazy to almost collapse. From stepping on the soul platform, Yi Chen has never stopped absorbing aura in 2 days. Because of Yi Chen's existence, the whole Ning's soul platform is in chaos. All people can only watch Yi Chen wantonly absorb energy. The energy he absorbed, I don't know, is hundreds of times and thousands of times of the energy needed by ordinary practitioners. However, Yi Chen has nothing to do. This is even more frightening. The time to enter the soul-setting platform has passed. Most of them have left. All the remaining personnel have no chance to practice. This makes them angry. However, every time I see Miss Ji Jia standing beside Yi Chen holding a strong feather bow, the resentment in everyone's heart can only be suppressed, and suppressed again. Dare to be angry and dare not say, is there anything more tragic than this? Chapter 581. Even if Miss Ji can only exert the power of strong feather bow and fur, such a practitioner is no longer able to compete with people of the same level. Even the practitioners at the top of the world should retreat. Who dares to compete with Miss Ji? The sudden death of the disciple of the Blood League is an example. This makes people dare to be angry and speechless. What people can do is to expect Yi Chen to finish this damned practice as soon as possible and leave them some room. Especially when people clearly realize that these 2 days, the energy breath on the soul platform becomes weaker and weaker, and their mood is more anxious. Go on like this, Yi Chen really does not intend to leave others a little way to live. Who? At dawn, on the 3rd day of Ninghun Tai, Yi Chen, sitting in the center of the storm, breathed a long breath in the midst of the countless prayers and expectations of all people. 9 days inside the body Xianyang will gradually stop running. Yi Chen slowly opened his eyes. On this day, Yi Chen finally withdrew from the practice, and the storm which had been raging for 3 days on the soul-setting platform finally stopped at this moment. Originally drowsy people, aware of this situation, suddenly opened their eyes. Eyes are subconsciously toward Yi Chen concentrated in the past. Heaven and earth, at this moment, seem to be silent. What is Yi Chen's situation now when he comes back from practice? The whole soul platform is quiet to terror. After 3 days, Yi Chen finally stopped practicing and opened his eyes. Contact Yi Chen's eyes for a moment, all people's hearts can't help but sink. What a fierce look it was. At this moment, Yi Chen across the line of sight of people, as if to be able to see through all people. Mr. Yi, you are finally finished. After a short time, Shinshirshi, who was the first to return to God, showed an excited smile. At the moment, everyone cannot feel how powerful Yi Chen is. But at the moment, Yi Chen's eyes are palpitating. He's obviously changed. Even the feeling in the eyes is like facing a super strong man. Has Yi Chen stepped into this level? 3 days from the real Yuan state to the mind-wandering state, and then to the supernatural state? No way. Thank you for protecting the Dharma for me these days. Toward Shinshirshi nodded, Yi Chen said softly. Shen Shi almost knelt down when he heard the elder. Mr. Yi, you can't mess up the seniority. You are a teacher. If the Lord knows, he will kill me. Then, Yi Chen looked at Miss Ji. Although I don't know why the other party wants to help himself, he understands the kindness. But he won't send out the muscles and veins of the black explosive python because of this. Thank you. The Lady Ji took the weapon back and laughed. You're welcome. I love making friends. Now we should be ordinary friends. Yi Chen hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. Calculate. A moment later, Yi Chen took back his sight and took a breath. Suddenly, he shot in a direction and released the killing machine. He said, there are some things that need to be solved. These days, although all in practice, but some things happened outside, Yi Chen where cannot be clear. For example, on that day, Miss Ji Jia killed a Blood League disciple with strong feather bow. For example, these days from time to time locked in their own body that several killing intention. Blood Alliance people want to destroy Yi Chen's heart, never die. In that case, Yi Chen doesn't want to wait. Miss Ji, it should be okay to start at the soul stage. As long as you don't make a big deal of it, it's okay. The big people in town don't care. Yi Chen nodded, showing a sneer at the corners of his mouth, and looked at the Blood Fenghua and several Blood Alliance strongmen. Boom! The next moment, between a thought, a strong killing opportunity soared to the sky. In the process of killing, heaven and earth solidify, and everyone seems to fall into the ice cellar. Yi Chen is in the Samsara cemetery. In 3 days, he actually stepped from the 3rd layer of Jinyuan realm to the 8th layer of Jinyuan realm. 5 realms. Although not into the spirit of travel. But it's almost against the weather. To know that under the same realm, he is several times stronger than the strong one of Kunlun. This is also the key to his ability to kill people by leaps and bounds. But at the moment, his breath and killing machine are not the 8th floor of Jinyuan realm at all. It's more like a spirit tour. No! Be careful. Shui Fenghua took the lead in changing her look and exclaimed. What a powerful momentum! This is definitely not true Yuan realm. It seems to be like a wonderland, like a supernatural state, but it is not like. With the explosion of murder. At this moment, Yi Chen's breath became violent. The blood dragon in the body seems to rush out of the body immediately. Feeling this breath, everyone looks panic. That kind of momentum, let Yi Chen's body, like a mountain, stands on the platform of condensation soul. Obviously, Yi Chen has undergone a qualitative change. This is not the breath that the practitioners of Jinyuan realm should have. Does Yi Chen have quietly stepped into the transcendental realm? The sound of the air conditioner is rising one after another. Everyone's eyes were unbelievable. Originally, this time came to the soul-setting platform. Of all people, Shui Fenghua is undoubtedly the most likely to take the lead in breaking through. However, what happened in the soul-setting platform did not even give Blood Fenghua an opportunity. Now Yi Chen has crossed so many realms. How can people calm down? Even Miss Ji Jia, not far away, had a look of horror in her eyes. This boy is interesting. The soul-setting platform of Kunlun Mountain in China is not powerful, but it is forcibly deprived by this boy. The key breath is so strong that it is almost unheard of. Is it possible that this son and sister Ji Xiqing are the same kind of people? If this son joins the Ji family, doesn't it mean that there is another demon genius in the Ji family? At this moment, Miss Ji is not very interested in the muscles of Black Explosive Python. What she is really interested in is Yi Chen. In a shock in the eyes, in the bursts of shouts, Blood Fenghua took the lead to return to God, killing the outbreak. This kid is a threat to him. Originally, this boy is just a mole ant that can be crushed to death at any time in his eyes. Now it seems that it is absolutely dangerous. Even this son and the Chinese Yi Chen threaten the Blood Alliance. What's wrong with the world? What about Yi? Is the Kunlun Shuya family going to break out? If I'm not mistaken, you Blood Alliance just wanted to kill me when I was practicing. If it wasn't for Miss Ji, I would have fallen on the platform. If you Blood Alliance is willing to kneel down and submit, I can consider giving you a way to live. Threat! A naked threat! Who could have thought that the Blood Alliance was threatened by a boy in the real Yuanjing? What a shame! Chapter 582. Xue Fenghua's eyes were cold. Boy, you plunder resources, it's just making people angry. What's wrong with our Blood League people killing you? Anger? Haha, what is your Blood Alliance? I will not only make people angry, but also make you all kneel down. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly become cold. Kill! A long cry, Yi Chen suddenly killed. My lord, this boy is so arrogant. I'll learn a little bit. One of the closest Blood Alliance disciples to Yi Chen stepped out, and the red door tattoo on his neck was shining with dazzling light. The strength of this Blood Alliance disciple is on the 6th floor of Xinyu. Not too weak. The sword in his hand explodes the killing opportunity, takes Yi Chen's key point directly. But he didn't know. When Yi Chenjin is on the 3rd floor of Yuanjing, he can kill the strong one in the 6th floor of Shenyujing. And now he's on the 8th floor. How can this person stop it? Bang! Yi Chen didn't move his sword. Shoot it with one hand. This is Chen Tianli's burning anger. Now he can wave his hand directly to the extreme. In a burst of dull roar, the Blood Alliance disciple did not even have time to make a scream and make a little response. He looked down at his chest with a look of horror. Yi Chen's palm, at the moment, actually directly penetrated his chest and broke his internal organs. Even the spirit was completely shattered. Die! Ignoring the Blood Alliance disciple whose face was full of fright and whose expression was gradually dim, Yi Chen snorted coldly. Boom! A breath of genuine qi takes Yi Chen's palm as the center and explodes. That majestic energy rushed into the whole body of the Blood Alliance disciple, and in a flash, completely cut off his vitality. Bang! Until the Blood Alliance disciple fell to the ground and the soul platform was dead. This? Is that the fucking death? How? I didn't see how the kid did it. There seems to be a flame coming out. The other side didn't even use weapons. How can I feel more domineering than Miss Narji? What kind of state has this boy stepped into these 3 days? There are 3 layers of Jinyuan realm, only 3 days. Even if there is a soul-setting platform, it is impossible to step into a big realm. It's impossible in Kunlun. What's the origin and name of this boy? Mr. Yi. Which Kunlun Su surnamed Yi is so terrible? After a short time, in the cold wind, I came back to God. All of us could not help but shiver, and their faces were horrified. Yi Chen's move is to make everyone feel chilly. If you don't know how to make a move, you will be able to kill a mind-wandering practitioner. This is unacceptable. The native chicken and the earthen dog are vulnerable to a single blow. Did not pay attention to the around that shot a road to frighten the eyes, the leaf chin mouth corner showed a trace of disdained sneer. The spirit of Blood Alliance? Now in Yi Chen's eyes, it looks like a mole ant. This should be the greatest credit of Samsara Cemetery. His practice is more solid than anyone else. What's more, with the disappearance of every great power, a part of his power will converge into his body, which can make him cross 2 realms almost every time. This time, the soul-setting platform has made great changes in the Samsara Cemetery. It's just that because of external things, he doesn't take the time to feel it. When you have finished dealing with the matter of soul-setting platform, you are not in a hurry. You seem to want to die. Yi Chen turned his head and looked not far away. A pale Blood League disciple, who was slowly approaching himself, said without expression. A word, like the judgment of death, makes people feel cold. Boy, do you know what it is to offend the Blood League? There are so many people watching Ning Huntai. If you start again, the Blood Alliance will surely chase you crazy. Seems to have been greatly stimulated, the Blood League disciple close to Yi Chen, crazy. Under the extreme terror, or collapse, or crazy. This Blood Alliance disciple is crazy, and Yi Chen expects it. Looking at the man, his whole body momentum broke out and his face was ferocious. Yi Chen disdained to open his mouth. Blood Alliance? I've never been afraid. Offend. Remember, my name is Yi Tian. From today on, I will kill one of the Blood Alliance people once I see him. Until all the creatures of the Blood League are killed. Destroy the Blood Alliance in the Kunlun Void. Cold words ring through. Shock everyone. Of course, Yi Tian is the name Yichen casually took. Anyway, I feel a little domineering, so I used it temporarily. He is now easy to face, naturally will not expose Yi Chen's identity, otherwise to the capital Yi family as well as China is a threat. From now on, let Yi kill the sky legend spread in Yibao Pavilion. The voice of Yi Chen is echoed in the whole Ning Soul platform. At this moment, the silence reached its peak. All the people here have never heard such lies. This is from the mouth of a boy who was just a real Yuanjing 3 days ago. Zhen Yuanjing challenges the whole Blood League. If you are heard by those people of Kunlun Su, you will definitely sneer, even more to say that you can't help yourself. But at this moment, most people in Ninghuntai believe it. Because Yi Chen burst out of strength, let them believe. After the silence, there was an uproar. It turns out that his name is Yi Tian. Is there such a strong man in Kunlun? Kill the sky, this person even dare to kill the sky, how dare not move the Blood Alliance? Yi Tian's name is too domineering. Plus the boy's talent against heaven, as long as he doesn't die young, Kunlun will surely tremble in 10 years. Only Ji Xiqing, who is the Ji family, can compare with Ye's talent of killing heaven. All of us must remember the young man. It is the 3 words of Yi Tian in my heart. In any case, they and the forces behind them must not offend. At the moment, Shen Shishi, the only one who knows the identity of Yi Chen, has a strange expression to the extreme. Yi Tian? Master really dares to take it. Even heaven can't accommodate him. What's Kunlun Su worth? If the master leaves today, I'm afraid it won't be long before the name of Yi Tian will be heard in every corner of Kunlun. The most exasperating thing should be the Blood Alliance. They must have never thought that Yi Tian and Yi Chen are actually the same person. The crazy Blood Alliance disciple listened to the voice in his ear and then took a look at the Blood Fenghua. Blood Fenghua nodded to him, he no longer hesitated, rushed out. Shui Fenghua is not in a hurry. He just wants to find out the details of Yi Tian with the help of Blood League disciples. It's better to let Yi Tian tired with the will battle, and then he will fight again, absolutely suppress. Although this means some villains, but in the face of the inexplicable Yi Tian, this method is the most safe. Do you really want to die? I will help you. Looking at that crazy Blood Alliance disciple, Yi Chen a cold drink, body shape toward the front swept out. Brush. Draw out a row of virtual shadow, Yi Chen speed, such as lightning across the sky. Get down for me. Chapter 583. One blow, a powerful air wave. Boom. Roar, roar. Bang. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Chen's fist hit the 2 palms of the Blood Alliance disciple who resisted it. Click. Click. Suddenly, a clear voice exploded. No! The Blood Alliance disciple immediately gave out a piercing roar. He looks twisted. See the moment of confrontation, Yi Chen, such as destroying the withered and decaying, unstoppable. It's a smash. The arms of the Blood Alliance disciples were blown apart directly. Flesh and blood, white bone smashed. But this is not the end. After that, the strength of the disciples' Blood Alliance was smashed. Bang! In the middle of a dull noise, the scream of Blood League disciples stopped suddenly. His body is like a shell. He flies backward to the rear. In the air is cut off. The inner and outer viscera of the disciple destroyed the inner and outer viscera. Whoa! In the cold wind, everyone was even more shocked to see that the Blood Alliance disciple who was blown out flew out of the condensation soul platform and fell to the ground dozens of meters below. As if between, people heard the harsh sound of landing, as if between, people heard the chilling sound of bone smashing. It's just a few breaths, 2 moves, Yi Chen killed 2 people in succession. In addition to a person killed by Miss Ji Jia that day, several strong men of the Blood Alliance who entered the soul-setting stage this time were almost destroyed and had no life to return. Except for blood. In the face of such a situation, the remaining practitioners on the scene looked at each other in horror. This is Yi Shitian's strength now. You can't stop the top of the mind-wandering state. Is this guy really from Jinyuan to Xinyu? Or extraordinary? This time, the Blood Alliance really lost a lot. To know which one of the practitioners who can climb the soul-setting platform is not the focus of cultivation in the sect. Even if it is a Blood Alliance, it is no exception. How much effort and resources has Blood Alliance paid on these fallen strong men? However, all of these disciples, who had a promising future and had been placed high hopes on, have all lost their lives. I'm afraid the Blood Alliance can't bear such a fate. Looking at Yi Chen, the more people, the look became startled. One more. Unfortunately, where will Yi Chen pay attention to the eyes and eyes of outsiders? After killing 2 people in succession, Yi Chen takes a deep breath and turns to look behind him. There's one person left unsolved. Blood style. This is the most dangerous existence, is the guy Yi Chen cares about most. This son is about the whereabouts of his father. No matter what, take it. No. Zhifenghua wants to escape. Zhifenghua has escaped. It seems that Zhifenghua is scared. And when Yi Chen turns his head to look, the people who have noticed the Blood Fenghua are surprised. In fact, I don't know when, Blood Fenghua has already run to the soul-setting stage. Obviously, at the moment of knowing Yi Chen's strength, Zhifenghua is aware of the danger. Even though his strength is strong, Yi Chen still has missed Ji Jia and another strong one. If the 3 people work together to deal with him, the consequences are unimaginable. He has to run. Taking advantage of Yi Chen's distraction, Zhifenghua's body shape has been flashing rapidly and plundering under the soul-setting platform. Blood Fenghua escaped. Seeing this scene in the eyes of all people, people's eyes on the platform become strange and complicated. You should know, before this, Blood Fenghua such a person, how powerful. What dignity does he have? However, now in front of Yi Chen, Shui Fenghua is in a mess to escape. He gave up his dignity, he gave up everything. He just wants to live. Not even the courage to fight with Yi Chen. It makes people feel cold when they look at it. What a terrible impression Yi Chen has left on Zhifenghua. The key is that all people don't know what kind of cultivation Yi Chen has entered in 3 days. Fear for the unknown. Lost dog, want to run away. Seeing Zhifenghua's body running away under the platform, Yi Chen's eyes flash with cold light. Can't let the Blood Fenghua escape. If you let him leave this Ning's soul platform, it is even more difficult to take down the Blood Fenghua, it's more difficult to find a father. The main purpose of his coming here is Blood Alliance. Think of this side, Yi Chen looks a change, body like a meteor swept out. Song Long's magic body is determined. Because of the strength of the realm, Yi Chen seems to be stepping on a black dragon at this moment, and Yi Chen's body shape is transformed into virtual shadow. Blood Fenghua, leave it for me. This moment of Yi Chen, such as chasing the stars and the moon, in a twinkling of an eye, is not far away from the Blood Fenghua. Wow! The light burst out, and Yi Chen's hand condensed a spirit sword that had just been patted. Sweep straight ahead. Jinhuan's sword and chopping dragon sword are not suitable for shooting, because now his identity is Yi Shitian, not Yi Chen. Brush. As a matter of fact, the sword chi condenses, breaks through the air, and goes straight behind the Blood Fenghua. Asshole! Feeling the chilling chill from behind, I know Yi Chen has already made a move. The Blood Fenghua who runs away clenches his teeth and looks gloomy. What a mess. Shame. How could he be so shameful? You know, from small to large, his blood style is fully trained by the Blood League. He has always been the best of his peers. Life glory, much looked up to. But today, what happened? Now you're in a desperate situation. The key is a real Yuan environment boy harm. Yi Shitian. All this is Yi Shitian. Today, I must leave. Only ask Elder Zheng to do something to suppress this person. Compared with Yi Chen in China, Yi Shitian is more terrible. His eyes were fierce, and he snorted fiercely. Get out of here. As soon as the wrist trembles, a cold light flashed by, but he lost a rune without looking back. Boom! The rune explodes and turns into a substantial boundary, which blocks Yi Chen's spirit sword. In an instant, the sound of collision exploded, and the air waves swept out towards all sides. Yi Chen's sword suddenly stopped for a moment. This is a powerful rune. In the rune, the soul of the beast howling faintly is earth-shaking. This is one of the means to keep your life. He has no choice. He was shocked and frightened by Yi Tian. He must tell Elder Zheng or the leader. Killing Huaxia Yechen can be delayed. But Yi Tian must die. Otherwise, it will definitely threaten the whole Blood League. This talent and breakthrough speed, within 5 years, Yi Shi naively and his name, kill the heaven. What is the Blood Alliance? Chapter 584. Under the extremely strong crisis, the Blood Fenghua's life-saving rune is in full bloom. In his eyes, Yi Tian is not necessarily his opponent, but this place is not so simple. He must leave at once. The power of rune surges between the feet of Blood Fenghua. Seeing Yi Chen catch up, he quickly opens the distance. Speed to the limit. Yi Chen's eyes twinkle with cold light. He naturally won't let Blood Fenghua leave. This person is about whether he can enter the Blood League. Is the main purpose of this trip. Seeing that they can't catch up with the blood in time, suddenly a sharp burst of air-breaking sound has already exploded, accompanied by bursts of startling voices. A scorching wave of air, as if the moment covered the earth, burning heaven and earth. Looking around, Miss G's face is cold, holding a long bow. A touch of red light, such as a meteor through heaven and earth, straight after the Blood Fenghua. Miss G's shot. Just now Yi Chen killed the Blood Alliance. Miss G kept silent. At first, she was only interested in Yi Chen's things. But witnessing Yi Chen's breakthrough just now, she is more interested in this person. Even offend the Blood Alliance. G family also wants to attract this person. That with the fiery arrows gushing out, majestic. It seems to be aware of the danger coming from behind. Xue Fenghua looks around and looks at the flash of fire. Xue Fenghua gives out a desperate roar. Sure enough, Ji Jia still made a move. He had no way to continue to leave, only to the side of the body to go. At the same time, a sword was sacrificed in the hand, and the strong breath of Blood Alliance surged, and the arrow was split on the spot. Click. 1. The fire cut off on the spot. And Blood Fenghua also stepped back a few steps, his face full of anger. Meanwhile, Yi Chen has fallen. He looks cold. You can't go. I'll give you a choice. I won't kill you. Yi Chen's indifferent voice resounds. He should be the first one in the world who dares to threaten the existence of Zifenghua with Jinyuan realm. Xue Fenghua knows that she can't go again. Miss G's bow and arrow are aimed at her. Once he leaves again, the consequences will be absolutely troublesome. At present, the only way to kill this man called Yi Tian. He had a chance to leave. After thinking about everything, Xue Fenghua's face suddenly turned cold. The sword pointed at Yi Chen and said angrily, I don't care whether you are Yi Tian or Yi Bao Tian. You kill so many strong people of our Blood League in the soul-setting platform. Do you know the consequences? I might as well tell you that although this is the boundary of China and there is still some distance away from Kunlun Su, Elder Zheng of our Blood League should have entered China, and his strength is enough to crush you. If you dare to be presumptuous again, you can't bear the anger of the Blood League. His tone is very dignified. This is the confidence given to him by the Blood League. The surrounding forces also nodded. When some people hear the 3 words of Elder Zheng, their expressions are obviously afraid. There is only one Elder Zheng in the Blood League. Although only the Elder, but it is the existence of decisiveness. It is said that there are 10,000 practitioners who died in the hands of Elder Zheng. It is also called Blood League Butcher by Kunlun. Is this butcher that everyone fears to come to China? The people on the Soul platform suddenly took a breath. Some people even sympathized with Yi Chen. Yi Tian should not dare to do it anymore. We have experienced the horror of Elder Zheng. At that time, one hand suppressed more than a dozen of super strong people. In Kunlun, Su has a certain right to speak. Yi Shitian is arrogant, but there should be a sense of propriety. When everyone was talking about it, Yi Chen said, I want to kill the Blood Alliance. Don't talk about you. Even if Elder Zheng really comes to this place, he must die. Hiss. Hearing Yi Chen's lies, those practitioners shook their heads helplessly. I'm afraid this guy is crazy. Kill the Blood League? Even Elder Zheng? I just don't know what to do. Talk like crazy. Yi Chen's words, it seems that the fierce stimulation to the blood Fenghua. Yi Jingtian, I really think I'm afraid of you. Kill a few Blood Alliance people, really think oneself can kill the sky? I will let you understand what a mountain is higher than a mountain today. With a long roar, the blood is shining and the body is shooting out. Whoa! At the same time, a strong wind swept up. The blood style of the virtual shadow sword and the robe danced wildly, the majestic momentum of the mountain, toward the whole soul stage spread and go. Xue Fenghua took the lead. He showed all his strength without reserve. He wants to crush Yi Chen thoroughly with such strength. Don't give Yi Chen a chance. How powerful! Blood has reached this level. Why should he run when he has the strength? You can deal with Yi Shitian completely. I'm afraid it's not Yi Shitian that he is afraid of, but the old man beside Yi Shitian and Miss Ji Jia, who launched the attack together. He should not be able to stop them now. Some people's eyes slightly coagulate, analysis way. I see. It's just that Yi Shitian has just broken through from Jinyuan realm, and his breath is still unstable. Can something happen? Yi Shitian is not good at killing heaven. There is a good play to watch. However, both of them left the Ning's Soul platform and started here. Will Yibao Pavilion intervene? Feeling the momentum of spreading and opening, all the people in the field took a breath of cold air and widened their eyes. Yi Jingtian is in danger. If we say that most people are excited to see the strength shown by Blood Fenghua at the moment, then Shen Shirshi and Miss Ji Jia are undoubtedly in a heavy mood. Although Yi Chen's talent is against the sky, he has just made a breakthrough. This blood style is not the same as those strong Blood Alliance. They look at Yi Chen with worried eyes. Yi Shitian, no one can save you today. I don't believe that you can cross two great realms from Jinyuan realm to Transcendental realm. Momentum soared to the top, toward Yi Chen, heard the voice of clamor coming from under the platform of soul coagulating, and his face was ferocious. Now, I will let you return the disgrace of the Blood League to you even with the interest. Such strength, so that Blood Fenghua has a proud capital. Oh? Are you so confident that you can crush me? Without paying attention to the boiling crowd on the soul platform, he coldly looks at the bloody Fenghua that has been killed, and Yi Chen squints his eyes. This situation, Yi Chen is expected. Therefore, Yi Chen cannot be too shocked at this time. Even, Yi Chen's heart, there is a trace of excitement. Let me see how strong you are. Suddenly, in the blood Fenghua killed in front of, in the crowd's exclamation, Yi Chen one step across and out. Chapter 585. Songlong Magic Body Formula. With a roar, Yi Chen's body seems to disappear from the original place. Move like thunder. In a flash, Yi Chen's speed is fast to a terrible degree. Even before people react to it, the grim smile on the face of Zhifenghua has solidified. Not good. A blow to the ground, Yi Chen's speed, beyond the imagination of Blood Fenghua. The heart is shocked, a sense of uneasiness diffuses and opens, a cold sense rises from the spine. Back! Suddenly, I roared towards the wind. Where to go? Seeing the Blood Fenghua aware of the bad, want to avoid, Yi Chen issued a burst drink. I don't know when, he has already appeared behind the Blood Fenghua. Stick to the mountain. No other moves were used. Close combat, this poster mountain by, is Yi Chen's first choice. Kunlun Su's strong men have long been used to fighting with swords. In the face of this simple and crude Chinese martial arts, they are absolutely unpredictable. With the breakthrough of cultivation, Yi Chen's physical strength is constantly improved, not only a little bit stronger. Sticking to the mountain is the most body-eating move. Therefore, this is undoubtedly the best choice for Yi Chen. Especially in this blood Fenghua arrogance, want to easily crush Yi Chen, give Yi Chen the opportunity to approach. When will it be better if you don't use it now? So in that burst of startling voice, Yi Chen, such as ghosts and ghosts, avoided the blood Fenghua blow, such as thunder appeared behind the blood Fenghua. Boom! Twist your waist and lift your hips, and your qi will burst out. Yi Chen's upper body, suddenly toward the blood Fenghua impact and go. Of course, Yi Chen can't use the 8 layers of the real Yuan realm to resist the blood Fenghua. He asked Duan Laren of the Samsara Cemetery for strength. Improve your breath and cultivation in a short time. He took Taiga Shusher Dan, Duan Laren naturally willing. Breath rising. The terrible air waves burst, such as thunder. This moment of Yi Chen, in everyone's eyes, seems to turn into a mountain, towards the blood Fenghua rolling away. Yi Shitian, you still want to move me by such means, and I want to die. There was a flurry on his face, and his face turned pale. A huge crisis burst out from the heart of blood. Eyes, full of red blood, in the moment of Yi Chen's body boom, blood Fenghua quickly erupts the whole body's true qi and goes to resist Yi Chen. If really let Yi Chen this move blow up, the consequences are unimaginable. Under the threat of death, within the shortest time, Zhifenghua made the fastest response. Boom! The next moment, thunderbolt. The roar was deafening. Pooh-hee! Blood spray, blood Fenghua look white body like a broken kite, was shaken out. Don't move like a mountain, move like a tiger. At the beginning of the battle, Yi Chen showed the strength, so that people who did not like Yi Chen had already taken a breath of cold air. This is Ye's power to kill heaven. This sun now erupts the strength, at least in the extraordinary realm. The key has not yet moved the sword. Is it really extraordinary? Ning's soul stage actually let a boy cross 2 big realms. Madman. Heroes are young. It's a bully. Simply crush your opponent with your body. No matter how fast Zhifenghua reacts, he still suffers a great loss. The situation in the field turned to be worse, which made many people's eyes widened. Come again. In that bursts of startled voice, in that a road in the eyes of awe, a hit, where can Yi Chen be idle? Looking at the blood Fenghua that was shaken out, Yi Chen's body shape flashed, as if turned into thunder, and pursued towards the blood Fenghua. Yi Shitian, you can't think of it. Knowing that the crisis is coming, the body is still bursting back, watching Yi Chen's killing moves come, and his eyes are about to crack. Ding ding ding. There was a sharp crash and the fire burst out. When he retreated, Shui Fenghua offered a sword to stabilize his body. Thunder light. Then, the wrist a shake, long sword shot, straight to Yi Chen. At the same time, blood Fenghua finger pinches, is to force out a drop of blood essence. Blood essence into a blood-red ancient gate virtual shadow. Attached to the sword. This move is the killing skill of Blood League. With the power of blood essence and blood alliance, ordinary people want to block it, it is very difficult. Yi Shitian, you go to die. The blood is gorgeous, the face is ferocious and crazy, originally thought it could easily crush Yi Chen. I didn't expect to fail. This makes the anger in the heart of Zhifenghua rise to what level? It's unforgivable. Yi Shitian wants to kill himself. Think too beautiful. Don't forget, what is the Blood Alliance good at? It's killing. In the shrill whistling sound, that white cold light tore the air, with Senlang's killing machine, went straight to Yi Chen's vital point. Mr. Yi, be careful. Yi Chen can even hear a burst of startled voice, from the soul platform. From Shenshirshi. Shenshirshi is even ready to make a move. Yi Chen swept one eye, light way, do not need your hand. If it is a few months ago, facing this sudden sword, Yi Chen is only afraid of falling into danger. But now? Different. Break it for me. With a shake of his wrist, he pulled his sword from the auction. Ding! A glare of silver light spills out, and the spirit sword starts from bottom to top. The sound of a crisp crash followed. The spirit sword made a sharp murmur and burst out the power of terror. Ding ding ding. Fire burst out, the sword that shoots toward Yi Chen, Xing Sheng is chopped by Yi Chen and flies out. Blocking the counterattack of Blood Fenghua, Yi Chen does not continue to pursue. Lost the opportunity of rolling, at this time, to pursue again, the significance is not great. Standing where he was, he narrowed his eyes. Seeing that his killing skill was stopped, Zhifenghua's eyes flashed a trace of panic and coldly hummed, Yishir Tian, what sect do you come from? His face was uncertain. Today's war is not so simple. You don't have the right to know. The only thing you need to know is that I will abolish your cultivation today. As soon as this word came out, the sneer at the corner of his mouth became strange, looking for death. With a wave of his hand, he takes back the flying sword that Yi Chenjin flies out. Xue Fenghua does not know when he has a long sword in his hand. You forced me. Blood Fenghua's face suddenly became ferocious. Today, I will show you all my strength. Blood Fenghua suddenly roared. Brush. Voice down, Blood Fenghua long sword straight to Yi Chen. A simple action, as if experienced thousands of times, a strong momentum suddenly burst out. The air seems to solidify, and time and space seem to freeze. The fierce momentum aroused a strong wind. The wind is sharp, like a knife. Stab! Yi Chen's sleeve, unexpectedly born, was torn out a hole. Chapter 586. Very powerful momentum, very overbearing sword spirit. Yi Chen's pupils closed slightly. In this case, let me learn your moves. Yi Chen drank coldly. 10,000 swordsmanship. Sanglong phantom body decided to step out, Yi Chen holding the spirit sword, take the lead. We can't underestimate the blood style. If you want to win, Yi Chen can't be careless. Occupy the first opportunity, do not give each other breathing opportunities, this is Yi Chen's idea. Thunder falls. A flash of cold light, such as the 9 gods of thunder, hit and fall. This is the thunder robbery in Yi Chen's life talisman. The speed of Yi Chen's sword is not only fast to the extreme. Everywhere, drag out a piece of virtual shadow, let people's eyes, even can't keep up with. Yi Chen wants to have a look. He has a strong sword technique, or a strong killing skill of the Blood League. What Wandao Jianzun taught him is that Kunlun Su's rubbish skills can be resisted. Boom! In the twinkling of an eye, there was a violent roar. Yi Chen's sword is fixed in front of the Blood Fenghua. At the moment when Yi Chen's sword is about to cut off the arm of Zhifenghua gives his hand. Between the electric light and the flint, a mysterious and incomparable blood alliance sword skill, Xingxing blocks the sword meaning of Yi Chen. The impact of terror, the birth of a layer of substantial air waves, toward the surroundings swept away. Between heaven and earth, sword spirit flies. Ding ding ding. Each sword chi, with its substantial lethality, is splashed around the soul-setting platform. A layer of boundary does not know when it was born, will Yi Chen and Blood Fenghua battlefield shrouded in, to avoid disaster to the pond fish. It's obvious that the strong man in Yibao Pavilion has made a move. 10,000 swordsmanship? Never heard of it. I guess it's rubbish sword. Blood Fenghua sneered. The joints of the fingers became pale because of too much force. Yi Chen sneered, garbage? I'd like to see how long you can withstand this rubbish. In the sneer, Yi Chen's look suddenly became gloomy. Go away. A long cry, but also a powerful momentum burst. Boom. Only listen to a roar, in the look of horror, Blood Fenghua chest a stuffy, the whole person was shaken away. 10,000 sword techniques are changeable. They combine the power of heaven and earth to create the force of 5 elements. The power of thunder is more than speed. The power of heaven and earth is the most ferocious. Yi Chen's momentum contains the power of thunder. Can it be resisted by blood? Fight to now, Yi Chen also probably judged the strength of Blood Fenghua. Beyond the world. But at the moment, he has a part of Duan Laren's strength, as well as the most powerful sword skills of Wandao Jianzun. who can stop it? Even if it is extraordinary. At present, Yi Chen's combat effectiveness is not inferior to his blood style. Push the pedal. Looking at the complexion startled, burst back to the blood Fenghua, Yi Chen mouth corner emerged a trace of sneer. You can take it. Without waiting for blood Fenghua to stabilize his body, Yi Chen pursues again. I'll kill you while you're ill. Once you have the first chance, don't give the other party a chance to breathe. All the way to crush, rely on the thick and domineering qi, until the other side routs. Just like now. After a move of thunder, Yi Chen directly sweeps with a sword. The meaning of 10,000 sword techniques is to burn the prairie with fire. This is one of the sword skills that Qin Tianli taught him. He never did it. This is the first time. Enough to shake everyone. In an instant, the soul of the stage, as if turned into a sea of fire, heat waves rolling. The endless flame, as if converged into thousands of beasts, galloping and roaring, rolled towards the blood breeze. The fire is blazing, and the beasts are running. The power of fire brewed out by one move of 10,000 swordsmanship makes the soul coagulating stage below. I don't know how many people stare at it. This how powerful. Extraordinary. How? Yi Shitian is so overbearing. What's the origin of Ye's killing heaven? It doesn't give blood Fenghua a chance to breathe. What a powerful Yi Shitian. Is it necessary to be defeated today? Watching the fire beast, towards the blood of the wind swept away, countless onlookers, surprised. Before the beginning of the confrontation, when blood Fenghua showed his strength, no one was optimistic about Yi Chen. But now, Yi Chen's performance has subverted the cognition of many people. The gap between the two at the moment, for many people across a gap. To their surprise, 3 days ago, this boy was just a real Yuanjing, just 3 days, how to improve It seems that Yi Shitian is only about 20 years old. Against the sky spirit root? It's not such an exaggeration. Even Ji Xiqing, who is like a virtual and rebellious Kunlun mountain, can't do it. If this matter is known by the whole clan of Kunlun Su, Yi Shitian must become a hot item. They even made up countless families in order to fight for the death of heaven and blood. Looking at the sea of fire swept by the blood Fenghua, many people are hanging up. Many people who have a good relationship with the Blood League are more gloomy to the extreme. I'm afraid it's going to fall down. If it's okay to win, everything will be okay. If Zhifenghua fails, will Xueming become a laughing stock again? Moreover, it is a laughing stock in front of the world. The most shocking thing is Shinshirshi. Unexpectedly, Mr. Yi has been promoted to such a level. Compared with that day in the capital of China, more than a little bit stronger. I finally understand why Wando Jianzhen should leave that sentence in Wanjianzong and let the whole clan respect Yi Chen. This kind of person is so gifted that as long as he does not die young for 3 years, it will not be Wanjianzong guarding Yi Chen, but Yi Chen guarding Wanjianzong. No matter what, I will protect my master to the death. Shinshirshi made up his mind. But Shinshirshi side Ji Jia Miss, the Mao's son also has the deep excited color. The hand holding the bow and arrow is sweating. What a surprise Yi Shitian gave her. The treasures of the Holy Bao Pavilion can't compare with Yi Shitian. She is also secretly determined, at all costs, Ji family to fight for Yi Shitian. At the same time, 100 meters away, the 6th floor of Yibao Pavilion. Several old people looked at the scene under the soul-setting stage from afar. These old people are extremely respectable people in Yibao Pavilion. In addition to Fubo in the treasure room, several old people gathered around an old man in royal clothes. The old man in the royal guards was carrying his hands behind him with a dignified look. He is Zhuang Bufan, the person in charge of the Yibao branch of Kunlun in China. My lord, these two people have been separated from the soul-setting platform. They are already in Yibao Pavilion. Do you need to suppress them? An old man with terrible breath said cautiously. Zhuang Bufan did not speak. He thought for a few seconds, looked at Fubo and asked, "You should have contacted Na Yi Shitian, and know his real identity?" Fauber shook his head. "My subordinates have checked through some means, but I don't know." The only clue is that these two people seem to come from China. They were captured by Kunlun Mountain International Airport. Chapter 587. In Fubo's eyes, Zhuang Bufan obviously intends to win over Yi Shitian. Huaxia. Such strength and talent should not be Chinese people. It is estimated that they have just returned from China. It's interesting that a strong man in the supernatural realm of the old man beside Yi Shitian calls a young man of Zenyuanjing as Mr. It's just a pity that he shouldn't have started on my territory, let alone his blood. When he heard this, he changed his expression and took a look at Zhuang Bufan. My lord, what do you mean? Isn't Zhuang Bufan trying to win over Yi Shitian? Zhuang Bufan sneered. I have some friendship with Elder Zheng of Blood League. This blood Fenghua belongs to Elder Zheng, so I naturally want to take care of him. As for Yi Shitian, if this son is willing to serve us unconditionally in Yibao Pavilion, accept it. If he doesn't want to, kill him directly. This son is too rebellious. If it can't be used by us, it will be a threat in the future. Never stay. Fan Lao, you go down and intervene depending on the situation. The old man with a terrible breath naturally understood Zhuang Bufan's meaning and nodded. My lord, I will certainly handle the matter well. Words fall, the figure disappears in an instant. And now, under the stage of soul setting. A roar exploded. Under the stage at the moment, the wind is sweeping, the sword chi is overflowing, and the fire is flying. In a short moment, several moves to fight, Yichen weaves out that momentum like a rainbow of fire, has been destroyed. Blood Gate Sunset. Blood Fenghua's mouth with a trace of blood, issued a wild animal-like roar, forcing a drop of blood essence to pad in his eyebrows. Swing away from the sea of fire, that sword light, straight to Yichen. Ding! A burst of crisp percussion sound came. In front of the swift and violent flying sword, Yichen's forward pace was stopped. After a pause, he took a few steps to the rear. Asshole! Yi Shitian, good. Very well, it seems that I underestimated you. From Yichen's wild attack, he gets the chance to breathe, and the embarrassed and incomparable blood Fenghua stares at Yichen not far away in front of him. Fortunately, his reaction is fast enough. Fortunately, he stepped into the extraordinary situation. In the heart's suffocation, lets the blood Fenghua be angry. Why is Yi so powerful? If today's self is not upgraded with secret arts, I'm afraid it has already been defeated. This let the blood Fenghua heart, crazy jump more than. Can't fail. It can only succeed. Shui Fenghua knows what this war means and represents. Yi Shitian, even if I die, I will not let you live. Widened his eyes, anger, eyes are already full of red blood. Blood Fenghua roared fiercely. I want to see where you can be strong. Eyes as if to stare out, blood Fenghua toward the expression of cold Yichen roar. Among the hissing and roaring, Shui Fenghua's hands quickly squeezed out a rune. But in a twinkling of an eye, a few runes were pinched out, condensed and turned into a strange red rune, which was printed into the blood Fenghua elixir field. Boom! As the rune was printed in, the blood Fenghua's face became ferocious. Ah, ah, ah. It seems that he is suffering from unimaginable pain. The blood wind roars ferociously. His whole body begins to wriggle. His muscles and veins, like a long snake, emerge ferociously. With the emergence of the muscles and veins, the momentum of blood Fenghua is constantly soaring. With blood wind as the center, a huge whirlwind swept up. Standing in the center of the whirlwind, the blood Fenghua, like a troll, came out of the hell and made the whole soul-setting stage quiet. Blood Fenghua, finally under the pressure of Yichen, displayed his last means. Under the fierce attack of Yichen, there are many dangers. Now it's time to breathe. When people are still silent in the shock brought by Yichen, blood Fenghua is not willing to let Yichen so rampant. His eyes were red and his veins were bulging. What a terror! What the hell is going on here? My God, what happened? The momentum of the blood style has soared. He has momentum, it seems, to break the shackles of the realm. What the hell is this? The shock brought by the change of blood style is undoubtedly huge. You know, between the realm, but across a vast ocean. How many monks can't cross this ocean in their whole life? The gap between the two is the gap between heaven and earth. And now Blood Fenghua has the feeling of breaking through the gap. It's eye-opening. Blood Alliance's soul-burning secret? Is this blood style crazy? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Within the crowd, Shinshirshi narrowed his eyes and leaned forward slightly. After seeing this scene, the smile in the corner of her mouth disappeared and a cold light burst out in her eyes. Yiboj, those smiling people, this moment, the smile on the face solidified. Yichen showed the strength before, let them never optimistic, to be considered to be able to win. And now, the change of blood style seems to have made the war change again. Blood Alliance burns soul. This is one of the forbidden techniques of the Blood Alliance. It is said that once this skill is used, the strength of the friars will soar in a short time. This is the most terrifying means of the Blood League. It's not surprising that Zefengwa can use this technique. However, under such circumstances, Yichen, it's really dangerous. Relying on the powerful combat effectiveness, Yichen suppressed the more powerful blood style. But now the blood style is bold, Yichen's advantage that he has not easily obtained will certainly disappear. How to face the next battle? Under the stage of soul setting, there was an uproar in the crowd. Looking at the change of Blood Fenghua, Yichen frowns faintly. Blood Fenghua, finally come up with all the strength? Is this the real blood style? This is Shinshirshi's blood style of being careful. It's kind of interesting. The breath of soaring vaguely surpasses the momentum that should be possessed in the medium term of transcendence. What means is this? Yishir Tian, this is my last resort, how about? Looking at Yi Chen's changing look, Blood Fenghua is red in both eyes and laughs loudly. Yishir Tian. It's you. It's you who pushed me to this point. You shouldn't have been in this world. My blood style, the face of my blood league, how can you humiliate this mole ant? Want to beat me? Yi Jingtian, you don't have to dream. Now, I have used the forbidden skill of my blood alliance, burning soul. The whole body is connected with one qi. The real qi in my body is like the roar of the sea. It's not like your garbage can match. Can you fight me? At the beginning, the ancestors of our blood league were able to stand up to the last by means of such means as 1 against 5, facing 5 strong men whose strength exceeded him. Do you think you can resist me now? Chapter 588. Among the ferocious laughter, Blood Fenghua roared loudly. This is the forbidden art of their blood league. It's also the last resort of blood culture. He would not have done so if he had not had to. It's powerful, yes. However, the cost is huge. It is precisely because the Blood Alliance people clearly pay the price, so the art of burning the soul is rarely shown in front of the living people. Unfortunately, Yichen forced Blood Fenghua to display. He can't afford to lose this war. In this war, Yishir Tian must die. Even after this war, I will take a step backward in strength, and my whole body is on the verge of collapse. Within a year, I will not think about the consequences of inch advance. The art of burning the soul. Can feel the resentment between the words of blood style. Yichen slightly narrowed his eyes. The whole body's muscles and veins run through one qi, making the whole body turn into a smooth and unimpeded road. Is it consistent to the end? It's really an unnatural move. However, how long can Zefengwa persist in this way? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth appears a trace that lets a person not to notice sneer. Did you fail? No. Shui Fenghua thinks too much. As long as you get through it. 10,000 swordsmanship, ice-breaking sword frost. With a long cry, Yichen stepped on the ground with both feet and suddenly put out his hand. The spirit sword swept out. For a time, the whole world seemed to solidify. Whoa! The cold wind howled. Originally also with a trace of heat wave of heaven and earth, as if in an instant into the cold winter months. Snow was falling all over the sky, and the ground condensed into ice. Click, click. The sound of clear and crisp came, the ice and snow on the ground spread at a terrible speed and swept away towards the blood culture. The ice breaks the sword frost. The cold light flashed and the spirit sword came out. Hum. In a burst of light chant, I don't know when, falling snow solidifies and condenses into ice. Hundreds of ice cones are condensed and formed in Yi Chen's mind. Phew, phew. Then came the sharp whistling. Cold light, snow and ice. There are hundreds of ice cones in the sky, each of them is like a sharp flying sword, which is unstoppable. Above the ground, the spread of the ice and snow world, like the abyss, devouring the earth. This is Yi Chen's current state, the only one that can display the most powerful 10,000 sword moves. He can feel the crazy passing of qi. It seems that it will be exhausted soon. This move not only needs to consume the majestic energy, needs the powerful spirit as the support. If he didn't step into the 8th level of Jinyuan realm in the soul-setting platform, he could not do it at all. The appearance of this move has made the whole soul-setting stage silent. Yi Chen's move is too shocking and overbearing. Many people turned pale. Yi Chen, is he really an extraordinary person? Can't such a transcendental state be regarded as the top-notch Tianjiao? In front of the crowd, many Tianjiao, pupil faint contraction. Yi Chen makes people look at each other again. Even if Zhuangbufen from high place has a look of fright. What an overbearing sword. I have never seen it in Kunlun Su. What kind of adventure can't Yi kill the sky? Zhuangbufan's greed and killing intention gradually condensed. He even sent a voice to old Fan, if this son is not willing to follow us, before killing him, try to find out his secret. Even use the technique to deprive memory. Yes, my lord. Ice and snow, killing opportunity awe-inspiring. Under the whole soul-setting stage, it was quiet. People seemed to forget to breathe. Under the soul-setting stage, I quietly watched the thrilling scene and felt the incomparable killing opportunity. The corner of his mouth outlined a demon-like sneer. I have to say that if you had done this earlier, I would have been unable to resist it. But now? You want to hurt me? But not enough. All of a sudden, Zhifenghua looks ferocious. One sword breaks everything. Scarlet eyes burst into suffocating light. Brush. As soon as the wrist shakes, a touch of red light flashes quickly. Whoa. The wind blows and the thunder clouds move. Stab. The air is torn. Boom. In the end, the flash of streamer, really like the stars from the sky, mercilessly and Yi Chen's moves bang together. Boom such as Xian thunder, raging, constantly exploding. A wave of earth-shaking air waves swept around. The whole earth, trembling faintly. The wind is blowing and the snow is splashing. Red light has passed, and the momentum is overwhelming. Boom. With the last burst of roar, the original ice cone all over the sky, all broken, into crystal ice and snow, flying everywhere. The ice and snow world that originally spread from the ground, for a time, seems to melt. The ice and snow quickly dissipated. Yi Chenru was badly hurt, his face turned white, and the whole person stepped back a few steps. Only with this move, Blood Fenghua almost crushed Yi Chen's move and suppressed Yi Chen himself. Hiss. This made countless people take a cold breath. So powerful. As Shui Fenghua just said, today's Yi Chen has no inferior combat effectiveness. Even the sword technique that Yi Chen used just now, the world of ice and snow brewed out by Yi Chen may not be able to break through. However, blood is just a move, a simple sword of ice and snow. Is this really the blood style suppressed by Yi Chen before? How did he become so powerful? The art of burning the soul. Is this the soul-burning skill of Blood Alliance? Too bad. The eyes of countless people twinkled with doubts. Blood Fenghua slightly turned his head and looked at it. The corner of his mouth raised, Yi killed the sky. I can't wait. Now, it's time for you to enjoy hell. Blood Fenghua eyes more and more scarlet up. Yi Shi Tian, die. With a long cry, a streamer flashed in the hands of Blood Fenghua again. Wow! The flying sword shoots again. The domineering sword spirit comes from all directions and is pressed down from Tianjin. Ding ding ding. Before the sword arrives, the sword spirit reaches first. Tens of thousands of swords were raging under the stage, falling on the ground, leaving a sword mark, burst out endless fire, like a gorgeous fireworks, is blooming. Yi Chen was stabbing all over. Take a deep breath, suppress the rolling qi and blood in the body, feel the bursts of pain from his skin under the sword qi, and Yi Chen looks ugly. Is he afraid of blood? His eyes shot in one direction. That's an old man with a fan. The appearance of the old man just now, unexpectedly, suppressed him secretly with coercion. Or he won't get hurt. Too mean. It's like he has to face two strong people alone. The key is that the old man is more threatening. Yi Chen's murder broke out. He stepped out and roared, "Blood dragon, come out to me. I will give you endless thunder and lightning." Chapter 589. In an instant, the dragon chants. In turn, a blood dragon in the shock of all people directly rushed out. Want to turn it over? Blood Fenghua, I will not give you this opportunity. Today I will suppress you with it. In that flying sword swept in front of the moment, Yi Chen even forced a drop of blood essence into the blood dragon. Boom! With a loud noise, the blood dragon covered the sky with red light. Roar! When the Tathagata came to the time of the Great Famine, the dragon was galloping. A giant ancient dragon, urged by Yi Chen, is facing the sword qi and the sword light. Behind the dragon, dragging is a mountain. Such as the sky pillar that holds up the whole sky. Green light, red light, intertwined. There is a blood dragon in the Yishur heavenly body. The blood dragon is covered with fire and lightning. How can it be? Is Yishur Tian the king of the dragon? The crowd was shocked. Some people's eyes want to stare out. The expressions of Miss Ji Jia and Zhuang Bufan are extremely frightening. Although the blood dragon is just a shadow. But if you look at Kunlun deficiency, who can master this blood dragon deficiency shadow? The key is that the blood dragon also has fire and lightning. Not only that, but also a strong sense of killing. The whole stage, now into a dazzled scene. The collision between the blood dragon and the sword qi, each time, sends out the earth-shaking roar. It was a bloody battle. Constant collision, constant roar. As if it was just a moment, as if after tens of thousands of years, finally countless sword qi seems to die with the blood dragon. Finally, the sword light like thunder and lightning killed, fell down. Finally, the mountain like Tianzhu, facing the sword light. Boom! A stir, shocked Kyushu. The world is a strange quiet first, then a crazy outbreak. The whole earth is gone. Cracks, interweave out a complex skynet. The sword light broke up, and the blood dragon sent out a sad cry, and each flew back. Puff, puff. Yi Chen whole person staggers to retreat. Blood Fenghua's face flickered with an unbelievable look. She walked out several steps and spat out blood. Not only that, but a crack has emerged at the moment, spreading around. It looks like it's going to shatter soon. It's too much of an exaggeration to break the soul-setting platform. Blood Fenghua is going crazy. Their own must kill a blow, unexpectedly was resisted down. Looking at the Yi Chen who has stood firm and wiped away the blood stain on the corner of his mouth, the blood Fenghua roars. Forced by Yi Chen to perform forbidden art, blood Fenghua has already paid a heavy price. However, such a price did not let him crush Yi Chen. This is unacceptable. The fire in the heart of Zhefenghua is enough to burn the sky. With this anger, Zhefenghua once again offered a sword. The body of the sword vibrates and condenses into light. It breaks out a shadow and goes straight to Yi Chen's vital point. Yi Chen will not die, and the offensive will not retreat. Zhefenghua intends to die with Yi Chen. Looking at the blood Fenghua again flying sword shot, into the sword light swept toward Yi Chen, people's hearts, subconsciously hung up, worried about Yi Chen. Zhefenghua, you want to kill me? That's not enough. Looking at the light of the sword, Yi Chen resisted the turbulent viscera and roared. Broken Yang's sword, come out to me. Since Shenhuan's sword can't be used, he still has broken Yang's sword. Zhenhuan's breaking Yang's sword is not inferior to Zhenhuan's sword. At this moment, Yichen closed his eyes tightly, and a smile gradually emerged from the corner of his mouth. Boom! With the insight in his heart and his understanding of the sword power, Yichen's momentum is rising. Whoosh, whoosh! The wind howled. Every gust of wind seems like a sword. At this moment, Yichen seems to be integrated with this place. Break it for me. Suddenly, a long whistling sound came from Yichen's mouth. Boom! The whole earth vibrates faintly. Yichen's momentum, in this moment, climbed to the extreme. That momentum spread, the wind swept, where the mountains and rivers changed color, vegetation withered. The cold wind swept like a sword, with Yichen as the center, all the things with a radius of tens of meters are broken. The broken Yang sword seems to feel something and turn into a red light to break through the sky. The cold killing machine covers the whole venue, everyone is walking on thin ice. Blood, Yichen must be abandoned. In a twinkling of an eye, the broken Yang sword stabbed into the blood Fenghua's body. The blood is dying. The direction of penetration is the elixir field. Once the elixir field is destroyed, it is simply painful for practitioners. Ah! However, in the roar of blood Fenghua, when everyone thought that blood Fenghua was going to be finished, a cold hum came suddenly. Boom! The next moment, a flash of gold, broken Yang sword suddenly a burst of roar exploded. In the turbulent air wave, Yichen sees the old man who makes a secret move. The broken Yang sword was directly shaken out, and it was inserted 1 meter in front of Yichen's body. Deep in it, the powerful sword spirit makes Yichen step back. Yishir Tian, this is Yibao Pavilion, you are not qualified to kill here. Fan Lao's cold voice rang through. With that, he took a pill from his waist and handed it directly to the destroyed blood Fenghua. Take the pills and heal them slowly. Zhu Fenghua was stunned and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Yibao Attic. He saw Zhuang Bufan. He knows that Zhuang Bufan and Elder Zheng have some friendship. Obviously, Zhuang Bufan did not sit back and ignore. At the same time, he was more excited. Although the elixir field is destroyed, there may be a chance to cure the wound. But at the moment, Yichen is cold looking at the old fan, word by word, "What are you, only allow others to kill me." When this was said, those onlookers were shocked. They recognized the identity of Fan Lao. It seems to be a master around Zhuang Bufan. Now, Yishir Tian says that Fan Lao is nothing. When the old fan heard Yichen's words like this, he was annoyed. He stepped out step by step and released the opportunity. Yishir Tian, do you want to fight against Yibao Pavilion? Don't say you, even if the people behind you are not qualified to provoke Yibao Pavilion. You can't kill this bloody Fenghua. It doesn't matter who comes. What's more, the tone of your team just now is like that. I advise you to kneel down and apologize, or I'll make you regret coming here. When the sword draws the crossbow, a figure blocks in front of Yichen. It's Shin Shirshi. At the same time, Miss Ji also appeared around Yichen. Miss Ji took a look at Fan Lao and said with a smile, "Fan Lao, you don't support justice by doing so. This is the gratitude and resentment between Yishir Tian and Xue Fenghua. Why didn't you do it early or late? Why did you do it at this time?" The old fan naturally knew the woman's identity and said coldly, "I just saw it just now, can't I?" Miss Ji's eyes narrowed slightly, "Of course, but it's too late to let ye kill the world kneel. In the face of my Ji family, how about this matter come to an end?" She is very clear that the person behind Fan Lao must be Zhuang Bufan. Although Zhuang Bufan is not the core of Yibao Pavilion, he has the right to speak here. No one can move. At present, the most important thing is to protect the next leaf and kill the sky. Chapter 590. Because Ji family's person stands out, Fan Old Poor is not to let Yichen kneel again, facial expression is more relaxed a few minutes. He thought of Zhuang Bufan's account again, and said to Yichen, "Yishir Tian, you can do it if you want me to. You have a good talent. I'll give you a chance. Would you like to join us in Yibao Pavilion?" I don't have to say much about the status of Yibao Pavilion in Kunlun. This opportunity is not available. In a flash, the whole Yibao Pavilion was quiet. No one thought that Yibao Pavilion actually took the lead in throwing out olive branches to Yishur Tian. This is Yibao Pavilion, one of the big forces of virtual calculation in Kunlun. As long as Yishur Tian joins the Yibao Pavilion, there will be endless resources. Yishur Tian will surely become the most powerful person in Kunlun. Such conditions are too exciting. However, the old fan let Yi kill the world Neil first, and then pull him in. This is too shameless. Miss Ji Jia bit her lips and looked at Yishur Tian with regret. Although she wants Yishur Tian to join the Ji family, everything depends on Yishur Tian's decision. She is not qualified to help Yishur Tian choose. At this moment, countless eyes fell on Yi Chen's body, waiting for reply. In the eyes of all, this temptation cannot be refused. After a few seconds, Yi Chen laughed. I'm not interested in your invitation from Yibao Pavilion. What's more, Zhifengua is the one I want. If you protect your body again, I will kill you. What? This word, the whole Yibao Pavilion is silent for a moment. Hold your breath. All the people on the scene are staring at Yi Chen, just like hell. Shen Shirshi almost breathed blood when he drew from the corner of his mouth. Master, what are you doing? Although there are Wando Jianzhen and Wang Jianzong standing behind him, it is obvious that this is the territory of Yibao Pavilion. Once you start, the consequences will be unimaginable. Over the years, no one dares to make trouble in Yibao Pavilion. Even Miss Ji's look at Yi Chen has changed. This look seems to feel that the man named Yi Jingtian does not know what to do. She wanted to save Yishur Tian, but now Yishur Tian has offended people to death. How can she save it? Her eyes were on the attic of Yibao. Sure enough, Zhuang Bufan's brow was tight and his expression was very unhappy. Big trouble. Yishur Tian I. Miss Ji just wanted to persuade something. Fan Lao's angry voice rang out. Yishur Tian, it seems that you really can't understand the situation in front of you. If you refuse the invitation of Yibao Pavilion, you are looking for death. Fan Lao is well aware of Zhuang Bufan's explanation. Once Yishur Tian refuses, kill directly. This kind of genius cannot be used by Yibao Pavilion, and no one is qualified to have it. Now the boy is so arrogant that he just gives him an excuse to start. Yi Chen looks indifferent, glances at the blood Fenghua that is using gong to heal the wound, and then goes step by step. Yibao Pavilion may not be easy to offend others, but what does it mean in my Yishur Tian's eyes? I will give you a chance to get out of the way, otherwise, new accounts and old accounts will be counted together. At this moment, Yi Chen's killing machine is released. No fear. If it wasn't for the old fan just now, he would have won the bloody Fenghua. How about killing such a sinister person? Yi Baoge pursues oneself. He has nothing to fear. After today, there is no leaf killing heaven in the world. Only he Yi Chen. The old fan's face was completely livid. Instead of starting at the first time, he looked at Zhuang Bufan upstairs. My lord, Yishur Tian started at Yibao Pavilion, but he didn't pay attention to the dignity of Yibao Pavilion. I asked to kill him. Accurate. Zhuang Bufan's voice falls directly. At this moment, all the people in Yibao Pavilion took a breath. Zhuang Bufan is accurate. There is no doubt that Yishur Tian will die. Miss Ji just wanted to stand up and say something when an old man appeared beside her. Seeing the old man, Miss Ji Jia even said, Grandfather Yun, you are powerful. You can go to Zhuang Bufan and ask for mercy. Maybe you still have a chance. The old man shook his head and said in a low voice, Miss, although the Ji family is not afraid of Zhuang Bufan, it is too expensive for an outsider to annoy Yibao Pavilion. We'd better not interfere in this matter. Although Yishur Tian's strength is good, but he is too arrogant, and he must die early. This kind of person is not worth the attention of Ji family. Miss Ji's eyes widened. She never thought that Grandfather Yun had given up. But Yishur Tian. No, but when I came out of Kunlun, the master told me that I was right about this kind of thing. Miss Ji took a look at Yi Chen, sighed a long time, and retreated. all she could do was to wait and see. If her actions hurt Ji Jia, she will be a sinner for ages. At the moment, Shen Shirshi already knew that arrow was on the string and had to send it. He came to Yi Chen's body. "Mr. Yi, I'll deal with it. You leave first." There are so many masters here that he has no choice. No matter what, we must protect our master. Of course, when he has to, he will expose his identity. What Wang Jianzong is afraid of is Yibao Pavilion. Zhuang Bufan in front of me is just a leader of the sub-cabinet. What should I be afraid of? He didn't believe that Yibao Pavilion would oppose Wang Jianzong for the sake of Zhuang Bufan. They are not vegetarian. Hearing Shen Shirshi's words, Fan Lao sneered, "Do you still want to leave?" Entering the Yibao Pavilion is equivalent to entering the gate of hell. There will be no return. Nobody wants to leave today. Yi Shitian, you little beast, die. When Shen Shirshi heard this, he was also angry. "Be bold. You can insult Mr. Yi." Words down, Shen Shirshi rushed out. The sword appeared in the palm of the hand, and the sword's shadow swept away. Like the waves. It's terrible. The old fan frowned, but he didn't think that Shen Shirshi was so terrible. He didn't hesitate to turn his fan into a machete. Tear the air and collide with the sword. Boom! The next second, a huge noise, shaking the entire Yibao Pavilion. Fan Lao and Shen Shirshi stepped back 6 steps one after another. No match. Old Fan stares at Shen Shirshi. "I dare to ask you who you are. You are good at cultivation. Why do you want to protect this son? Do you know what it means to offend Yiboch?" Shen Shirshi sneered and the sword swept away again. "If you want to move Mr. Yi, you should step on my body first." He swore his loyalty to the death. Yi Chen, as the master of Wang Jianzong, is also the descendant of Wando Jianzhen. There can be no mistakes. Even if the fate of the whole Wang Jianzong is lost. When Shen Shirshi's sword was about to touch Fan Lao, 4 figures fell on Yibao's attic. Surround Shen Shixi with qi. These 4 are very strong. Shen Shirshi will be closed in the face of Shen Shixi. At the same time, the 4 people moved, and Shen Shirshi instantly changed from active to passive. Chapter 591. Old Fan knew that the 4 men were sent by Zhuang Bufan, and his meaning was obvious. Let him solve Yi Shitian immediately. No more delays. He no longer hesitated, looking at the distant Yi Chen. "Boy, are you doing it yourself, or I personally take off your head?" The threat is obvious. No one can save the whole Yibao Pavilion, Yi Shitian. Shen Shirshi is the only one who can't protect himself. As for the boy's strength, he had already seen that he should not have stepped into the state of mind-wandering. Just now can defeat the blood Fenghua, should rely on the secret method one kind. It is estimated that the time of the secret method is almost over. Then, he killed the Sky Bai Yi, as easily as killing a chicken. Yi Chen shook his wrist, white light came out of his sheath, and shook his head helplessly. It seems that Yibao Pavilion is determined to protect blood Fenghua. In this case, from now on, Yibao Pavilion will be the stepping stone for Yi Shitian. Break Yang's sword. Kill. Feeling Yi Chen's long sword pointing straight, the sword chi overflows, and Fan Lao's eyes show a trace of seriousness. Arrogant little beast. Then, with a slight hum, the wrist shook, and the sword came out of its sheath. The whole process, fast to the extreme. Hum. When the skill works, chi is injected into the whole body, the sword vibrates and the white light diffuses. For a moment, the white light glared, the whole world turned to silver. A little bit of sword spirit, like snowflakes falling, covering the sky and the earth. Hiss. The white light all over the sky and the endless sword spirit seemed to wrap the whole world in snow and ice. Seeing such a scene, those practitioners who watched changed their looks. Fan Lao has stepped into the 3rd level of transcendence. No, it's the middle and late period of transcendence. We can't say what the specific state is. How could? Yibao Pavilion. Worthy of Yibao Pavilion. There is no doubt that Yi will die if he kills heaven. Some people in the crowd shook their heads to express their regret. After all, Yi Tian is also a rare genius. The momentum that Fan Lao burst out in an instant made people gape. This war, trouble. The bow and arrow that Miss Ji Jia takes out in the distance originally wants to help Yi Chen, but is held down by Grandfather Yun. At this moment, Miss Ji's face became dignified. People look greatly changed, feel the strength of old Fan. Rao as Yi Chen also can't help but look at coagulation. Just now, he spent a lot of real energy in dealing with the blood style. I even got hurt. Now it is very difficult to deal with Fan Lao. But he had no fear. Just then, a voice from the Samsara cemetery rang out. Duan Laren. Apprentice, I'll give you another strength. I should be able to hold on for a few minutes. There are some people here who are very dangerous to you now. The only thing you have to do is to kill the old man in front of you and hand over the rest to your teacher. Yi Chen heard Duan Laren's words and was stunned. Master, you said you can't control my body. Duan Laren laughed, maybe not before, but now I can have you fight for me to Taiga Shusher Dan. I'll leave a part of this Taiga Shusher pill as a sample, and take the other part. I should be able to get some for you. Well, I don't want to say much. Although the old man has a strong breath, he can crush you with the strength I gave you and the things that I taught you. Yi Chen came back to God, his eyes exuded a different look. With Duan Laren's assurance, what is his fear? If Yibao Pavilion is the sky of Kunlun, then Yi Chen is going to pierce the empty sky of Kunlun in the name of Yi Tian today. Good sword technique. It's a pity that the sword's strength is weak and it's not used in kendo. Yi Chen in the eye essence light flickers, the corner of the mouth is showing a trace of sneer. Wan Dao Jian is respected as his teacher. He accepts the highest level of instruction. Although the sword spirit of Fan Lao is very powerful, it is no different from garbage in his eyes. Look at my ice breaking. Think of this side. Yi Chen a long cry, body shot out. Open the power of the blood dragon and the power of the talisman. In the face of such a strong man, he dare not take it lightly. Push the pedal. Song Long's phantom body is determined to run, tens of meters in a step. Yi Chen turns the whole person into virtual shadow. 10,000 swordsmanship, sword fire flies to the sky. This life talisman, open. At the same time, Yi Chen directly opens his life talisman, and overflows with violent thunder and lightning. At the moment, he is just like the real king of thunder. The flaw is obvious. Suddenly saw what, Leaf Chin mouth corner emerged a trace of sneer, hum. The whole body's true chi erupts, and the whole body's genuine chi pours into the broken yang sword. The sword vibrates and the sound of the sword is harsh. Broken. Yi Chen saw the sword mark in the ice and snow. As Yi Chen said before, this sword technique looks gorgeous, powerful and awe-inspiring, but the sword's momentum has not risen after all. What about Yi Chen? One of the most important opportunities gained in the Samsara cemetery is to understand one's own kendo and generate sword power, so as to complete transformation and lay a solid foundation. His kendo is killing. On the sword technique, all the disciples of Jianzong may not be able to compete with Yi Chen. What's more, Fan Lao. With the power of this life talisman, Yi Chen goes straight to the key point with this move. Wow! The flames spread all over the sky, driving out the cold and melting the ice and snow. Ding! However, between the electric light and the flint, the blade swung through the air, and with the endless flame turned into a giant beast, it thundered fiercely on the old Fan's blade. Hum! All things submit, the earth shakes. A powerful sword burst out, and the sword spirit was vertical and horizontal. This what a powerful sword! This leaf kills heaven. Feeling the sword, many people in the square widened their eyes. Sword! What a bullying sword! He has learned his own kendo. This sword is very domineering. Just now Yi Tian was very strong against Xue Fenghua, but he didn't use his sword skill, but he was in front of him. He is only in his 20s, and he has such a profound understanding of kendo. Even if it is the strong one of the Wanjianzong, it is not necessarily so. The onlookers took a breath of cold air. Seeing this, Miss Ji looked at the old man beside him. Grandfather Yun, you see, Yi Shitian even understands the art of sword. Is it really not worth the Jijia to take such a risk? If Sister Siqing is here, she will fight for it. The old man frowned, moved a few minutes, but still firmly said, first look at it again. Ding! Just as the crowd looked at each other and the whole scene fell into a brief silence, a crisp crash sound spread. How could Fan old eyes with a trace of unbelievable eyes, body shape fly upside down. Pooh-hee! A mouthful of blood spurted out, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Fan Lao's face was already pale. A fight! It's just a fight, but also in the case of his first shot, he was crushed by Yi Shitian directly. Chapter 592. Yi Chen not only broke his sword, but also went straight to his own. If not Fan Old response in time, only this move is afraid to die. The key is that the power of Yi Chen's outburst is actually close to the extraordinary realm. How can a kid who hasn't stepped into the spirit world break out the power of transcendence? This Yi Chen brings Fan Old shock, unimaginable. Fan Old eyes struggle. Vulnerable. A successful move. Looking at the old fan flying backward, Yi Chen did not pay attention to the shocked people, not to mention the shocked Fan Lao, showing a sneer at the corner of his mouth. The sword skill of Wan Dao Jian Zun, plus the power of Blood Dragon and Spirit Rune. If you dare to despise yourself, you are digging your own grave. But the gap is still too big. Otherwise, the old fan would have died long ago. You dare to stop! Yi Chen cried out. Push the pedal. At the foot of the wind, Songlong phantom body decided to step out, Yi Chen the whole human into the wind, step up. Cut the sky with one sword. With a long cry, the broken Yang sword shoots out again. Tear and pull. The terror of the sword spread, and the powerful sword spread. A dull tearing sound came, and the space seemed to be torn completely. The sword edge passed by, visible to the naked eye, the ground cracked, the furniture fragmented. With a strong sword momentum as the support, Yi Chen's sword technique is extremely strong. Be careful. Looking for death. Zhuang Bufan in the distance is ferocious. He never expected that the boy's breath was strangely strong again. Even the secret arts could not be so. How can the boy's body bear it? What is the origin of Yi Shitian? At the moment, Yi Chen once again, with the momentum of thunder towards the old fan, not giving the old fan a chance to breathe. Looking at such a scene, the people in Yibao Pavilion were in a hurry. Bursts of startling voices come and go. Boom! However, far water cannot save near fire. In the previous battle, relying on his own life talisman, Yi Chen not only broke Fan Lao's sword edge, but also shocked Fan Lao's internal organs and stirred his whole body's qi and blood. Now, his body is unstable and his qi and blood are rolling. How can old Fan be Yi Chen's opponent? Those elders of Yibao Pavilion in the distance did not expect Yi Chen to be so strong. How could he stop him? A burst of roar burst open, the air waves roll, the sky soared. Hum. But see, in a burst of sad sound, Fan Old Hand Fan turned into a weapon, was shaken out. Brush. His face was pale and his mouth was full of blood. His whole person is like a kite with broken string, smashing and falling towards one wall of Yibao Pavilion. This move, Yi Chenru carries the potential of stars, crushing everything in the world. Yi Chen at the moment, such as gods and demons coming. Fan Lao, completely suppressed. Until the sound of silence came, the dust splashed, and the whole Yibao was silent in a dead silence. Fan Lao, how are you? Fan Lao, this little beast. It was not until the people from Yibao Pavilion arrived that the anxious voices came. Watching the group of people ready to lift up the old fan with blood on his mouth, people seemed to come back to their senses. Wow! Everyone was boiling. No one thought that Yi Shitian was so powerful. God, I'm not dreaming, am I? Someone could not help rubbing their eyes. What I see in front of me is really unimaginable. Not a dream. This the extraordinary old fan was defeated by Yi Shitian. A terrible defeat. Yi Shitian is a strong crush in this battle. 2 moves. It's just 2 moves, right? The first move is to break the old fan opening sword technique, and the second move is to crush directly. In this war, Yi Tian suppressed the old fan of Yibao Pavilion with the power of destroying the withered and decaying. How could that happen? Fan Lao is a strong man in the middle and later period of his extraordinary life. Even on the level of strength, most people on the scene are unable to match. It can be said that he is an important figure in Yibao Pavilion. However, it is still a mystery to what extent Yi killed Tian in 3 days, and how did he crush him? People looked at each other and exclaimed. It's really this battle that broke out too fast and ended too quickly, which made people have no time to react. This makes mood can no longer be calm. The whole Yibao Pavilion at this time can be said to set off a huge wave. Shen Shirshi, who is fighting with the 4 strong men, is also Mao Zi's contraction and a long sigh of breath. He still belittles Yi Chen, the apprentice of Wan Dao Jian Zun is indeed a demon. And now, he must get rid of these 4 extraordinary strong men. Grandfather Yun, what are you hesitating about now? Yi Tian actually crushed Fan Lao. He is only 20 years old. Today, the Ji family doesn't fight for Yi Tian. When Yi Tian is growing up, the Ji family will not be able to climb up to the top. Compared with the startled and shocked people, Miss Ji Jia was happy to see the result. Hanging heart, immediately put down, face cannot help but overflow with excited smile. The old man's eyes beside her changed from dignified to shocked, staring at Yi Chen, as if to see through this person. When did this guy get so strong? The old man couldn't help but take a puff. So speed up, already extremely terrible. What's more, his sword skills have never been seen before. This kind of person either has the big opportunity person, or has the powerful power support behind. This man's surname is Yi. Is it Kunlun Su's Yi family? Seeing that the people in Yibao Pavilion want to take the seriously injured fan away, Yi Chen stepped out of his cold eyes and shot at those people. Did I let you take it away? As soon as this word comes out, those people in Yibao Pavilion don't dare to move. After all, Yi Chen's sword was too terrible. Their faces were full of embarrassment. Even a little subdued. As the people of Yibao Pavilion, although they are sub-cabinet, they have never suffered such grievances. Threatened at the door. Grass. The key fan old man has been hurt like this, and his gratitude and resentment are almost the same. The boy is not going to let go. The broken Yang sword in Yi Chen's hand turned and pointed to the old fan. He said, I said, who dares to obstruct me from taking away the blood Fenghua will die. The words have been said. Since the old fan is in the way, he should die. Yi Chen at this moment is like a judge. Killing gas package. Blood dragon agglomerates. As if the blood dragon overflowed from the body and coiled around Yi Chen. Yi Chen is very clear, if just did not have Duan Laren's help, then the result is how? He's the one who died. Who gives him pity? Therefore, the old fan must die. Those people could only look at Zhuang Bufan, who was standing with his hands on the stage. Zhuang Bufan's eyes twinkle with anger, and his true spirit swings. Jump down. Dare ye kill the sky? Not only dare to do it in my Yibao Pavilion, even the people in my Yibao Pavilion are not spared. How do you know how to write? Chapter 593. I don't care if you are from China or from Kunlun Su, or I will let you disappear from now on. With me here today, Fan, you are not qualified to move. Strong breath swept. Zhuang Bufan, the top of the extraordinary realm, has finally made a move. Cover with endless majesty. Everyone held their breath. As if afraid. The old man of Ji family, who had planned to make a move, did not move. Originally, seeing Yi Chen's talent and the meaning of kendo, he planned to win over Yi Chen and sell his affection. But now that Zhuang Bufan stands up in person, the matter is serious. Straight up to the Yibao Pavilion. Yi Chen sneered, I want to kill people, no one can stop, that old man is the best end, you want to stop, you sure have this qualification? Language down, Yi Chen killed the opportunity to release. The spirit sword shot from Yibao Pavilion suddenly appears. Direct fire. No hesitation. This sword was originally intended to be given to her mother Jiang Peirong. Now it seems that it can be used to hit Yibao's face. Whoosh! Countless thunder and lightning twined on the spirit sword. Even Yichen pinched his finger, and a drop of blood essence and rune were printed on the spirit sword. In a blink of an eye, the spirit sword turns into countless virtual shadows. I can't find it. Zhuang Bufan's expression changed, and he quickly stopped the ghost sword shadow. But the shadow is too much, dense. He's blocking most of it. It's useless. The way of rune, but can he see through it? Puff! The spirit sword went straight into Fan Lao's heart. Blood was splashing around. The old Fan's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Zhuang Bufan would die. The key is to die in the hand of Yi Tian. He is not willing to. The blood spat out, and his vitality ran wild. Finally, he fell into a pool of blood. Zhuang Bufan, the person I want to kill, now, do you think you have the right to stop it? Also, I'm going to take Blood Fenghua away. If you don't like me, I don't mind killing you. Cold words fall. I don't give Yibao Pavilion any respect at all. Pa pa pa. Yichen that in different words, listened to in Zhuang Bufan's ears, but as if the thunder exploded, it is like a loud slap in the face. Yichen understatement, so indifferent to say this? This is the biggest insult to Yibao Pavilion. The biggest insult to him. As if between, Zhuang Bufan felt that the whole world, looking at his eyes, were mocking and sneering. In fact, those people who watch how dare to laugh. In addition to shock or shock. Pooh-hee. In the heart of a hurry, Zhuang Bufan's spirit turbulence spit out a mouthful of blood. This invisible revenge is the most terrible. After today, if Yi Tian does not die, it will become a laughing stock. What does Yibao General Cabinet think of him? Even the dignity of Yibao Pavilion can't be kept. He is the eternal sinner of Yibao Pavilion. How can Zhuang Bufan let Yichen leave? His strength is not comparable to that of Fan Lao. Yi Tian can defeat Fan Lao, but can he defeat Zhuang Bufan? Yi Tian, you are too arrogant. Zhuang Bufan walks towards Yichen. At the moment, Yichen stood up with a sword and looked cool. He could feel the madness passing by. Although he crushed Fan Lao just now, he was also damaged greatly. If we fight again, his strength will surely drop a lot. Brush. The cold wind whistling, in Yichen's thinking, a body shape flashed by, and in a twinkling of an eye, the distance between Yichen and Yichen is only tens of meters. Dressed in a blue shirt, his face is cold, between his eyes, the cold light surging, killing opportunity awe-inspiring. Zhuang Bufan still started. His eyes, deadlock Yichen, like a beast, ready to attack at any time, will Yichen thoroughly tear. Yichen, today, let me appreciate your strength. What you owe me in Yibao Pavilion will be paid by your blood today. When the wrist shakes, the sword comes out of the body, and the cold light twinkles on the edge of the sword. Zhuang Bufan pointed his sword point at Yichen, and said coldly without expression. There was a lot of hatred in that speech. Yichen killed Fan Lao and owed him the blood debt of Yibao Pavilion. The power of the sword rises and the spirit of the sword is strong. Zhuang Bufan stood there with a long sword in his hand and did not use any moves. However, all the sword chi was as if it were the essence, but he had already begun to sweep away, the cold wind rustles, the world is silent. The whole world is cold. Blood debt and blood payment. Feeling the sword, Yichen's pupil shrank. Zhuang Bufan. As expected, he is a strong man. Just the sword meaning that emanates at this moment is no longer comparable to that of the old Fan. If you want me to pay my blood debt, it depends on your strength. As soon as the wrist shakes, the whole body's true chi erupts, and the broken yang sword vibrates, sending out a light chant, which spreads all over Yibao Pavilion. At this moment, the battle did not start, but the two powerful sword ideas had already taken the lead in entanglement and collision between heaven and earth. The cold wind, like a sword, turns into a sword. Between the collisions, there was a dull sound. This is the contest of the strong. What a powerful sword! The sword power has not been completely raised, but the meaning of the sword has already made people's hair stand on end. It's said that Zhuang Bufan's sword meaning originates from the sword god Zhuang Yudao of a generation thousands of years ago, which is natural and extraordinary. I just didn't expect that ye killed the sky, unexpectedly. Time seems to freeze, the two figures have not moved, but people have been the first to feel suffocated. War! All of a sudden, there was a big shout. Zhuang Bufan's momentum broke out. Boom! There was a loud noise and the air billowed. Zhuang Bufan's long clothes are dancing like dragons and snakes in the wind. On the edge of the sword, the light shines, and the light of the sword blocks out the sky and the sun. Play in Kyushu. As soon as the wrist shakes, the sword light flickers, and the sword spirit is all over the sky. Zhuang Bufan runs straight to Yi Chen. What a powerful momentum! What a terrible sword! This move, how powerful! Heaven, the top of the world? This ordinary extraordinary peak may not have such momentum. Is Zhuang Bufan about to step into the next realm? This Zhuang Bufan is infinitely close to entering the Holy Land. His fighting capacity is as good as that of the strong at the beginning of entering the Holy Land. Yi Shitian is against the heaven, but it is absolutely difficult to deal with Zhuang Bufan. This time, genius is going to fall. A strong hand, you will know whether there is. With Zhuang Bufan's body shot out, people were stunned. Under the square, Miss Ji took a breath of air conditioning and unconsciously leaned towards Grandfather Yun, even afraid to look at it. She was afraid of Yi Shitian's accident and turned into a blood mist. This Zhuang Bufan is more than a little bit stronger than the old fan. This move sweeps across the sky and turns the force of heaven and earth into sword chi all over the sky. It seems that there is no one to stop it. Yi Shitian, how to resist it? Sure enough, Yi Chen's expression is dignified now. Looking at the sword, Yi Chen can only go up with a stiff head. Chapter 594. The gap is too big. He took a look at the Samsara cemetery, there was no movement at all. No matter. Yi Chen didn't stir up any sword meaning, but pinched it with his fingers and sacrificed his life talisman. Countless thunder and lightning come out. Formed a barrier. Stop in front of you. He has to carry the blow. Now he has no real chi in Dantian, so he can't use the 10,000 swords to respect and teach him the meaning of sword. One by one, the strong take turns, is the individual can't stand it. The key is that Yi Chen at this moment is only the 8th layer of Zhenyuan realm. To be able to do so, has been beyond ordinary people. That is to say, at the moment when Yi Chen's aura has been condensed, Zhuang Bufan's powerful sword power has been suppressed towards Yi Chen. If the thunder explodes, the world collapses. Puhi. The shock of terror makes Yi Chen tremble violently. That is like the power of Mount Tai, let the barrier collapse. Following the increase of strength, the barrier split in an instant. A mouthful of blood spurted out, Yi Chen's face suddenly pale. As the spirit rune array is broken, Yi Chen's spirit vibrates, and the blood in his body rolls over. He only feels that the 5 viscera and 6 viscera seem to shift. And that's not all. Zhuang Bufan's sword doesn't stop at all. Although the talisman blocks a few points, it is far from enough. Zhuang Bufan sneered coldly. He has already felt Yi Chen's weakness. This is his chance. It seems that he thinks too much. No matter how strong Yi Shitian is, he can't shake Yibao Pavilion. I can't shake him, Zhuang Bufan. At the moment, Yi Chen's pupil shrinks rapidly. In the cold wind, what he can do is to resist with all his strength. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Puff, puff. The whole body skeleton seems to be broken, Yi Chen's eyes are black, the corner of the mouth blood spills again. What power is this? What a bully! In this attack, there are thousands of forces, such as thousands of troops and horses to suppress. If Yi Chen had not been ready before, and the barrier had helped him to remove most of his strength in this attack, Only the strike would have turned Yi Chen into flesh and mud. Under the impact of terror, Yi Chen's body shape explodes toward the rear. Wow! Even before Yi Chen falls to the ground, Zhuang Bufan sweeps towards Yi Chen again. You are crazy, little beast. Miss Ji saw Yi Chen so anxious that she quickly picked up the bow and arrow full of flames. Just about to shoot a sword at Zhuang Bufan. One hand stopped it. Miss, forget it, Yi Shitian offended and killed Yibao Pavilion, and Ji family can't save him. The banker where Zhuang Bufan is located has a certain amount of shares in Yibao Pavilion. Therefore, Zhuang Bufan is regarded as the person in the general cabinet. If you take action now, something will happen. Miss Ji's face was pale, and she felt her true spirit had been pulled away. She turned her head and looked at the old man. Grandfather Yun, let go. I always feel that Yi Shitian is worth our Ji family's doing. In fact, there is a talent hidden in the body of Ji's women. Some future trends can be perceived. Ji Xiqing saved Yi Chen 5 years ago because of his talent. And now, this Ji Jia woman naturally feels something. It's a pity that the old man beside him didn't move. Seeing the scene in front of us, all of us were deeply sorry. I thought I could witness the birth of a Kunlun virtual genius. But now it seems impossible. Genius is doomed to die. Blood Fenghua also wakes up from the practice, and he breathes out a long breath. It's a hell of a walk. Looking at Yi Chen, his face was ferocious. Little beast, dare to offend Xuemeng and Yiboj, you are the first one. Of course, it will be the last. Haha. I don't know what to do. Shen Shirshi naturally realized the danger of Yi Chen and just wanted to rush past. The 4-strong Yibao Pavilion blocked the way of Shen Shirshi, and even injured Shen Shirshi with one blow. Damn it! If it is really dangerous, I can only announce the identity of Wan Jianzong. And now... Yi Chen trembles and stares at Zhuang Bufan. Feeling the arrival of death, Yi Chen looks ferocious and roars. Don't try to kill me. Suddenly, at the critical moment of life and death, a trace of warm current emanating from the reincarnation cemetery. At the same time, a voice rang out, Apprentice, next give it to the master. There are some problems with the Taiga Shusher Dan. I don't know it was made by that waste. But I can barely exert some strength to deal with that guy. It's enough. Yi Chen's eyes are happy. Good. In a flash, Yi Chen's eyes changed. Like the eyes of ancient times. See through everything. If you have a heart, you will surely notice that Yi Chen's eyes twinkle with lightning at this moment. Earthquake Lei Zong Duan Lei Ren. Yi Chen looks at Zhuang Bufan and shakes his head helplessly. Is the outside power so bad now? It seems that the ancient war destroyed too many things, and even the foundation of the whole earth was destroyed. The aura is thin. It is more difficult for the strong to advance. Zhuang Bufan frowned at the inexplicable words and scolded him. His hands were full of vitality. The sword was even more terrifying. Potential to turn this leaf into a blood mist. The little ones who don't know what to do. Yi Chen faintly vomited out a sentence, and then looked at the broken Yang sword in his hand. I don't like to use a sword, so take it back. Language down, broken Yang sword back to the reincarnation cemetery. Seeing this, everyone was in a daze. What kind of nerve does this leaf kill the sky? Not even a sword. Is it hard to give up? Blood Fenghua laughed, Zhuang Bufan also laughed. How easy is it to shake a tree? It is the wisest choice for Yi to give up. But soon everyone's smiles froze. Yi Chen stepped out and came to a plum tree planted in the middle of Yibao Pavilion. Click! Take off the branches of plum blossom directly. Then the plum blossom branch pointed to Zhuang Bufan and said faintly, to deal with you, this plum blossom branch is enough. What? Everyone at the scene saw Yi Shitian as a fool. Ordinary plum blossom branches still want to kill people. Can Yi Shitian not bear the pressure and be crazy? Miss Ji Jia and Grandfather Yun are even more stunned. When they react, they shake their heads. This leaf kills the sky arrogantly. Ridiculous. How can Plum Blossom Branch kill people? Maybe Zhuang Bufan's sword spirit is enough to destroy. This is playing with fire. At the moment, facing the light of the sword, Yichen does not retreat but advances. The plum blossoms are singing in the air. Whoosh! It's changing. Plum Blossom Branch, attract all things. As if heaven and earth, all for the use. That trace of plum blossom, across thousands of feet, divided heaven and earth. Broken. Boom. If the sword of the ninth heaven falls, at this moment, the sky and earth are silent, and thunderclouds ring through. Plum Branch, carrying the potential of heaven and earth, such as the arrival of the king. It is even stronger than any sword meaning that Yichen just displayed. Yichen's plum blossom momentum was urged to the extreme, and the power of this move was exploded to the extreme. Boom! Thunder explodes, the world trembles. Chapter 595. Bursts of roar, such as Xian thunder rolling. The Holy Bow Pavilion was shocked and seemed to collapse. That next to the condensation soul platform is not able to withstand the strength of plum blossom branches, direct fragmentation. Between heaven and earth, there are plum blossoms. Everyone's eyes almost stare out. Is this the power of the plum blossom branch? How can it be more terrible than the heaven-level spirit sword? Grass! No! Back! As those powerful plum blossom, overflowing out, people watching the battle cannot help but change their faces. A burst of shouts, the crowd quickly back to the rear, so as not to hurt the fish. Zizizi. At the core, the plum blossom branch and Zhuang Bufan's long sword are entangled together. Such as two traces of the sky, against each other. Boom! Finally, the stalemate did not know how long time, with a burst of roar suddenly exploded, Yichen did not move Mount Tai. On the other side, Zhuang Bufan is miserable. Under the strong shock force, he also staggered back away. After more than 10 steps, we can stabilize our body. Zhuang Bufan's expression is like a ghost. He stares at the plum blossom branch in Yichen's hand. How could it be? He was shocked. He panicked. He even felt that Yisher Tian, standing in front of him, had become another person. No matter the momentum or what. You, who are you? Steady, slightly gasping, looking at Yichen, Zhuang Bufan looks gloomy. Yichen laughed, raised the plum blossom branch in his hand, and said faintly, "You're just a little younger generation. What qualifications do you have to know? Even if your ancestor of the banker comes, you should kneel down in front of me. Now, would you like to kneel? Kneel you? Look for death. Take a deep breath," Zhuang Bufan roared. Then, a burst of howling, forced out a drop of blood essence on the long sword, Zhuang Bufan killed again. Rising momentum. The river is surging. The sword dances and the wind blows. The sword's spirit is vertical and horizontal and turns into a long river. The Yangtze River drinks and roars, like a giant dragon, to devour Yichen thoroughly. This time, Zhuang Bufan opened fire. This move, even if it is a strong one into the Holy Land, is hard to resist. Can ye kill the sky? Zhuang Bufan doesn't believe it. In the face of such a magnificent move, all people's hearts are hanging up. The Yangtze River, for your use. So what? Enough plum branches. Yichen is indifferent. The language falls, Yichen's whole body actually overflows innumerable thunder and lightning, connects the sky, the plum blossom branch seems to be wrapped by thunder and lightning, rolling up the thunder sea all over the sky. The whole world, it seems, suddenly became crazy. Yichen's momentum, crazy climbing. This move, he wants to destroy the sky and the earth. Thunder and lightning break out, destroy heaven and earth. Plum branches move like thunder. With the expansion of the thunder, covering the sky and the earth. The whole square seems to be involved in a huge thunder stove. God, this is thunder. No way. Yisher Tian has the power of divine thunder. Is it the plum blossom branch? Plum blossom branch is a foreign treasure, attracting God thunder. Heaven and earth are rare, God thunder is absolutely the most precious treasure that countless friars dream of, even if entering the Holy Land is impossible. It's done. This time, Zhuang Bufan is dead. Seeing the thunder coming, all the people watching the war were shocked. Shenlei, that boy. Ji family people, this moment cannot help but look at each other. What's the origin of Yishur Tian? Ji Jiayun's eyes widened. With the appearance of Shenlei, the scene has become different. I'm afraid that group of guys in Yibao Pavilion will fall down now. Yishur Tian is full of divine thunder. With the thunderbolt flying across the sky and breaking out constantly, people look serious. This son is terrible. He is endowed with extraordinary talent. If you let him continue to grow up, I'm afraid it will be a big problem for Yibao Pavilion in the future. For a moment, the faces of all the people in Yibao Pavilion became dignified. The thunder is fierce, and the sword chi is vertical and horizontal. Zhuang Bufan is flustered at this moment. Completely flustered. Get out of here. But it was late. A long roar, the sword fell, the dragon roared. Thousands of thunder and lightning roared, boom. As the flood comes, under the guidance of God's thunder, thousands of energies blow towards the weak place. Boom. 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 Everything is overturned. If the Yibao Pavilion had not had an ancient array that covered the whole tower, under the violent collision, the overflowing sword chi and thunder and lightning would have turned the whole square into a hell on earth in an instant. However, even if there is a layer of seal block, still shaking, the fire erupted like fireworks. The sword chi flies like a sword array. Yishur Tian's plum blossom branch is too terrible. The roar of wild animals, the roar of dragon, the roar of the river, the sound is deafening. Today, I will let you understand the consequences of offending my apprentice Duan Leiren. Yi Chen suddenly opens his mouth again. In an instant, Yi Chen's momentum rose again. Roar. It's not a joke. No matter how crazy the long river huge waves are, they are vulnerable to attack in front of God thunder, and turn into nothingness in an instant. Hua hua hua. With the help of this energy, Yi Chen is irresistible. The long river is broken. No. Zhuang Bufan's pupils contracted and gave out a frightened roar. His long river is surging, and he is about to be broken by the plum blossom branch of Yishur Tian. How could it be? This is a common plum blossom branch. If the boy uses the spirit sword, is it not to turn the holy Bao Pavilion to the ground? Is Yishur Tian who can hide his strength and land here? Between mind concussion, Zhuang Bufan can't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face suddenly pale. Wow! In a burst of shouts, Zhuang Bufan is blown out by Yi Chen. My lord! Above Yibao Pavilion, there were shouts of surprise. After a moment of stalemate, Zhuang Bufan was blown out by Yi Chen. This is beyond everyone's imagination. Yi Chen is unstoppable. This is the end of your destiny. In a moment, the plum blossom branch moved again, and the aura of heaven and earth swept wildly, rushing towards the plum blossom branch. Buzz! Under the powerful energy perfusion, plum blossom branch sends out the sound of murmuring bitterly. Obviously, under the full force of Yi Chen, plum blossom branches are also bearing an unimaginable load at the moment. Heaven and earth, silent. Time and space are frozen. At this moment, this world, only Yi Chen is left. Yi Chen is the immortal, carrying the power of the immortal and suppressing everything. Wow! The plum branch leaves Yi Chen's hand and floats in the air. Everything in the world is shattered. Just a few tens of meters, as if separated by several centuries, but also as if just close at hand. The next moment, a plum blossom shoots out, and Yi Chen and Zhuang Bufan's body shape disappear in people's sight at the same time. Until the two figures were clearly seen again, what people saw was that plum blossom was printed on Zhuang Bufan's body. The flesh and blood burst. Zhuang Bufan, dead. Dead without warning. God, it's broken. Ground, sink. Everything was destroyed. This is the end of the world. The whole world, turned into hell on earth. There is no sound, no roar, all quiet and strange. Every picture seems to slow down countless times and present in people's sight. It brings people the greatest spiritual impact. Boom! Until after a long time, suddenly a roar exploded. People saw Ibao Pavilion collapse. Thunder came like thunder. Heaven and earth don't know when they are covered by dark clouds and the rain is pouring down. Yi Shitian's figure began to blur. Chapter 596. Lightning and heavy rain covered the whole Ibao Pavilion. But now Ibao Pavilion is turned into ruins. The ancient array of Ibao Pavilion is broken. Who could have thought that all this was done by a young man born out of the blue? The key point is that the other party was just the real Yuan state 3 days ago. Lead the way of heaven and thunder. Fan Buzwang. Call the wind and rain. Is this still a man? Everyone wants to see the situation in front of them, but they find everything fuzzy. It's like a power that covers everything. Miss Ji Jia put out her hand to cover her mouth and almost screamed. She wanted to win over Yi Shitian at all costs. But now it seems, how can the Ji family win over? So powerful, would you like to see Sheng Jijia? Maybe Ji family will please Yi Shitian. This is the god thunder. Kunlun empties so many top strong, how many people can do it? She finally understood why Yi Shitian despised Ibao Pavilion so much. If he has such ability, he is afraid of any solemn step. Maybe even Ibao General Pavilion is not willing to fight Yi Shitian. A plum blossom destroys the ancient array and kills Zhuang Bufan. Enough to shake the whole Kunlun void. This is the attitude of the top strong. Ji Jiayan's body was shaking. As the strongest member of the Ji family team, he felt fear for the first time. He knew he had missed the best opportunity. If I had just listened to Mrs. words and stood up without hesitation, maybe Ji family could have some relationship with Yi Shitian. He always thought that in Kunlun Su, Ji family had such evil genius as Ji Siqing, which was enough to take the initiative in future rule-making. This is also the reason why Ji family inclines all resources to Ji Siqing. But now, Yi Shitian's appearance seems to have broken everything. In the past 20 years, why is Kunlun so talented? There is no movement in Kunlun. Is it that Yi Shitian has endured for 20 years, just to fly into the sky in Ibao Pavilion today? The old man was breathing more and more quickly. He found that everything was gone. The vague figure finally appeared. Standing in the middle like this, there is a strong evil spirit between the eyebrows. It's like a god coming. Some of the onlookers were injured by the destruction of Ibao Pavilion. If we put it in the past, all forces will certainly find Yi Shitian in trouble. But now, they dare not. They stare at Yi Shitian, even breathing seems to become extravagant. The battle between Shen Shirshi and the 4 men stopped. Shen Shirshi's lips were shaking, and he didn't know what to say. The master gave him a great shock. Even I can't bear the blow just now. The 4 strong people of Ibao Pavilion are even more shocked. Zhuang Bufan is dead. Where are they going? At this time, Yi Chen raised his head, the indifferent eyes swept a glance at 4 people. Plop! Plop! All 4 kneel down. Master Yi, we don't know your real identity. Please forgive me. We are willing to be your servants and do anything for you. Right now, that's what they have to do to survive. Ibao Pavilion cannot go back, only follow Yi Shi to have a way out. See this scene, Yi Chen smile, do my slave, you have no qualification. If I don't do it today, maybe the 4 of you will have a different attitude, so. Yi Chen pauses and suddenly grabs the plum blossom on the plum blossom tree by Yi Chen. Take off 4 petals and shoot directly. The 4 strong Ibao Pavilion subconsciously wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Their hearts have long been covered by fear, self-knowledge cannot escape. Poof! The petals penetrated the bodies of the 4, and they fell on the spot. After all this, the thunder and lightning on Yi Chen gradually dissipated. Apprentice, no one dares to start next. You have a strong sense of breakthrough. This war has benefited a lot. It is estimated that you will soon be able to enter the realm of ecstasy. After solving the problem, you should find a place to make a breakthrough again. Words fall. Duan Laren left Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen looks at both hands and the ruins around everything, eyes only shocked. He knew Duan Laren was very strong, but he didn't expect to be so terrible. Half of the incomplete Taigu Shusher Dan suppressed most of Duan Laren's strength, but he had such power, that if the complete Taigu Shusher Dan, that would be how terrible. However, Zhuang Bufan and the rest of the people, although the realm here is strong and transcendent, it is nothing to put it in Kunlun. After all, there are too many strong people in Kunlun. It's not easy to be a strong member of the Kunlun Pavilion. This time, I'm breaking the sky. He not only offended the Blood Alliance, but also offended Ibao Pavilion. But what about that? Those Kunlun Su people who want to find trouble find Yi Shitian. After today, only Yi Chen. However, Yi Shitian's 3 words can be regarded as a talisman of his life. After all, from now on, the name must shake all forces. When necessary, announce the identity, absolutely can do without war and subdue the soldiers. Of course, this requires strength. At this time, Yi Chen toward the depths of several directions to shoot. There are several murders in the deep. But it's very fast. Do you want to fight against Yi Shitian? Yi Chen's eyes are cold and light in a direction. After a while, several old men came out of the depths and knelt directly in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, we dare not do anything. Just now it was just. They know the explanation is pale. No longer hesitating, one hand bang in his own elixir field. We are willing to abolish the elixir field and ask Mr. Yi to kill us. This scene, once again, scared everyone. These old men are from the Shulyo family of Kunlun. Now they are self-employed because of Yi Shitian's words. The divine power of killing heaven by Yi is too terrible. This time, everyone dare not look at Yi Chen. Shen Shirshi finally wakes up from the shock and comes to Yi Chen's side and says in a soft voice, Mr. Yi, Zhuang Bufan is dead. Ibao General Pavilion will send someone to come here. If there is too much noise here, people from the virtual entrance of Kunlun will also appear. We can't stay for a long time. Yi Chen nods, his body's breakthrough breath is extremely rich, also should stride into the spirit traveling realm. It's time to leave. At this time, Yi Chen's eyes fell on the body of Blood Fenghua. A look, then Blood Fenghua scared do not know what to do. After all, what happened to Yi Chen just now was like a nightmare. He ignored everything and knelt down in front of Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I know it's wrong. I dare not, please disturb my life. Yi Chen will not kill him. Blood Fenghua is the key to saving my father. He grabs the blood, just like a chicken. He didn't even have the desire to struggle. Yi Chen strode away in front of all the people. Chapter 597. Shen Shirshi took a look at the people who were encroached by fear, shook his head and left completely. After today, Kunlun Su is afraid that the event of Kunlun Mountain in China will cause an earthquake. The name Yi Jingtian is bound to spread throughout the whole Kunlungsu. Enough to juxtapose with Ji Xiqing, the lovely girl of heaven in Kunlun. No, even far beyond Ji Xiqing. Interesting, interesting. After Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi leave for 2 minutes. All men come to their senses. Mr. Yi left. Whoa, at last he left. The back of the speaker is drenched. He was really dominated by Ye's fear of killing heaven. For fear of being killed by Yi Tian. What's the origin of Ye's killing heaven? His real strength is completely unknown. It can't be the true Yuan state, the mind-wandering state, or the transcendental state. Is it the Holy King's realm or the returning empty state? Or a higher realm? He is the one who controls the thunder. Take a breath. Then the whole world seemed to be quiet. Soon, there was another uproar. No, I must enter Kunlungsu from Kunlun Mountain immediately, and give the portrait of Yi Shitian to the Patriarch and Patriarch. I can't offend you. From today on, no one can offend Yi Shitian and give me a family law. Yes, I'm afraid Yi Shitian is going to enter Kunlun Void. I must tell Zongmin as soon as possible. Otherwise, no one will offend this evil god, and a plum blossom may destroy the whole clan. In all people's horror, a woman thought of what, hurriedly toward the direction of Yi Chen disappeared. Yun Lao is the same. Now, no matter how, we should also show the attitude of the Ji family. Don't try to win over Yi Shirtian, just ask Yi Shirtian not to fight with Ji family. Such a monster, there must be a stronger existence behind it. Kunlun Mountain, near Kunhe Valley. Yi Chen and Shen Shirshi finally stop. Yi Chen is the blood Fenghua mercilessly thrown on the ground. Shui Fenghua looked at the two people in front of him, and his body trembled. My lord, I really know I'm wrong. Even if you want to kill me, you don't need to take me to this place. Yi Chen coldly smile, I ask you, do you want to live? Blood Fenghua Zheng, even busy Wei, want, I certainly want to. Since you want to, would you like to contribute your blood essence to me and be my servant? Blood Fenghua heard this sentence, excited to the extreme. Is there such a good thing? You're not dead? No longer hesitating, Zifenghua nodded fiercely, of course. I'm even willing to betray the Blood League for adults. Language down, Blood Fenghua directly sacrifice a drop of blood essence. Yi Chen is also a point on the blood essence, at the same time, the finger pinches. Instantly refine blood essence. His mind has completely controlled the blood style. Yi Chen exhaled a breath, then no longer hesitated, asked, I ask you, do you know the whereabouts of Yi Tianzheng? Yi Tianzheng? Hearing these three words, Zifenghua was stunned. Of course he knows this man. He even went to see it. But why did Yi Shirtian ask this question? Yi Tianzheng, Yi Shirtian. Suddenly, Blood Fenghua thought of what, staring at Yi Chen. A sense of familiarity comes out. You are the Chinese Yi Chen, son of Yi Tianzheng. Who could have thought that Yi Chen and Yi Shirtian were the same person? Sleeping trough. There was a great wave in his heart. Yi Chen did not answer, the cold voice sounded again, answer my question, or I can let you enjoy endless pain at any time. Shui Fenghua no longer hesitated, and even said, my lord, of course, I know that Yi Tianzheng is now in the dungeon of the Blood Alliance. Then you take me to the Blood League dungeon immediately. Yi Chen said eagerly. The cold killing machine even makes Blood Fenghua unable to breathe. This is the power of the strong. Shui Fenghua was pale and thought of something. He continued, Lord, I can take you to the Blood League at any time, but only Elder Zheng has the key to the dungeon. What's more, the dungeon of Blood League can't be broken by force, even if you are strong enough. Hearing the name of Elder Zheng, a trace of anger flashed in Yi Chen's heart. Elder Zheng. It's Elder Zheng again. What did the Yi family offend him? Since the dungeon needs a key, I will kill Elder Zheng. Can Elder Zheng be in the Blood League? Shui Fenghua replied again, my lord, if I have not guessed wrong, Elder Zheng should have been in China. This time, he personally came to kill you. But now that such a big thing happened in Yibao Pavilion, it is estimated that it will be transmitted to Elder Zheng in a few minutes. I don't know the specific trend of Elder Zheng. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes are slightly narrowed. He must go back to Beijing. Since the old Zheng came to China, the authority of Long Soul and the old man should be found. As for this blood style, the other party controls the specific information of the Blood Alliance, and it is the key to his entry into Kunlun Virtual Blood Union. It's not possible to kill for the time being. Now as a slave, he must be absolutely loyal. At this time, Shen Shirshi noticed what, and said, Mr. Yi, I feel that there are two smells coming to this side, without malice. According to my guess, it should be the two of Ji family. What do you do? Ji Jia. Yi Chen naturally does not think Ji family will hand to himself, looked at that direction, and said, Shen Shixi, you take blood ethos to return to Beijing first, I will follow later. Yes, Mr. Yi. No longer hesitant, Shen Shirshi took a picture of the blood on the body, and swept away towards the capital. There is only one Leaf Chen left in the place. Yi Chen hands stand, close eyes, eyebrows are cold. It's like a high man. 10 seconds later, Yi Chen said, now that it is here, come out. A faint voice sounded. The darkness came out of the old and the youngest. It is Miss Ji and Yun Lao. Follow me, you know the price? The voice of the leaves Chen was down. It gives a sense of ignorance. They saw Yi Chen at the moment, and they said respectfully, Mr. Yi, misunderstanding, we just apologized. Just now Mr. Yi was limited to the fire and water. We didn't take the hand. It is not justified. Yi Chen ignored the old cloud, looked at the beautiful girl, and said, by the way, what are your name? Chapter 598. Ji's maiden was so frightened that she didn't expect Yi Shitian to ask her name on her own initiative. Her heart seemed to jump out, blushing. Mr. Yi, my name is Ji He, the daughter of Ji Fenglong, a member of the Ji family. Yi Chen nods, he still has some good feeling to this Ji He. After all, when the Blood League deals with itself, the other side shoots an arrow to help him kill a strong one of the Blood Alliance. It's a bad relationship with the Blood League. Who are you from Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin? Yi Chen has a wonderful way. Ji He heard Yi Chen ask these two people, and did not feel too strange. After all, Ji Xiqing and Ji Lin in Kunlun Su's reputation is enormous. Even to some extent, these two people represent the younger generation of Ji family. Ji Xiqing is my cousin. Although I don't meet many times, I still have a good relationship. If Mr. Yi wants to see Sister Xiqing, I'd like to take you too. No, she and I will meet if we want to. Yi Chen Dao. Because Yi Chen's attitude is very cold, leading to some solidification of the atmosphere. Cloud Old has been unable to insert a word. He thought of what, gently cough, Ji Yi instantly understand. She took an emerald bottle out of her arms. There was a trace of movement in the bottle, as if there were living things. Moreover, it is made of superior lingyu, which looks extremely precious. Ji Yi carefully handed the bottle to Yi Chen, and then whispered, Mr. Yi, this is my Ji family's unexpected gain. It's useless for me. Otherwise, I'll give it to Mr. Yi and make a friend. Between the words, Ji Yi was a little reluctant. Because the things in the jade bottle are too precious. Even if it is placed in Kunlun, it is priceless. In a way, it's all her father's dowry. When she came, she discussed with Mr. Yun for a long time, and finally decided to take it out. Because, ordinary things, how can Yi Shitian look at it? I can't bear the children, I can't catch the wolf. To make friends with Yi Shitian, we must have enough sincerity. Yi Chen will naturally accept it. He just wants to refuse, but Duan Laren's voice rings out, boy, take this, you should owe this girl a favor. This thing is extremely important to you. Even affect your future practice. Duan Laren's tone is even a little hasty. Yi Chen did not hesitate. He grasped it with 5 fingers, and the jade pendant flew directly to the palm of his hand. Then, he said to Ji He, in this case, I'll take it. However, it's precious. Naturally, I won't take it in vain. From now on, Yi Shitian owes you Ji He a favor, which will be effective at any time. Finish saying, Yi Chen finger pinches to decide, condense a spirit rune. There is a mark of him in the rune. Here you are. You can contact me if necessary. Ji He and Yun Lao hear Yi Chen's words, and they are short of breath. It's worth the love of killing heaven by changing leaves. Now that the goal has been achieved, Jiha and Yun Lao can't stay any longer. Ji He laughed and handed out a jade pendant. He said, Mr. Yi, I won't disturb you. This jade pendant is the address of Ji's family. If you pass by, you must come in. I'll welcome you. Well. Yi Chen takes the jade pendant and nods. After that, Ji He and Yun Lao looked at each other and went to the direction of Kunlun Su. Just this farewell, I don't know when to meet Yi Shitian. I'm afraid the next time we meet, Yi Shitian has already stood on the peak of Kunlun Su. When Ji He and Yun Lao left, Yi Chen asked Duan Laren of the Reincarnation Cemetery, Master, what do you want me to take this thing? Why do I feel there is something moving inside? Duan Laren smiles mysteriously, don't go back, find a quiet place, lay down the array and start to break through. I will guard you for you. Good. There are many caves in Kunlun Mountain, most of which are wild animals. Yichen casually finds a steep cave, solves the beast inside, and sits cross-legged. It's even more of an array. Then, take out the black stone. Go straight to the Samsara cemetery. Nearly 100 tombstones, especially desolate. Whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind roared like ghosts crying and wolves howling. Duan Laren has been waiting for Yichen. Disciple, you have a very strong sense of breakthrough. Now you start to try to break through and step into the wonderland. You will trigger the thunder robbery, which is the key to the thunder robbery. Master, that jade bottle. Yichen asked. Duan Laren said with a smile, I can tell you that there are 3 drops of blood essence in the jade bottle, but this blood essence is not ordinary. Put the jade bottle beside you and listen to my instructions later. As for the origin of this blood essence, I will tell you slowly. Good. Yichen no longer hesitates. Enter the cultivation state. I do not know why, reincarnation cemetery suddenly falling goose feather snow, that trace of cold diffuse between heaven and earth, people feel breathing is extremely difficult. In the distance, a glimmer of dawn appeared, tearing everything, revealing a ray of light. Inside the cave, the flickering fire finally brought a little warmth and drove away some cold. Yichen sits cross-legged and solemn. The 9 days in the body, Xianyang is determined to move, the mouth and nose slightly open, between a breath and a breath, it seems that you can see the rich aura flowing into Yichen's body. Hua hua hua. Within the muscles and veins, the true qi is rolling, and in the elixir field, the sea of qi roars. The whole samsara cemetery began to cloud. The energy in the body has already reached saturation. Yichen's state is adjusted to the best. Now! Open the jade pendant, concentrate blood and pour out a drop of blood essence first. Duan Laren's voice suddenly sounded like thunder. Hearing the sound, Yichen opens his eyes and takes a deep breath. Come on. With a wave of wrist, the jade bottle appears in Yichen's hand. Wow! When the jade bottle opened, a fragrance filled the cave. It is a very light breath, as if through the air, deep into the human body. It's refreshing. Opening his mouth, without hesitation, swallowing the red liquid inside the jade bottle, Yichen's face became more and more serious. This seems to be a drop of demon blood essence, the whole body is red, in this samsara cemetery, there is also a trace of warmth. With this drop of blood essence into the abdomen, Yichen only felt that the body suddenly became hot and dry. It was as if within the body, a flame began to burn. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, the blood dragon hidden in the deepest part of Yichen's body seemed to feel something and became crazy. The blood dragon's energy burst and the essence blood's energy diffused. It was only for a moment that Yichen's face began to flush. Ah! A light roar, Yichen's face showed a look of pain. The explosion of energy almost burst his muscles and veins, tearing his elixir field. What terrible energy! The key blood dragon seems to be struggling and even planning to attack itself. How could it be? What is the origin of this blood essence and why is it so? Chapter 599. Yichen naturally knows the tyranny of the blood dragon. Even if it is suppressed, the remaining energy is very tolerable. As for the blood essence of the demon beast of unknown origin, Yichen is surprised by the energy it contains. It's very aggressive. As if that energy into the ancient beast, in the veins of Yichen began to rage, roar. Refine it for me. Dare not have the slightest carelessness again, Yichen runs 9 days Xianyang to decide, suppress these 2 energy. Time goes by minute by second. I don't know how long it takes. Finally, when the 2 energies gradually converge, when Yichen can no longer hold on to it, with a long roar, Yichen leads the energy in his body and rushes towards the shackles of Shenyujing. Wow! 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 Such as the surging waves on the shore, the roar does not feel. Yichen only felt the qi and blood rolling in his body, and he almost fainted. The violent impact shakes Yichen's internal organs and spirits. Not enough. Take the second drop of blood essence in the jade bottle. Duan Laren's voice rings again. Yes, master. That layer of shackles and the impact of turbulence, vibration, but there is no sign of breaking. Feel this, Yi Chen, like a crazy gambler, will swallow the second blood essence. Come again. Another quarter of an hour later, Yi Chen swallows the last drop of blood essence into the mouth. Before 2 drops of blood essence swallow, let Yi Chen's body energy become how irritable. How crazy has it become? Under the impact, that layer of barrier finally began to loose, and gradually cracks. However, this is not enough. The 3rd drop of blood essence will be the last straw to crush the camel. With a long scream, the energy of the 3rd drop of blood essence is ignited in Yi Chen's body. Roar! In an instant, Yi Chen's body came a long roar, such as the great beast awakened. That energy can no longer be controlled, such as volcanic eruption, toward the barrier of the wonderland, impact away. Success or failure, at one stroke. Boom! Like mountain torrents. Finally, in Yi Chen's body, the energy accumulated to the limit broke out. With a burst of roar, such as the eruption of volcanoes, such as the roar of beasts. This energy is irresistible toward that layer of shackles. Success or failure, at one stroke. Wow! Under the impact of this energy, the whole world seemed to shake. Shinyu state, that layer of invisible shackles, violent shock. Under the impact of breaking through the limit of energy, cracks begin to appear and spread around. Boom! Finally, in a burst of sound, that shackle completely smashed. Yi Chen seems to have opened a new world. The crazy energy is pouring into the new world. Within the dantian, the sea of qi is surging. Within the muscles and veins, beasts roar. Reincarnation cemetery, surging wind and clouds. Whoosh, whoosh. The cold wind howls, the samsara cemetery is extremely cold. In the ice and snow, the aura of heaven and earth condenses from all directions, and finally all of them merge into Yi Chen's body. With the continuous expansion of the sea of qi, the constant consolidation of dantian. A burst of red light, as if the earth. Yi Chen repressed the excitement in his heart and tried his best to run the 9-day Xianyang Ju. That layer of shackles broke through. You rewrite. Yi Chen knows that he succeeded. He successfully stepped into the threshold of the wonderland. Now what Yi Chen needs to do is to strengthen the elixir field. A stream of its pure energy was born in the operation of the 9-day Xianyang Ju and gathered in the dantian. Red light is coming from the east. At this moment, the world within Yi Chen's dantian became wonderful. Boom! And that is when Yi Chen made the final breakthrough on the Kunlun mountain. I don't know when, a dark cloud in the sky has already condensed. The snowflakes falling in the samsara cemetery stopped suddenly at this moment. The whole world, oppressed to the point of suffocation. Hula! Suddenly, a flash of thunder, the whole cloud shaking. A majestic breath diffused and opened, covering the world. Even this breath startled those who participated in the auction of Yibao Pavilion who were healing in the distance. Even if Ji He and Yun Lao, who have not completely left, have noticed. The change on Kunlun Mountain is too obvious. My God, what's going on? Thunder robbery? What's going on? Is there anyone in Kunlun Mountain of China to meet the thunder robbery? It seems to be in the direction of Kuan River Valley. Kuan River Valley? How could that place be? I don't know how many people, at the same time, looked in the direction of the cloud-shrouded Kuan River Valley. Their looks were startled and uncertain. Who is it? 2 figures flashed by, an old man and a young girl appeared near the Kuan River Valley. Looking at the dark cloud circling in the sky, they looked surprised. Old cloud, is it Mr. Yi? Should be. Just now we chat with him, I found that he has a strong breath of breakthrough, and even can't control it. Didn't he just break through? How can he break through again? This is too evil. How do I feel that breaking through is as easy for him as eating? Gee, he was helpless. People are more popular than dead people. Old Cloud sighed, this son can't be considered according to ordinary genius. I haven't seen such evil spirits in my life. It is estimated that before long, Mr. Yi is going to become a nightmare for countless forces and clansmen. The first one to have an accident must be Xuemeng. If you don't take the right measures at Yibao Pavilion, it will also be dangerous. Boom! In the two people's gaze, finally the first Xianlei has fallen. There was a roar and the earth was shaking. A lightning, across the sky. A terrible and oppressive force diffused and opened, with the breath of tyranny. The thunder and lightning with the thickness of adults' thighs fell fiercely towards the Kun River Valley. Vaguely, you can see that under the thunder light, a figure stands proudly in the cold wind. Yi Chen, in order to meet the thunder and lightning, has stood on the top of the mountain. This is what Duan Laren asked. As for other people's interruptions, it's impossible. Yi Jingtian, 3 words represent a nightmare. Who dares to disturb? What's more, Duan Laren personally protects the Dharma. Those close to 100 meters will die. Chapter 600. Some people naturally found Yi Chen and could not help holding their breath. Coming. On the top of the mountain, watching the thunder and lightning falling from the sky, Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Very powerful thunder robbery. It's stronger than the thunder robberies I've encountered several times before. Once step out of this step, put in front of Yi Chen, it is a Xinyu Avenue. Break it for me. We still choose to face up. Although the first 2 thunder robbery experiences are extremely dangerous, although they have all suffered a lot. But what about that? Yi Chen got enough benefits. With the help of those 2 thunder robberies, Yi Chen's body was tempered, which was not as simple as a little bit stronger. Even the original town's soul's sword, under the baptism of thunder and lightning, is also changing. Therefore, thunder robbery is both a crisis and an opportunity. In Yi Chen's view, this is more of an opportunity. A long roar, and finally in the moment that the lightning fell, Yi Chen moved. In the breath of destroying heaven and earth, Yi Chen's body rises from the ground under the dazzling thunder light. Brush! A white light breaks through the sky, and Yi Chen seems to merge with the white light, heading for the lightning head-on collision. Oh! White light rises into the sky, as if into a 100-zhang dragon. The dragon roared to devour the thunder and lightning. This! Looking at the scene that happened above the Kun River Valley from afar, Yunlao widened his eyes and Ji Yi's face changed. Face up to face, and baptize yourself with thunder robbery. The old man showed a dignified look, his eyes burst out a touch of essence. I still look down on Mr. Yi. Perhaps this is the case, this Mr. Yi will go to today's height. To be baptized by thunder? Especially without Buridan's help? The difficulty is not small. Cloud old smile, the face of that touch of appreciation, more and more rich. Even in Kunlun Su, there are not many people who choose to fight against thunder robbery in this way. Even if it is the genius who chose this way, which one is not prepared before facing the thunder disaster? At the very least, Buridan is essential. Swallowing Pylidin and enhancing the ability to resist thunder and lightning will increase the chance of the practitioner to resist thunder robbery. And Yi Chen? Obviously not prepared. Can he succeed? Maybe the last 2 times he faced the same thunder robbery. The old man was filled with emotion. The sword is very domineering. Longing heaven and earth, such as a flying dragon, magnificent. I'm more and more curious about the origin of Mr. Yi. I guess Sister Siqing is also interested in Yi Shitian. The girl's face was full of emotion. Yi Chen's sword skill at the moment is obviously a bright sight. Boom! In the crowd's surprise, a violent shock suddenly burst out. The whole world seemed to shake. The rising blood dragon collided with the thunder and lightning. The sword is full of vigor and thunder is wanton. Under this collision, the whole world seems to be darkened. Boom! Above the Kunlun River Valley, the roar is deafening. Electricity goes dragon snake. In the collision with the dragon, the seemingly unstoppable thunder and lightning split in an instant and sputtered around. Crackling. At the core of thunder and lightning, Yi Chen looks solemn, and the remaining thunder and lightning are swimming on him. The scene is good and terrible. A penetrating pain diffuses and opens. Rao is with today's body strength, Yi Chen still can't help shaking. Full operation of 9 days Xianyang Ju, Yi Chen efforts to swim in the surface of those lightning power thoroughly refined. Every cell of the body, every bone, seems to begin to wriggle and expand at this moment. Happy. After a full cup of tea, all the thunder and lightning dissipated. Yi Chen stood on the top of the peak and couldn't help laughing. After the pain, brings the happiness, lets Yi Chen heart heroic spirit suddenly. You're excited, aren't you? Looking at the trembling soul's sword and the blood dragon on top of his head, Yi Chen's smile becomes more and more intense. After refining Zhenhuan's sword for more than 2 months, Yi Chen can feel the sharpness and desire of this sharp sword. At the moment, under the urge of genuine qi, there is a faint cold light on the Zhenhuan sword. The sword body vibrates and makes a sound of light singing, which seems to be particularly excited. Blood dragon is the same, the body is constantly expanding. Coming. Suddenly, Yi Chen eyes are congealed, looking at the sky suddenly fall another thunder light, his eyes jingguang burst. Boom. After the thunder, it is the fierce roar, this thunder and lightning, already enough to match adult waist thickness. Break it for me. At the moment when the thunder and lightning fell, the soul sword in Yi Chen's hand burst into dazzling light. The sword chi burst out, and the sword light was all over the sky. Hua hua hua. If the sword carries the momentum of 1,000 June, it does not enter the thunder light. Pu he. A mouthful of blood spurted out, Yi Chen's look suddenly changed. What a powerful second lightning. Even if in a short period of time, Yi Chen displayed the intention of breaking the sky sword, but he could not shake the thunder. 10,000 swordsmanship. With one move, 10,000 sword techniques are displayed, and Yi Chen forcibly breaks through the thunder and lightning. Break it for me. 10,000 swordsmanship is not enough. Yi Chen then displays Chen Tianli's other sword ideas. These 2 moves can be said to be one of Yi Chen's most powerful sword techniques. 2 moves of sword technique burst out, and the momentum of terror spread. Wow! Under thousands of sword chi, Xingxing finally tore the thunder and lightning apart. Huge thunder and lightning, into thousands of thunder, light travel in the Kun River Valley. The whole Kun River Valley seems to be shaking at the moment and may collapse at any time. Pu he. It's enough that after 2 cups of tea, Yi Chen spits out a mouthful of blood again, which can be regarded as breaking the thunder. Shenyojing, 3 times of Tianjia, the third one, so powerful. Until the thunder light dispersed, Yi Chen was pale. Looking at the dark clouds in the sky, he looked more and more dignified. Compared with the previous 2 thunder robberies, this one is more than a little stronger. Boom! Before Yi Chen thinks more, the third lightning falls. This is the ultimate lightning. The lightning even showed a faint purple-white light. 10,000 swords belong to the clan. In the face of this last thunder and lightning, feeling the terror momentum contained in it, Rao's Yi Chen also dare not have the slightest carelessness. Liuguang's sacrifice, 10,000 swords. Brush. The streamer flashed into the sky. The 1,000-sword chi of the carrier suddenly collided with that thunder and lightning. Boom! Heaven and earth seem to break. Above the streamer, the light suddenly converges. Thunder and lightning move between heaven and earth. Just a face, that terrible thunder and lightning will break the streamer of Yi Chen. Slightly a meal, the power has not been weakened, too much thunder robbery, continue to fall. This life talisman. Yi Chen's face suddenly changed, and he quickly sacrificed his life talisman. This life talisman resists Yi Chen's body.